Synopsis. What do you do when you're reborn as the son of Yasaka? Open a restaurant, of course. Chapter 1. The foxhole and a fake exorcist Haru in my past life. I had a singular dream, one I worked tirelessly to achieve. Years of study and practice went into making my dream into a reality. Fate, however, proved to be a cruel mistress, and despite my efforts, I never realized that dream. A sudden accident cut my life short, leaving all my hard work and training seemingly in vain. Or was it? Fate wasn't as big of a bitch as I first thought. She granted me a second chance, an unusual one, but a second chance nonetheless. 18 years ago, I was reborn into a new life. A slightly stranger life than my previous one, to be sure, but thankfully I was reborn into a modern world. Why was my new life strange? That's because I was not reborn as a human, but as a supernatural creature. A kitsune. Not just any kitsune either, but the most powerful, a nine-tailed fox. I was born with immense power and potential. The son of Yasaka, the mighty yokai queen who essentially ruled over Kyoto, and by extension, Japan itself. Ignorance truly was bliss in this world. The regular humans had no idea how truly outclassed they were by the supernatural. I was something far beyond human. I was a creature from ancient myth itself. Nine-tailed foxes are revered as gods for a reason. We are essentially walking weapons of mass destruction. The training my mother provided only enhanced my natural-born OP abilities. I possessed the power to shapeshift into a 30-foot-tall demon fox at will, one that could unleash untold devastation upon entire cities. But none of that really interested me. The power was nice, I suppose, but it didn't help me fulfill my dream. My dream of one day owning my own restaurant. Not just any restaurant either, but the greatest the world has ever seen. Yes, that was my dream. Cooking was my true passion in my last life, and it still was in this one. Years of dedication and study in my last life were devoted to mastering my craft. And master it I had. I traveled the world, visited the top restaurants and chef schools. I challenged all the biggest names to cooking battles. Also that one day, I would be ready to make a name for myself. And now, here it was coming to fruition. I had opened my own restaurant at long last. You're doing that thing where you space out again. Is my food ready yet, and Ai-chan? My cute little sister asked me. Snapping me out of my own daydreams of future culinary glory, I shook my head, realizing it was rude to make my first ever customers wait, even if they were my own family. I took the wok off of the fire and emptied all of the sautéed vegetables onto the plate, next to the roasted pork and steamed rice. Finally, I poured the slightly spicy curry sauce over the whole thing. Here you go. Kunu, I placed a steaming plate of curry on the bar counter. It wasn't too spicy or too sweet, just the way my sister liked it. Thank you so much, Nichan. Kunu gave me a beaming smile. Your cooking is the best. Mom's food can't compare. She immediately sat up on her stool and started digging in. While children are typically not allowed at the bar in most restaurants, this was my place, my rules. Ada, that's not a very nice thing to say about your poor mother. Kunu, Yasaka teased her daughter, who was busy shoveling the food in her face, so quickly she probably wasn't even listening. Kunu always got that way when she ate my food. I could see her nine tails swishing behind her happily, so she clearly liked it. She still needs to work on her manners, Mom, I said with a small laugh. Kunu had already finished half the plate and was still completely ignoring both of us. Yasaka giggled as well. She only eats like this when you cook. I have no idea how you do it, Haru, she said. Are you sure you didn't receive any blessings from any cooking kami? Nope, I said smugly. This is all natural skill. Even if any of the Japanese kami tried to bestow their blessings onto me, I would reject those blessings. I worked hard to get good at cooking. I didn't want any cheats to diminish all that hard work. I had only met one actual kami in my new life, though, and she definitely didn't know how to cook. Fine then. Keep your secrets, Yasaka said as I placed a plate full of katsudon down in front of her. I could see her own tails start to swish back and forth behind her in excitement as well. Today marked the grand opening of my restaurant, and to celebrate, I wanted my mother and little sister to be my first official customers. It was a bit of a private affair, and none of our family's retainers were invited. I wanted any other customers that showed up to be the real deal instead of people just trying to curry favor with Yasaka. Thanks for helping me set this place up, Mom, I said. I really appreciated all the support she gave me. This place could not have been cheap to set up, especially with all the top-of-the-line cooking equipment that had been imported in from overseas. And that wasn't to mention the prime location either. Located in the heart of Kyoto, right on the border of yokai territory, my restaurant was accessible to both yokai and humans, or whoever else decided to stop by. I wasn't one to discriminate. Of course, dear, Yasaka said with a proud smile. What kind of mother would I be if I didn't help my children live out their dreams? Yasaka, she was immensely proud of her son for pursuing his dream and starting his own restaurant. Though it might not be a roaring success yet, she was confident it would get there eventually. For now, she was perfectly content enjoying her son's cooking, along with her darling Kunu, of course. Her son's cooking was truly divine. Yasaka had no idea how he managed to achieve such excellence in the culinary arts, because he certainly didn't learn it from herself. While she wasn't a terrible cook herself, she often relied on their servants to prepare meals due to how busy she was managing all the supernaturals in the country. Her servants were actually all very skilled cooks, but they unfortunately didn't even come close to measuring up to her son's superior skills in the culinary arts. Yasaka purred with delight as she took a bite of her katsudon. This is absolutely amazing, Haru. You'll have to teach me how to make it sometime. Sure thing, Mom, Haru replied while wiping down the kitchen counter. Kunu had adorably made a small mess by eating so quickly. Her face was covered in curry sauce. Yasaka took her own napkin and started wiping her daughter's face with it. Mom, I don't need you to do that for me. I'm a big girl now. Kunu whined in embarrassed protest. Whenever you're not too busy managing all of Japan, feel free to drop by, Haru said with a laugh as Kunu squirmed in embarrassment. Yasaka groaned to herself at his words. She would have liked nothing more than to take a day off to learn how to cook some of these amazing meals. She doubted that time off would come anytime soon. Getting today off from work was hard enough. She didn't know how many more she'd be able to get in the coming days, especially with the whole Nekishu mess the Devils caused a few years back. Yasaka's people were still very pissed off about the massacre and wanted vengeance. It felt like every single day she had to stop her faction from starting a war. Being the leader of a faction was hard. That's why she really appreciated this one day off with her son, celebrating the grand opening of his restaurant. Other yokai who coveted power must have thought Haru was insane to willingly toss aside his status as the heir of the yokai faction. But she believed he was the only sane one amongst them all. She's a borderline goddess, and yet she spends almost 16 hours every day going over paperwork. Freaking paperwork! It was too bad her family were the last lines of the nine-tailed kitsune. Otherwise, she would have hoisted all her responsibilities on someone else long ago. She and her daughter Kunu continued enjoying their meals as Haru cleaned up the kitchen and prepared for his eventual next customer. The delicious smells coming from his restaurant were bound to attract any passerby. With her enhanced senses, the smells were practically divine. It was hard for Yasaka to hold herself back from ordering seconds and avoid ruining her perfect figure. Kunu didn't have the same level of self-discipline. She tried to order seconds, but Yasaka shut that down. Her daughter's first plate had already been double the regular portion size, as it wasn't long before the door opened and a man in a cheap business suit walked in. He stopped in his tracks when he saw two nine-tailed foxes at the bar and a third standing behind it. Is this some kind of cosplay cafe or something? He asked, causing Yasaka to chuckle. Modern-day humans had a way of always denying the supernatural, even when it started them directly in the face. Welcome to the Foxhole. We're a full bar and restaurant catering to everyone humans, yokai, and whatever else. Haru said invitingly. Yokai? The man tilted his head curiously as he examined them all further. Huh, I didn't know yokai were a real thing. I mostly deal with evil spirits, he added with a shrug before taking a seat at the counter. That kind of bland reaction was certainly not what Yasaka was expecting. She had expected the man to immediately bolt for the door in fear and never return. Furthermore, was this man an exorcist? She didn't sense any spiritual power from him, yet he claimed to deal with evil spirits regularly. What will you be having? Haru asked the man. I wonder what's good here, the man muttered before he glanced at Yasaka, sitting only a couple of stools down. Instead of focusing on her breasts like she had expected, he seemed more interested in the katsudon in front of her. That katsudon looks pretty good. He'll have some of that, he said with a nod. Coming right up, Haru replied, getting to work on the order. As her son worked, Yasaka turned to the unusual human. Hello, Miyazaka. Are you an exorcist? She asked curiously. One that actually deals with evil spirits. The man grinned widely at her. I'm not just any exorcist. I'm one of the best there is. He boasted shamelessly. The name's Reijin, Arataka Reijin. Do you have any evil spirits that need dealing with? My pupil, and I would be more than happy to take care of them for a modest fee. Of course, he said while rubbing his finger and thumb together. Arataka Reijin? Yasaka had never heard of this man before, but his bold claim was certainly intriguing. Every supernatural being had its natural counter, and yokai were no exception to that fact. Evil spirits were natural enemies of yokai. Many yokai were vulnerable to the tainted and corrupt natural energy that lingered in the world, a remnant of the damn Great War that almost brought the world to ruin. Yokai had to be extremely cautious when dealing with evil spirits to avoid being corrupted themselves and become feral demons that desire nothing but to feed on the flesh of humans and yokai alike, of course. Some yokai chose to willingly give into that evil, although Yasaka could never understand why. Who would want to eat dirty, sweaty humans when they could have delicious katsudon instead? Unlike yokai, humans, however, were not susceptible to such corruption. Despite her suspicion that this man might be a fraud, Yasaka was reluctant to dismiss his alleged services outright, especially since the 5 principal clans refused to assist yokai in dealing with any evil spirits. I assure you that money is no concern of mine, Yasaka said, noting with satisfaction how his eyes seemed to light up at that prospect. We have a few evil spirits currently plaguing Kyoto that need to be dealt with. Would you be interested in assisting us with them? Can you really help, mister? Some of these spirits are really evil, Kunu exclaimed. Mom had to lock down entire areas to keep people away. Reijin gave Kunu a thumbs up. Have no fear, little fox girl. My pupil and I will be more than happy to help. Of course, since you're asking us to come all the way to Kyoto, you'll need to cover our travel expenses. Oh, is your pupil not in the city currently? Yasaka asked, trying to get more information out of the strange human. We have no problem paying for him to fly over here. Here? Reijin looked puzzled. You said the evil spirits were in Kyoto, didn't you? Haru walked over and placed a steaming plate of katsudon in front of Reijin. This is Kyoto, Haru told him. Haru, my third ever customer, was certainly strange. Reijin's reaction upon discovering he was in Kyoto was one of genuine surprise and confusion. What did he think he was supposed to be? He walked in the front door after all. He stared at us in disbelief until Kunu stood up and walked over to the front door. She opened it, revealing the bustling midday streets of Kyoto. Various yokai and even a few humans walked by as they went about their busy day. Reijin began to sputter at the sight. I had a feeling this scene was not what he was expecting to see. What the hell? How'd I get all the way across the country? I was just in Seasonal City, only a few blocks away from my apartment. He exclaimed. Seasonal City? I asked him. I've never heard of a city like that. Have you, Mom? I turned to Yasaka, who knew everything about Japan. Yasaka shook her head. Such a city does not exist. I didn't think it did. The name sounded completely made up and silly. Of course it does. Reijin grumbled as he angrily shoved a piece of katsudon into his mouth. Wow, that's really good, he muttered. Thanks, it's a new recipe I've been testing out. I've been marinating the pork a lot longer to try and bring out the most succulent flavors possible. I explained a bit about the process. I always loved answering cooking questions. I wasn't one of those arrogant chefs who jealously hoarded their recipes from the rest of the world. Once he was finished eating, Reijin stood up and walked back to the front door. Kunu had left it open as he examined the outside. Is this some kind of yokai illusion or something? Can yokai even do that? This can't really be Kyoto, can it? He asked us. We can create illusions, but that isn't one. If you don't believe us, walk outside and find out if what you're seeing is real or not. I told him. Fine then, I will. Reijin hesitantly stepped outside and walked around. He even walked over to a few friendly yokai and started chatting with them. They all shook their heads at him when he asked them questions about Seasonal City. He walked back into my restaurant with his head hung low. I've seen Mob do some pretty weird stuff, but this is the weirdest thing that's happened to me yet. Is this some kind of magic door that connects to other worlds? Reijin pointed to the front door. Oh no. As far as I knew, it was just a regular wooden door. Kunu seemed to light up in excitement at his question. That sounds so cool. Why don't you try opening the door, Reigen-san? She closed the door and moved aside. Reijin walked over and opened the front door himself. Oh, we're back in Seasonal City. That's good. To my shock, the familiar street in front of my restaurant had transformed into an entirely different place. The surrounding architecture was still Japanese, but it definitely wasn't Kyoto. I glanced over at Yasaka. We were both giving each other looks of disbelief. What just happened should not have been possible. Let me go and investigate. Yasaka walked outside to stand in the street for a few minutes with a look of wonder on her face. When she returned, she had startling news for us. I couldn't sense the ley lines out there. Wherever I was standing wasn't Japan, or at least not our Japan, she explained. While it was true that she could only draw upon the power of the ley lines in Kyoto, she should still be able to feel them as long as she was in Japan. That could only mean one thing, no matter how unbelievable it sounded. Reijin smirked at us. See, I told you Seasonal City was real. You should learn never to doubt the great Reigen-sama. He then sat back down and ordered a second serving of katsudon, as if we all didn't just make a mind-blowing discovery. Kunu was standing in front of the front door with a look of wonder on her face. She kept slamming it open and closed. Kyoto. Now Seasonal City. Now Kyoto again. She giggled to herself madly as she played with my shop's apparent magic doorway. She was able to open the door to either location simply by thinking about it or saying it out loud. Yasaka still looked slightly weary about our discovery, but she let Kunu have her fun for the next couple minutes. You sure have a gift for cooking, Haru, Raygon said as he dug into his food. I had pretty much cooked it all on autopilot. My head was still in a different place altogether. As a chef, I knew that was a bad thing. I should never get distracted when cooking. I shook my head and snapped out of all the weird thoughts. I didn't need to worry about any of this. Dimensional travel wasn't my forte. I was a chef. At the end of the day, who really even cared where my customers come from? All that matters is that they're hungry, and it's my duty to feed them. Thanks, Reigen-san. I've spent years learning my craft. I nodded my head at him, thankful for the praise. I can tell. What's surprising is how reasonable your prices are, too. I can't even afford to eat at most restaurants nowadays. Everything's been getting so expensive lately. I've tried my best to keep the prices reasonable. All the food ingredients come directly from yokai farms. Magical farming is a lot cheaper than mundane, I explained. Plus, I can keep prices down by not having to pay for liability insurance. That was the reason most food and groceries were so expensive nowadays. People kept suing businesses for millions at a whack, trying to make some easy money so they never have to work again. At the expense of everyone else in the world, are you not afraid of someone trying to sue your restaurant? Reijin asked curiously. They can certainly try, I replied, my nine tails swaying ominously behind me. But it won't end well for them. If anyone tried to ruin my restaurant, they would have a very bad time. I might just be a chef, but I wasn't reborn in a peaceful world. I still knew how to fight if I had to. ID spent years training with my mom, Yasaka, one of the strongest women in Japan, someone even the kami in Takagara were hesitant to tangle with. They certainly liked to act like they ruled Japan, but the only one whose orders Mom actually followed was Amy-chan herself. If any other kami came down from Japanese heaven and tried to bark orders at her, she would send them packing. I can respect that. Reijin nodded at me. I've had a few clients threaten me with lawsuits in the past, he sighed, and explained that he didn't always live in Seasonal City. He had to skip town on more than one occasion after people came after him for thinking he was a fraud. Somehow, I didn't doubt any of that. Ray-Jin seemed like a decent enough guy. At least he didn't immediately perv on my mom like most other men who met her. Still, I wasn't sure if he was a legit exorcist or not. I sensed no supernatural power from him. I wanted to chat with him a bit more, considering he was my first ever human customer, but it seemed he had to get back to work. He'll be back later, and we can discuss business then. Unfortunately, I've got another job lined up currently and need to go fetch Mob, he said to Yasaka before leaving some money on the counter. Despite being from another dimension, the bills were still identical to Japanese yen. He walked out the front door, disappearing back into the strange city that had somehow connected itself to my restaurant. Once he was gone, Yasaka turned to me with an unusually serious expression. Something is very strange with your restaurant, Haru. I can't even begin to understand how that interaction was possible. It's not strange. It's super awesome and cool. Kunu argued. I wonder if anyone else from other dimensions will come to eat at Nichan's restaurant? Kunu said. Her tails were swishing behind her happily. Sometimes she was more like an adorable puppy than a fox. Yeah, it is certainly strange, I said with a shrug. It's not like there was anything I could do about it, though. You're not freaked out about this? Yasaka asked me in disbelief. Sure, I was surprised. But what could I actually do about it? The answer was most likely not a damn thing. So why bother worrying about it? Not really. We'll just assume this is either a prank or a blessing from Amy-chan, I replied. Was this something Akami was even capable of? Probably not, but I didn't really have a better explanation. Yasaka face-bombed. Son, please stop calling Lady Amaterasu, the leader of the Shinto pantheon, Amy-chan. Isnigel ahia exasperation. No can do, Mom. She asked me to keep calling her that. She hopes it will catch on one day, I said. It was a little-known fact that Amaterasu was a massive hikikomori and NET, one who played a lot of video games and watched a lot of anime in her spare time. She was jealous that the devil mouse Seraphal Leviathan was running around as a magical girl, calling herself Leviathan. Amaterasu wanted her own cutesy nickname too, hence Amy-chan. I came up with it myself on one of her visits, and she really liked it. Although, I was pretty sure I was the only person with the guts to actually call her by that name. Amy-chan drops by at least once a week to stock up on food. We can ask her when she visits my restaurant. She knows it's open now, right? I asked Yasaka. Yasaka nodded. Yes, I sent her a message with my last monthly report. She's very happy for you, Haru. As am I, me too. I'm super happy for you too, Nichan, Kunu added enthusiastically. I'm going to come here every day for lunch and dinner. And breakfast and second breakfast too. Second breakfast isn't real, dear, Yasaka tried to explain to Kunu. And even if it was, you're not allowed to have it. You'll get fat. I won't get fat, and yes, it is real. The hobbits have it every day. Kunu argued back. She was still only 8 years old, and wasn't quite old enough to understand most of the movies she watched weren't actually real. In my past life, I remember thinking Scooby-Doo was real until I was 7 or 8 years old as well. I stepped out from behind the counter and gave her a hug. Thanks, Kunu-chan. You can have second or third breakfast here anytime you want, I told her, ignoring the glare our mom was giving me. Ding ding, our touching family moment was interrupted when the door swung open. A few more potential customers entered the foxhole Chapter 2. Wizards and Stuff Haru, a few more potential customers entered the foxhole once again. They were humans, but these ones felt magical at least. They were even wearing magical-looking robes. However, the strange thing was that none of them looked Japanese. Foreigners? Kunu tilted her head cutely at them. Hello, welcome, she called out in English. I taught her the language myself, and she was getting pretty good at it. Hello, little girl with fox ears and 9 tails. The only girl of the trio greeted Kuno awkwardly. She spoke in English with a British accent. From her confused expression, I suspected she had no idea what a yokai was. Also, she might not have come in through the Kyoto door either. Before it closed behind them, I thought I saw a glimpse of a small village with other kids dressed like these three. Welcome to the foxhole. Feel free to sit anywhere. I told them. This is a restaurant? The girl asked, looking around curiously. Yes, it's a restaurant and bar. Although, none of you look old enough to drink. Sorry, I said, handing out menus. I waved my hand over them, and used a spell to translate the text into English. I had forgotten about the possibility of foreign patrons. How much was I even supposed to charge them? I had no idea what the exchange rates were between countries. Man, I'd just asked them to pay whatever they felt like paying. It's not like I was hurting for cash at the moment. Thank you. A boy with messy brown hair and thick glasses took a menu from me. Not to be rude, but what are you three? We're yokai, silly. Kunu exclaimed while jumping up and down. The girl's eyes widened in recognition. I've read about yokai in the Hogwarts library. They're a race of magical beasts native to Japan. She stated as if she had read that directly from a book. Kunu stopped her happy hopping and growled at the schoolgirl. Take that back. We're not beasts. That's a very rude thing to say to someone. The girl looked flustered when she realized she just insulted all of us. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's just what I read. I sometimes forget how prejudiced British magicals can be towards other magical races, Yasaka scoffed. Humans always think they're so superior, forgetting they're the weakest race. That was the first time I'd ever heard her speak English. Her accent was flawless, though. We are, the boy with glasses asked, clearly surprised. It was sad but true. The amount of humans in the ultimate class could be counted on one hand. Unlike most other races, they also suffered from the curse of mortality. They would all grow weaker and die of old age. The ginger boy in the group sneered at us. His eyes lingered on my mother with an inappropriate gaze. Oh, please. Everybody knows magical creatures can never be as powerful as proper wizards. I bet you can barely do proper wizarding magic. Why else would you be dressed like that? What kind of business are you in? The boy asked Yasaka crudely. His friends gasped in shock at his words. Ronald, how could you say something like that? The girl exclaimed. She immediately turned to Yasaka and started apologizing for her friend's words, but the damage had been done. I felt my hackles rise. I wouldn't tolerate anyone harassing my family. How dare this little shit call my mother that? I should take him outside and tear him limb from limb. I had to take a couple deep breaths to control my anger. Sometimes my yokai instincts could overwhelm my rationality. Regardless of being a racist little shit, this boy didn't deserve to be killed because his parents probably did a very poor job raising him. That didn't mean he could stick around in my restaurant, though. You're no longer welcome here. Ginger, get out. I told him with no room for argument. He had his chance, and he blew it. Despite that fact, he still did try to argue. I'm not going anywhere. The redhead reached into his robe and pulled out a wand. This is a restaurant, isn't it? I want some bloody service. He was really testing my patience. So, where were his survival instincts? Didn't anyone ever tell him not to take food from someone who didn't like him? Spitting in his food was the least harmful thing I was currently thinking about. It was only my pride as a chef that kept those thoughts from becoming a reality. You're not getting any service here. Get out. I pointed at the door behind him. He still didn't leave, or even realize his life was now in genuine danger. Kunu, my adorable little sister, didn't have the practiced self-control that Yasaka and I had over our yokai instincts. Her pupils were slitted, her canines elongated, and her sharp claws were out. She was a few seconds from jumping on the kid and tearing into him. What are you going to do, you weird-eared freak? I'm a pure-blood wizard, and my dad works in the ministry. If you attack me, you'll end up in Azkaban. I didn't know what Azkaban was, but I wasn't threatened by him or his wand. In terms of magical power, he didn't even qualify as low class. He was barely a step above a regular person. Begone! I raised my hand and sent a small telekinetic blast at him. He was thrown backward clear out of my restaurant. If he tried to come back, I would do worse to him. The squeal of terror he let out before the doors slammed in front of him brought me a tiny bit of satisfaction. Yasaka growled at the door before settling down. Another foolish child who thinks he's more special than he is. I'm so sorry about Ron. The girl apologized again in embarrassment. He's always been a bit brash, but I've never seen him act like this. It wasn't okay, Hermione, the remaining boy said. Ron's been acting like a royal arse all year. He needs to go bugger off, he said before his eyes clouded over slightly, and he shook his head. I mean, I'm sure he'll come around and apologize in a couple hours. He's a good guy after all. Yasaka and I exchanged a look. We both silently agreed that was weird. At least Kunu had calmed down once Ron was ejected. She started giggling, finding the remaining boy's choice of words to be funny. Bugger. That a fun word. Please watch your language around my 8-year-old daughter, Yasaka requested with a sigh. Oh, sorry, he apologized and then turned to me. Is this restaurant new here in Hogsmeade? I've never seen it before. Harry Potter, he said with a small pause, as if he expected me to recognize his name or something. He let out a sigh of relief when I didn't. I have no idea what a Hogsmeade even is, I said, receiving looks of confusion from both of them. We discovered earlier that my restaurant somehow connects to other places. We haven't figured out the hows or whys yet. Really? The girl's eyes lit up with excitement. Where's your restaurant supposed to be? How does it work? It's based in Kyoto, Japan, I told her. Wicked, Harry said. We're all the way in Scotland. We go to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. On the weekends, we get to visit the nearby magical town of Hogsmeade. A magical town? What makes the town magical? Kunu asked. A bunch of wizards and witches live here. The town itself isn't actually magical. Harry explained. Lame could tell that her disappointment was immeasurable and her day was ruined. Are you too hungry? I asked them while Kunu was distracted, pouting to herself. I got a full menu of primarily Japanese food, but I'm also pretty well versed in preparing dishes from other countries. If you don't see something on the menu, feel free to ask. I'd love to try some Japanese cuisine, Hermione said. After 3¼ years, the Hogwarts food is starting to get pretty bland. I wish the chefs would branch out the menu. Now that I think about it, I don't even know who cooks our food, she admitted. I'm fine with trying anything except raw fish, Harry requested. He and Hermione took a seat in one of the empty booths. I went behind the counter and got to work on their meals. I didn't want to give them a full-on culture shock, so I stuck to something basic. Hamburg steaks and omuris. Harry Potter, sitting down in the booth with Hermione, he had to hold back his blush. Without Ron with him, he couldn't help but feel like this was a date. Harry had secretly had a crush on Hermione for 2 years now. But that was wrong. Harry knew that Ron liked Hermione. He should never try to compete with Ron over anything. A freak like him shouldn't get in the way of his best friend. The older foxwoman approached their booth. She was looking at him in a way that made him feel like she could see through him. Her eyes were also literally glowing, so that was a thing? Did you need something, miss? Hermione asked the foxwoman. I'm Yasaka. My son over there is Haru, the owner of this restaurant. She introduced herself. And I'm Kunu. The little girl waved to them from the bar. She was sitting near her older brother, chatting with him while he cooked them up something. Nice to meet you, Yasaka. I'm Hermione Granger, and this is my best friend Harry Potter. Once again, we're sorry about how our friend Ron acted. We hope you don't take offense. I've lived long enough to learn not to snap at every single man or boy who makes a disrespectful comment, Yasaka said. That's not why I approach you two anyway. Are you both aware that you are under numerous enchantments? Harry's eyes widened behind his thick glasses. Enchantments? You mean charms? Are you saying we're bewitched? Without a doubt, Yasaka nodded. I sense you have multiple charms placed upon you to alter your mental faculties. You also have a few that are suppressing your magic, she explained, her eyes glowing again as she examined him once more. She then turned her attention to Hermione. You are under the same, except I can also see that you have been poisoned. Some type of loyalty or maybe even a love potion has been administered to you. Recently, in fact. Hermione gaped at Yasaka. Love potion? Are you sure? She asked. I've been having strange thoughts I would have never considered before. About our Ron, she admitted. Could he have slipped it into my goblet when I wasn't looking? Harry was shocked to hear that. He knew Ron had been getting worse lately. But had his first ever friend really fallen that far? Once again, Harry felt his thoughts growing fuzzy. She must be making a mistake. Ron would never do anything like that. He's a great guy, after all. She'd be lucky to be with a proper pure-blood wizard like him. I've been around a long time, child. The foxwoman answered Hermione. As the ruler of Kyoto, I have had numerous traitorous retainers try to manipulate or brainwash me. They all failed and paid for their crimes with their lives, Yasaka said coldly. Harry and Hermione both gulped at that insinuation. What were we supposed to do? Harry asked. Was someone really messing with his mind? For how long? Was that why his thoughts occasionally got fuzzy? You can either go to your people's healers who are probably incompetent or traitors if they haven't discovered this yet, or you can go to one of our healers. Yasaka made the surprising offer to them. Harry was surprised and a little suspicious that a woman had never met before would go out of her way to help him. The paranoid part of his mind told him not to trust her. Then again, the paranoid part of his mind might be under mind control. So he didn't really know what to think. He scratched his head in confusion and let Hermione decide for them. Even if she was being manipulated as well, she was still smarter than he was. He was just plain boring Harry, after all. He wasn't supposed to think for himself. Thinking for himself was bad. Hermione shot Harry a look of concern before she answered for them. Well, accept your kind offer, Hermione said with a small stutter. Haru, I brought 2 plates of food over to the table. Both the teens gulped when the smells hit them. I always loved seeing hungry faces. When they started digging in, Yasaka and I moved back towards the bar. Kitsune had very good ears. I had heard everything despite the loud sizzling of food cooking right next to me. That's messed up. What kind of sick fuck places mind control spells on 2 kids? I cursed and received a small smack from Yasaka for swearing. We didn't need Kunu learning any more bad words today. Bugger. She was still running around the restaurant yelling that to herself. I was glad that Mom made the offer to get the 2 kids treated back in Kyoto. I didn't think she'd go out of her way to help 2 human teenagers, let alone foreign ones from an alternate dimension. I asked her about it. I don't like seeing kids taken advantage of like that. It reminds me of what happened to the Nikusho clan in the underworld, she said with a frown. We can't help everyone in the world, or worlds I guess, but we can help the people in front of us. I could get behind a policy like that. I had a similar policy in that I wouldn't refuse any hungry customer even if they didn't have enough money for a meal. Once Harry and Hermione finished their food, Yasaka took them out into Kyoto to get their minds fixed. Kuna was going with them. Good luck, you too. I sent them all off with a wave. The kids both waved hesitantly back at me as the door closed behind them, and then I was left alone in my restaurant. I sat behind the bar, drumming my fingers on the counter. I guess I didn't think this part through. I should really find a couple other employees, at least so I can have someone else to talk to when there's no customers, I said to myself. I didn't like being alone. Foxes might be solitary animals, but kitsune were more pack-oriented. My ears perked up when the door opened again. More customers. Welcome to the Foxo, it's you. I thought I told you that you weren't welcome here, brat. He got my hopes up for nothing. The little ginger brat was back, and he had brought a couple tagalongs with him. An older Scottish woman and a heavily scarred man with a missing leg and a very large strange eye. Weasley is right. There really is a monster in Hogsmeade. What have you done with Potter, foul creature? The heavily scarred man demanded information from me. I snorted in response. If you're talking about Harry Potter, my mom took him to get his head fixed. Someone put him under numerous mental enchantments. The poor kid could probably barely think for himself. What? The older woman blurted out. Someone placed enchantments on Harry Potter? How could that be? The freak is obviously lying. The ginger brat pointed his stick at me for the 2nd time today. You caught me off guard before, monster, but it won't happen again. A proper pure-blood wizard will never lose to a lowly creature, he declared proudly. Is that so? I asked him sarcastically. I pointed my finger at him. Burn. The stick in his hand immediately burst into flames. Ow! My wand! He cried out in pain and dropped his stick. It turned to ash before it hit the ground. I was going to have to sweep that up later. The older woman and the scarred man both took a step back cautiously. You destroyed a wizard's wand with a single word? What kind of dark magic is that? The scarred man asked me, his eyes brimming with greed. Magic like that could change the entire wizarding world. That was a wand? Why was it so frail? A mage's wand is their life. What kind of dumbass mage doesn't bother placing protective enchantments on their own focus? What I just did should have been impossible. You wouldn't be able to use my magic, human. That was Foxfire Yujitsu, I said before once again dismissing them. I told you what you wanted to know. Harry and Hermione will be back later. Maybe they'll even be able to tell us who put them under so many enchantments. Putting a developing mind under so much magic could have given them brain damage. You're not lying? The older woman asked me again. She introduced herself to me as Professor McGonagall, one of the teachers at Harry and Hermione's school. She struck me as a stern professor who had probably put up with a lot of bullshit in her life. That meant she could tell I was speaking the truth. She was surprisingly respectful despite the attitudes of her two companions. "What are you doing, McGonagall? You shouldn't trust the words of a beast. How did it even manage to open a shop on British soil? Just look at those inhuman ears and tails. There's no way the Ministry won't classify him as a dark creature." The scarred man snarled in my direction. "Not to mention that dangerous magic it can use. I don't know or care what your ministry is. You're currently standing in my restaurant. Either you sit down and order a meal, or it'll kick you out," I told them. "One of you has already been kicked out once today, and I believe I told him he was never welcome here again." The ginger let out another squeal as I hit him with a second telekinetic blast. This time, it was slightly more violent. He went reeling through the front door and landed in the streets with a thud. His pained twitching brought a smile to my face. I don't usually enjoy bullying weak kids, but I make an exception for perverted little racists. "You're not welcome here either, Scarface. Leave, or it'll torch your wand and throw you on your ass next." I threatened him while holding up my palm. An orb of flames manifested in my palm. Scarface glared at me before making the smart move and backing off. He knew his stick would burn otherwise. I might have also burned his peg leg while I was at it. Watching him hobble out of here on one leg would have certainly been funny. "Dumbledore will hear about this," he declared and stormed out of my restaurant of his own volition. McGonagall let out a sigh as she watched her colleague go. "Something is seriously wrong with that man. I really need a drink," I smiled at her. "Well, it's a good thing for you that this is also a bar. Would you like to try some sake? It's made by the Kappa clan. They're experts when it comes to cultivating rice, especially considering they all live underwater." I could tell she was interested by my offer as I placed a large bottle on the counter. "It's been a while since I've had foreign alcohol. I'll give it a try." She took a seat at the counter. "How long will it take for Mr. Potter and Miss Granger to return?" she asked me. "A few hours," I said while pouring her a small glass. "You want something to eat in the meantime?" She took a sip of the sake and let out a pleased hum. "If it's as good as this, then I wouldn't mind trying some of your food. Oh, and keep the drinks coming." I liked her attitude. Chapter 3, The Dragonborn Cometh Haru. Being a full-time teacher of magic students must be a stressful job. Professor McGonagall was passed out on the bar counter. She kept asking me to fill her cup, and I kept pouring her sake refills. I may have underestimated how strong Kappa sake was because she wasn't waking up anytime soon. "We're back, Haru." Harry Potter walked back into my restaurant as we were approaching dinner time. He looked the same, but I could see more light behind his eyes. I could tell he was already more put together mentally. "Welcome back, you too. How were the healers?" I asked him and Hermione. "The yokai healers were amazing," Hermione exclaimed. "I had no idea other countries had developed such impressive magic, and they did everything wandlessly," she said boisterously. "It wasn't just another country, Hermione. We are in another dimension entirely," Harry corrected her. "So we are from different dimensions, then?" I asked. "How did you guys figure that out?" "It was a lot easier to figure out with Rhaegon, since he's from a city in Japan that does not exist in my world. Harry and Hermione were from a hidden magical community in Britain, though. That honestly sounded like the kind of thing my world would have. Hogwarts is supposed to be a world-renowned magic school, but no one in Kyoto had ever heard of it," Hermione said. "They've never heard of Dumbledore, either. He's supposed to be the greatest wizard in the whole world." I snorted. "What kind of name is Dumbledore?" Harry smirked at me. "If you think that's bad, I have a maid in Gryffindor whose family name is Longbottom." I grinned at Harry. Poor kid, he must be the butt of every joke. He grinned right back at me while Hermione let out a sigh and muttered something about boys and their dumb puns. "Was that all the proof you two could or couldn't find that we're from different dimensions?" I asked just to be sure. "No, we also tried making a long-distance call to Hermione's house. The number wasn't in service," Harry added. "I know my parents didn't change their number. There's a phone in Hogsmeade, and I call them every weekend," Hermione pointed out. "Someone else had their number when I tried calling from Kyoto. That pretty much confirmed it, then." My restaurant had now appeared in not just one, but two different dimensions. The whole building itself manifested in empty lots, as if it had always been in those spots. The odd thing was that when I looked out the windows, all I saw was my own dimension. According to Harry and Hermione, my windows were completely blacked out from the outside in Hogsmeade. I would need to step foot in one of these other dimensions after closing hours to see what else was different. What are you two going to do now? I asked them. Harry took a seat directly at the counter. First, we're going to get some dinner. And then Hermione and I are both going to get a magical lawyer. I know who cast all those spells on me. They practically ruined my life, he muttered bitterly. I'm going to kick Ronald right where it hurts once I see him. Hermione said vindicatively. Oh, that guy. Yeah. He actually tried to come back here once you two left with my mom and little sis. He even brought along two of your teachers as backup. One of them was also a racist prick, so I made him leave. Professor McGonagall was pretty cool, though. She's right over there. I pointed a few stools down. Professor McGonagall? Hermione sputtered. Why isn't she moving? What's wrong with her? She drank a bit too much and passed out, I said. The woman sure can drink. She went through 3 whole bottles by herself. What? Hermione looked at me in disbelief when I said that. Our stern professor drank herself under the table? Harry, meanwhile, just started snickering. Who knew she had it in her? This is turning out to be one crazy day, Harry remarked. He then went on to thank me profusely for setting up my restaurant in Hogsmeade and already changing his life for the better. I accepted his thanks, but told him that I wasn't the one who made it so my restaurant was mysteriously appearing in multiple dimensions. I don't think Harry quite believed me, though. We agreed to table that debate once both of their stomachs started grumbling. Can you please make us some fish and chips? Hermione requested. Hogwarts never serves fish. All they serve is pork, turkey, and chicken. Every single meal. She sounded completely exasperated as she mentioned how much meat Hogwarts served its students. It's like the school wanted every single student to develop gout later in life. Or maybe the school cooks genuinely didn't know how to make any other dishes. As a chef, that sounded like an atrocity. I've got some yellowfin tuna that you both will love, I said while walking into the back of my kitchen where I kept all my ingredients in stasis spells. While I was getting their food ready, Harry and Hermione both decided to share what happened to them. The yokai healers were able to completely heal and restore Harry's damaged mind. Not only did he have some kind of evil spirit parasite in his head that scared the shit out of the healers by the way, but he had also been charmed and obliviated many times throughout his life by the school headmaster. The Dumbledore guy with the dumb name. According to Hermione, the elderly headmaster was basically seen as the second coming of Merlin in their world. I didn't know what that was supposed to mean until Harry explained that Merlin was basically the wizarding world version of Jesus for some reason. He's not Jesus. Hermione pouted at Harry, clearly offended by his analogy. Yes, he is Mione. We literally use his name as a curse word, Harry pointed out. Hermione didn't have a good retort after that fact was shared with me. Harry continued his story. The further he explained, the madder I got for him. Dumbledore was a total piece of shit. The old man had forced Harry to sign away millions of galleons in wealth and properties Harry didn't even know he possessed. Harry then had his memories routinely erased to make sure he never remembered signing away all of his possessions. Dumbledore wasn't the only one who had illegally used mind magic on Harry, though. Harry was also charmed to always be loyal and deferential to that ginger asshole whom I had tossed out of my restaurant twice. Apparently, Ron's family was poor and wanted to milk Harry for whatever he had left once Dumbledore was done with him. The loyalty charms had been applied to Harry by Ron's mother when he met up with the Weasley family every summer. Harry was constantly obliviated so that he never remembered what was happening to him. Ironically, I think the evil spirit that was in Harry's cursed scar was what had saved him from basically becoming a retard from all that mind magic. In order to avoid being possessed or subsumed, Harry must have naturally developed an incredibly resilient mind. So Voldemort actually ended up saving me for once? Harry muttered to himself. Merlin, this day is turning out so weird. When Harry was finished with his tale, we moved on to Hermione's. Hers wasn't nearly as long or as complex. We basically already knew what had happened to her after all. Hermione was being fed love potions keyed to Ron Weasley. Hermione is known in their school as a magical genius. She was going places once she graduated. According to her, Ron wanted to ride her coattails to an easy life of wealth and status. All it took was a few potions, and she would have been destined to be a sugar mama for the rest of her life for a 14-year-old. That kid sure knew how to hatch a pretty wicked scheme, I said, while placing plates of fish and chips in front of them both. Hermione wiped away her drool before she spoke. Ron is dumb when it comes to books, but he's the best chess player I've ever seen. He's a natural-born snake. He should have been in Slytherin, Harry muttered before he started eating. His frown quickly turned to a smile once he tasted the fried fish. Damn, that's bloody good. It really is, Hermione enthusiastically added. She really liked my homemade tartar sauce. While they were eating and I was cleaning up, a new voice spoke up. That's quite the tale, children. If I were in either of your positions, I would deliver swift vengeance on those that wronged me. A woman walked up to the counter. She was wearing a long black and red cloak with a hood that hid most of her features. What it couldn't hide, though, were her glowing red eyes. She was an obvious vampire. I had never actually met one so far in this second life. The new woman wasn't alone. A very large man, wearing pitch-black armor, stood next to her. He had a massive greatsword strapped hanging off of his back. His features were Scandinavian, possibly even Nordic. He also radiated power and danger. Scars that spoke of numerous battles littered his exposed skin. He held himself like a true warrior, never letting his guard down. Everything about this man screamed, "Do not fuck with me." Besides my mother, he might have been the most dangerous person I'd ever encountered. He also smelled like a wolf and a dragon. It was a very unusual combination, to be sure. Both of these newcomers had actually entered my restaurant at the beginning of Harry and Hermione's tale, but they remained quiet and waited until the kids were done talking. Welcome to the Foxhole. Sorry about the wait, you too. I'm the owner, Haru. The man spoke up. His voice was deep and strong. Well met, Haru. I am Agner, and this is my companion, Serana. This is a very interesting place, Serana commented while glancing around. Her red eyes glowed with magic as she examined everything around her. I could tell we are not in Nirn anymore. I didn't think such a thing was possible. How did you manage to open a portal to Nirn from your dimension without the gods or Deidre discovering you? She asked me. No idea, I said with a shrug. At this point, I've just decided to go with it. Serana frowned at my nonchalance. Her companion seemed to find my attitude hilarious. Huh, that's the spirit. Agner laughed boisterously. Throughout my adventures across Skyrim, so many strange things happened to me. Dragons constantly tried to eat me. I ran across more Draugr bandits than I thought possible. And every single Daedric prince kept trying to get me to work for them. I had no idea what was going on half the time, but it all ended up working out, because I also decided to just go with it. And I even got to meet my lovely wife, Serana, here. He wrapped his large arm around her and pulled her close to his armored chest. If vampires could blush, I imagine Serana would have been doing just that. I could admit I was slightly jealous. Serana was hot as hell once she lowered her hood. You fought dragons? Harry asked Agner. Aye, lad. I've fought and slain dozens of the flying beasts by now. That was quite the boast, but I found myself believing him. I have to fight a dragon in a week. Can you give me some advice? I got entered into a stupid magic death tournament against my will. I'm pretty sure it was the headmaster who slipped my name in the goblet at this point. If I die in an accident, all my remaining possessions I didn't sign away will go to him. Harry trailed off bitterly. Poor kid couldn't seem to catch a break. I was starting to think magic school wasn't worth the hype. I was homeschooled myself in this second life, but I knew Yasaka was in the process of searching for a good school for Kunu, who clearly needed friend her own age. She was going to have to keep looking if Hogwarts was hosting death tournaments for students, though. Agner looked at Harry critically. HM, you're a bit young to be fighting dragons, still a milk drinker. Although you do have a fair bit of magicka to work with. All hope is not completely lost. Magic isn't exactly my specialty, though. I mostly just hit things hard with my big sword, he said while unsheathing his greatsword to show us. It was made of actual dragon bone and was almost as long as Agner was tall. Harry looked disappointed when Agner admitted he would be a poor teacher for the young wizard. Luckily for Harry, Serana stepped into the conversation. I too have slain a handful of the giant flying lizards. I can teach you some spells that can actually hurt a dragon if you accept me as your teacher, Sarana offered, and Harry immediately bobbed his head up and down. Thank you. I've been dreading this first task for over a month. I have no idea what to do against a bloody dragon. Hermione perked up next to Harry. Can I learn too? Are you in this death tournament as well? Sarana asked. Hermione shook her head. No, I just love learning magic. That answer seemed to be good enough for Sarana. Okay, I do not mind teaching you as well, girl. I overheard your story as well when Agner entered this establishment. I have had numerous men try to take advantage of me due to my looks. I shall teach you spells to protect yourself from nefarious advances and plots. The only man allowed to touch you will be your chosen hero, Harry. Harry and Hermione both blushed heavily at Sarana's insolation. That's not we're not dating, Hermione mumbled, but no one believed her. Suddenly, I was feeling like a fifth wheel. The pain of being single in front of two couples. Thankfully, I was saved from the awkwardness when the vampire dragged her two new students over to a booth to start privately tutoring them on whatever Magica was. While she was doing that, Agner pulled up to the bar and sat down. Judging by his accent and appearance, I deduced he was from a culture that heavily resembled the Norse pantheon. I knew exactly what he wanted without him even having to ask. I reached under the counter and brought out a bottle of mead. I kept some stocked in case any of the Norse ever stopped by Kyoto. I pulled out a mug and filled it to the brim for him. You gotta pour yourself a glass as well. It's only proper, Agner told me. I shrugged and joined him for a drink. The mead burned just right as it went down my throat. I wasn't the biggest drinker, but I could hold my liquor fairly well. Agner slammed his mug back and drained the whole thing in one go. Now that's a proper Nord drink right there. That was even better than Honningbrew or Blackbriar mead. You can make a lot of coins selling this across Skyrim. Haru, Agner suggested. Really? That wasn't even a special brand or anything. Just regular mead I ordered online, I admitted. Truly? The people of your plane must be true connoisseurs of food and drink. Pour me another, and bring me something to eat as well. With plenty of meat, of course. The Nord said happily. He was clearly an easy guy to please who appreciated the simple things in life. I could respect that. I decided to just give him the whole bottle. He happily started knocking it back. While he was doing that, I threw an extra large T-bone steak over the grill. Agner was a big guy, and I suspected he was also a big eater, judging by how much he could drink already. I didn't forget about Sarana either. She looked like a full vampire, not a damper, so she probably couldn't eat regular food. Luckily for her, I had a solution. Blood sausages. Sausages made entirely of pig blood. Truthfully, I thought they were horrible no matter how perfectly I prepared them, but I'm sure a vampire will love them. The nice thing about cooking with magic was stasis spells. Ingredients could be kept fresh as long as I needed them to be, and remain perfect to cook with pretty much indefinitely. I had multiple fridges that all came equipped with the spells already on them. Agner peeked over the counter and asked me what I was making with all the pig blood I pulled out of the fridge. When I told him it was for Sarana, he gave me a grateful look. The steak needed about 8 minutes on the grill, and the sausages were currently cooking in a pan. While I waited, I continued to chat with Agner. I can tell you are strong, Haru. Very strong. In Skyrim, you could easily become a famous adventurer, especially with your unique looks. The maidens would flock to your bed. What made you want to become a cook of all professions? Agner asked curiously. I don't mind fighting, but cooking has always been my true passion. These hands of mine weren't meant for taking lives, but for filling empty bellies. Of course, I know my life won't always be peaceful and easy. My mom is technically the queen of my people. Other factions will eventually try to attack me to get to her. That's why she trained me so intensely when I was younger. I explained a bit of my life to Agner as he shared some of his own in turn. He was something known as the Dragonborn. He was a living myth to all the people of Skyrim. Everyone looked to him to solve all of their problems. You are a prince who willingly gave up the crown to become a cook. You are truly a unique individual, Haru. Skyrim is full of people grasping for every scrap of power and refusing to let go. I wish more people were like you, he admitted and told me a bit about the civil war going on in Skyrim. Agner was not a fan of Jarl Ulfric or Queen Elisif. Instead of sitting down to discuss their problems with each other, they've caused a civil war that has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Nords at a time, when Skyrim absolutely could not afford such losses. Apparently, they had just gotten out a massive war against some evilish elves known as the Thalmor. Sorry to hear that, Agner. Politics suck ass. That's why I said fuck it. Agner started laughing uncontrollably at my words. Ha 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 ha. Fuck it indeed. I like you, Haru. We should become friends. What do you say? He picked up his mug and held it up to me. Sometimes friendships born between two men could just be that simple. I think that sounds like a fine idea. I picked up my own mug and slammed it against his. We both knocked back our mead until our mugs were dry. I felt a bit woozy from drinking an almost full mug all at once, though. Huh, that's the spirit, my friend. My bottle is empty, bring me another. And pour yourself another mug as well. Tonight, we celebrate our new friendship. He boasted. Nii-chan, are you okay? On my head. I woke up the next morning with a hangover. Why am I sleeping on the floor? I groaned in discomfort as I sat up. There were food and mead stains all over my clothes. The fur on my tails was also a complete mess of stains that was going to be a bitch to clean out. Kunu was standing over me with a look of confusion as she glanced around the restaurant. It wasn't just me passed out on the floor. There were over a dozen other people passed out in the booths or lying on the bar counter. That was some party last night after Agner had declared the two of us friends. He temporarily left the restaurant to gather some more of his comrades, so we could throw a big party. My restaurant had manifested in the city of Whiterun, where Agner and Surana lived. It was also home to the Warriors Guild Agner was the leader of. They were known as the Companions, and they sure knew how to party. Last night, my restaurant was filled to the brim with boisterous Nords who loved to eat and drink. Of course, as the owner of the place and the reason for the party in the first place, I was roped into the festivities as well. Everyone drank and ate their fill long into the night. Things got pretty wild. At one point, I'm pretty sure I made out with a hot red-headed werewolf. Her name started with an A or something. I was pulled out of my thoughts by my little sister poking me in the cheek. Nii-chan, you're daydreaming again. She pouted at me. Sorry about that, Imudo. What are you doing here so early? I asked her while slowly sitting up. I was slightly nauseous from all the alcohol I'd consumed last night, but thankfully not nauseous enough to start immediately throwing up everywhere. It's not early, Nii-chan. It's already past 10. I want breakfast, Kuna declared. She then glanced around curiously. Who are all these people? They're the friends of my new best friend, Agner, I told her. Kuna looked up at me in disbelief. You have a friend? An actual real friend and not just a make-believe one? She asked doubtfully. I gasped and clutched my chest in shock. How could my little sister have so little faith in my ability to make friends? I have friends, well, more like friendly acquaintances, but that still counts. He is more than just one friend, little sister, a woman's voice called out from the back rooms. Something about her voice sent a shiver through my whole body. I felt oddly drawn to it. It was weird. ID never felt anything quite like it. A stunning red-headed woman stepped out from the back room. Her hair was still wet from the obvious bath she had just taken. She was wearing armor that revealed way too much skin to actually be functional, but I certainly wasn't going to complain. I hope you don't mind that I use your washroom. The technology of this plane is fascinating. It's been a long time since I've bathed in such luxury. I've clearly chosen a fine mate, she added, looking at me. And mate? I sputtered at her, causing her to smirk at me. Kuna let out an excited squeal. My big brother has a girlfriend now, too? What's your name? Pretty werewolf Nii-chan. I have a what? My name is Ela. You're Kunu, correct? She asked, and Kuna nodded. I met your brother last night at the party. He professed his love for me and proclaimed his inner fox desired me. To my surprise, my inner wolf also desired Haru. I am not the type of woman to stand on ceremony, so I declared that we are both courting henceforth. Ela declared, That's so romantic. Kunu squealed. Was it that all happened? I asked. I rubbed my temples and tried my best to remember any of that. Unfortunately, I was drawing a blank. How much did I drink last night? Indeed, that all happened. Ela nodded confidently. That's so amazing. You're so pretty you need to meet our mom, Kuna declared. I shall meet mother-in-law when the time comes, but for now, I have to get all these idiots back to Jorvasker. The companions have missions that need to be fulfilled, and we're running later than usual. Wake up, you morons! Ela shouted loudly at all her sleeping comrades. Over a dozen hungover Nord men started cursing simultaneously. I had to cover Kuna's ears. There were many groans of discontent as they all shuffled their way out of my restaurant and back to Whiterun. I shall return later, Haru. Ela smiled at me before she left with the other companions. As she walked out, she swayed her hips in a way that made it hard to keep my eyes off of them. Damn, she was smoking hot. She was on the same level as Sarana. Mom's gonna be so happy you have a girlfriend, Haru, Kunu said, her tail swaying behind her. She loves you. But sometimes she says that you're too much of an antisocial loner who's too obsessed with cooking, Kunu bluntly explained, in the painful way only a child could. It hurt me right in the feels. Well, that happened. Somehow, I drunkenly got myself a sexy werewolf Viking girlfriend. Apparently, drunk Haru is kinda awesome. But why do adults do this to themselves? Harry groaned. This is horrible, Hermione whined while clutching her own head. I glanced over at one of the booths and found Harry and Hermione waking up as well. They had a couple of bottles of alcohol on their table. Apparently, drunk Haru thought it was okay to give alcohol to teenagers. That was less awesome. Professor McGonagall was also sitting in their booth for some reason. My memories were foggy, but I think she had woken up halfway through the party and decided to start drinking with her students for some reason. Do you know what happened to Agner or Sarana? Harry, I asked. I think they went home towards the end of the party. Or at least Sarana carried Agner home over her shoulder. Vampires can't get drunk off alcohol, he replied. I never thought I'd be jealous of a vampire, Hermione grumbled. My parents will be so disappointed in me if they find out what happened. I'd rather not lose my job. So let's all pretend I didn't get drunk with you kids, McGonagall suggested. Harry and Hermione both agreed. I agreed as well, not because I could possibly lose my job, but because Yasaka might find out I served alcohol to teenagers. What are you guys going to do now? Is it safe for you both to go back to school? I asked them. First, I need to find a pepper potion for this hangover, McGonagall grumbled. And then, it'll be taking Mr. Potter and MS Granger to see an old student of mine. He is a respected lawyer in our community. After that, I'm not sure what we'll do, but I won't fail my students anymore, she declared. She was a pretty cool professor, willing to defend her students from her own boss. The headmaster of their school was a powerful man in their world. I knew a man like that wasn't going to return all the wealth had stolen from Harry without a fight. I offered them sanctuary in Kyoto if it truly came to that. With Sarana teaching the kids her magic, though, they should quickly grow in power. Tell your mom that we can't thank her enough. Despite the hangover, my thoughts have never been clearer, Harry told me sincerely. And we'll be back later to learn from Professor Serena, he said before the three magicals left out the door to Hogsmeade. I was left alone with Kunu in a very messy restaurant. I let out a sigh when I took in the sights and smells. Food and drink were spilled pretty much everywhere. I was going to have to close for a few hours to clean up. I do need to restock a bunch of food and alcohol as well. Despite all that, I couldn't keep a smile off my face. I didn't expect my first day open to be so successful. The best part was that both the Wizards and the Nords paid in actual gold. I wasn't out to make a profit, but damned if I didn't make one last night. Haru, I'm still hungry, Kunu whined while giving me sad puppy eyes. Chapter 4. Visitors in Kyoto. After Kunu finished her breakfast, I left her with her guards, who were waiting outside the front door. I had a bunch of shopping to do, and Kunu had no interest in following me around town as I talked to a bunch of old people. Those were her words, by the way. Hello, young Master Haru. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. What can I do for you? Old man Katsuo asked me. He was a Kappa yokai and the man who supplied me with sake. I'm here to restock. I had a big party last night, and my guests drank the bar dry. I reached into my pocket space and pulled out a few gold coins from Skyrim. Will these work as payment? The old Kappa examined the coin and let out a whistle of appreciation. This is pure gold. I didn't think anyone paid like this anymore. Reminds me of the good old days. Before all the humans ruined the damn economy with their worthless paper money, he headed to the back of his shop and came out with half a dozen small crates filled with kappa sake. I gently placed them into my pocket space one by one before thanking the man and heading to my next destination. My next stop was one of my distant cousins, a two-tailed kitsune by the name of Kimiko. Her family were basically servants of my own, but none of us treated them like that. Kimiko was only slightly older than me at 25 years old, although she chose to stop aging at 20. Like myself and every other Kyoto kitsune, she had golden hair and eyes. "Hello, Haru-sama. Are you here to order more food already?" she asked me. I gave her the same explanation I had given the old kappa. She congratulated me on my successful first day and happily accepted the gold as payment. I also had her take a look at the galleons to see how they compare to septims in value. These gold coins are fake," Kimiko said with a frown as she examined the wizarding currency. "They are enchanted to appear as if they are real, but these coins are absolutely worthless." She turned it over in her hand. She explained that powerful magic had been cast on the coins to make them appear like real gold. Most people wouldn't notice, but kitsune were masters of illusion magic for a reason. I seriously doubted Harry, Hermione, or McGonagall had intended to scam me. The fact that they all carried fake gold coins and thought they were real money suggested a wider conspiracy was going on in their world. Whoever was in charge of their money was clearly up to no good. I'd have to talk to Harry and Hermione about that the next time I saw them. I thanked Kimiko and placed the fake gold coin back into my pocket space before heading to my next stop. The next hour followed pretty much the same pattern as I restocked everything I needed to run my restaurant for the next couple of days. I was about to start heading back when the hairs on my tails all stood up. I sensed multiple devils nearby, wandering around the human side of Kyoto. That shouldn't have been possible. Devils were not welcome here without permission, and even then they would be under heavy scrutiny and guard. I sensed no yokai near the devils at all. I used some illusion magic to hide my golden fox ears and 9 tails, then ventured past the barrier into the human side of Kyoto. I usually didn't like coming here because of how the average Japanese human tended to view me. With my golden hair and eyes, they always mistook me for a foreigner. That shouldn't mean anything, but a shockingly high number of Japanese humans tended to be racist toward anyone who didn't look like them. I put a couple of men in the hospital the last time I ventured into the human side with my little sister, Kanu. They had made some hurtful comments towards her, and I didn't take kindly to that. I ignored the stares as I weaved through the crowds. It didn't take long to find the devils, a group of 4, all wearing the same school uniform. My eyes were immediately drawn to one of the girls. Her fiery red hair stood out like a beacon in the crowd, and I had trouble looking away. I realized then that I might have a thing for redheads. Maybe that's why drunk Haru shamelessly confessed his love to Ila last night. Right now, I needed to figure out what these devils were doing in Kyoto. They were walking around in broad daylight without a care in the world, as if they had been invited here. I knew for a fact that wasn't the case. Someone would have told me. Even though I'd ceded my position as heir, I was still an ultimate class yokai, and one of the unofficial guardians of our home in the event of an attack. The girls had just stepped out of the gift shop when they noticed me. Their giggles and chatter died down quickly as I released a small portion of my yuki to get their attention. The 2 queens, both with long black hair, immediately stepped in front of their kings, taking defensive positions. "Era, hello, yokai-san. Can we help you?" asked the more powerful of the 2 queens. She was a real beauty, a classic Japanese elegance about her. She wasn't just an ordinary reincarnated human either. I could sense something else in her. Beyond just demonic energy, was she a hybrid of some kind? What are 4 devils doing in Kyoto? I asked cautiously. I wasn't the type to pick a fight, especially not with 4 beautiful young women, but I couldn't let them wander around freely. Noble devils had a nasty habit of trying to add yokai to their peerages. Without asking first, to most of them were nothing more than exotic slaves for their collections. "It's none of your business, but we're students of Kuo Academy." Rias Gremory spoke from behind her protective queen. Of course I knew who she was. Her pictures were pretty much spread all across the supernatural version of the internet. She was the little sister of the strongest Mao, Surzex, and the most eligible bachelorette in the entire underworld. She was technically engaged to some other noble devil, but there were a bunch of threads online that mentioned how much she hated the guy and that the marriage was never going to happen. Rias seemed to think that her explanation was sufficient for me. It wasn't. Why would I care about what school they attended? That means absolutely nothing to me, I said before turning to the other king, hoping she had a better explanation. We've been granted express permission by the yokai leaders to visit Kyoto as part of our school trip, Sona Citri explained. She was the second most eligible bachelorette in the underworld. She wasn't as immediately recognizable as Rias, but her older sister was so famous in this world that most supernaturals would also be able to recognize Sona as well by association. Her words made me curious. Permission from which yokai leader? I asked. There was no way my mother knew about this or would have approved of it. This reeked of some kind of conspiracy. The question was, who was it a conspiracy against? My family or these devil girls? What's it to you? Rias asked defensively. She raised her voice, and we were starting to draw people's attention. I released another small burst of magic, and the humans nearby immediately remembered that they had more important things to do than stand around and gawk at us. Being a human in my last life, I wasn't a fan of casually using mind magic on people, but sometimes I didn't have a choice. Once all the humans in the immediate area dispersed, I released the illusion on my ears and tails. The four girls all gasped at the same time. Hello, ladies. My name is Haru. I'm the son of the leader of all yokai, Yasaka. I think she would have told me if devils had been invited into our city. These girls were lucky that it was me who had discovered them first. Had it been anyone else, they would have immediately attacked these four devils. But we have permission to be here, Sona tried to argue. My sister received a handwritten letter of permission from Lord Kintaro. Your mother's advisor. Lord who? I've never heard of anyone by that name. Yasaka doesn't have any advisors anymore, not since the last one killed Kuna's father, my stepfather. My stepfather was an ordinary human who somehow stumbled into the supernatural side of Kyoto. Instead of freaking out like most humans would, he was fascinated and started asking all kinds of questions. Word of the curious human made its way to Yasaka, and she invited him to her palace. They got to talking, and despite how odd a pairing they seemed, they ended up becoming a couple. Kunu was born 10 months later. That didn't make her half-human, though. Half-human yokai didn't exist. The children of humans and yokai were always born full yokai. He didn't seem to mind that his child wasn't human despite that. He was a great guy and an even better dad to Kunu until Yasaka's Tengu advisor, driven by jealousy over my mother, murdered him. Rias Gremory, oh shit, Rias muttered with rising dread. Sona's older sister had really messed up this time. The permission slip they had for their trip to Kyoto was fake. Was this some kind of twisted plot to get her and Sona killed? Her big brother Surzex was always warning her about schemes like these. They were both deep in hostile territory they hadn't been invited into. To make matters worse, they had been assured they had permission for their school trip to Kyoto. So they hadn't bothered to suppress their demonic auras even a little bit this entire time. If Haru, the annoyingly handsome son of Yasaka Rias, had a thing for hot guys with animal ears, had sensed them, it meant other yokai had as well. How long would it take before the four devil girls were surrounded? We need to get out of here, like right now. Sona's voice was laced with panic, which was unusual for her. Normally, Rias would have found her distress amusing, but now wasn't the time for teasing. It's too late for that, Haru said, his voice calm, but his eyes sharp as he looked off to the side. I can already sense multiple strong yokai converging on this location. The last devil who snuck into Kyoto was a branch member of the Phoenix clan. He tried to abduct some yokai girls for his peerage, thinking he could be like his older cousin Riser. His so-called immortality didn't save him from being eaten alive. He grinned, revealing his sharp canines. Rias' eyes widened at that statement. The idea of someone like Riser getting devoured was oddly satisfying, but then she realized she might be in a similar situation. Rias panicked. I don't want to be eaten alive. It would also ignite a war between our people. Sona added urgently. Please help us, Haru. I promise we weren't here doing anything bad. Rias added with a hint of desperation. To her relief, Haru sighed and nodded at them. I'm aware of the consequences if either of you are harmed in our territory. A conflict between our factions would mean the end for both our races. Follow me, he said, and started walking down a street that seemed to straddle the edges of Kyoto's supernatural districts. The four girls quickly followed after him. Rias was momentarily stunned when Haru then suddenly unleashed his power. The four devil girls were instantly enveloped by Haru's Yuki. Instead of being intense and overbearing, it was warm and oddly protective. It also completely masked their own demonic auras, hiding their presence from other potentially hostile yokai. Seeing him easily mask the presence of four high-class devils, Rias realized Haru was in the ultimate class himself. That was incredible, especially considering he didn't look much older than any of them. She thought only her cousin Sarorg had reached that kind of level. In fact, Haru might even be stronger than him. Rias and Sona exchanged knowing looks. Ultimate class beings basically reigned at the top of this world. It was common knowledge that the yokai faction's only ultimate class being was Lady Yasaka. Clearly that information was incorrect. Was Haru the only secret the yokai were hiding, or were there even more? Eventually, she was snapped out of her pondering when they arrived outside a medium-sized restaurant. The Foxhole? Rias chuckled at the name despite the tension of the situation. The restaurant's main sign was a small fox peeking its head out of its burrow. The sign in the window read temporarily closed, but Haru pushed the door open and walked right on inside. Rias figured he must know the owner. This place is a bit of a mess. Akino pointed out the trash state of the restaurant. Sorry about the mess, Haru said, his Yuki fading away as he stopped masking them with his power. Rias found herself oddly missing the warmth of his Yuki. It had felt warm. There was a big party here last night, and I didn't get a chance to clean up. Welcome to the Foxhole. This is my restaurant. Even though it's technically in Kyoto, everything here is my territory. As long as you're inside, you'll be safe. We'll figure out how to get you girls out of the city after you contact your siblings, Haru explained. Rias was taken aback. She hadn't expected Haru, who was basically a prince of his people, to run a restaurant. Most supernatural beings, especially those with his status, wouldn't go for something so ordinary. You open a restaurant? Sona asked incredulously. Why? You have all that power, Haru shrugged casually. I like to cook. My powers and status are nice, but they don't define me, he said simply. The girls were stunned by his confession, especially Rias. Power and status don't define me? She repeated in her head. She couldn't help but giggle. Finally, someone who got it. That's exactly how she tried to live her own life. You'll probably be here for a few hours, Haru said. Do you want to order something? I'll make you some food, but you'll need to help me clean up a bit. Rias laughed again. He asked them to help, but Akino was already on it. It was a little-known fact that her queen was a bit of a clean freak. Akino had already conjured a broom with her demonic power and was already in the process of sweeping the floor. Tsubaki immediately joined in to help her. Rias would have pitched in too, but she wasn't allowed to help clean after she nearly destroyed the occult research club room with her attempt to use her power of destruction on some dust bunnies. The money for all the damages had come out of her anime and manga budget, something she was still bitter about. She and Sona settled themselves in front of the bar. Haru was behind the counter, chopping some fresh-smelling vegetables. So, you have your own restaurant? What's that like? Rias asked, a lot less tense now that they were apparently safe in his territory. I'm curious as well, Sona added. Haru grinned. It's great, but also kind of bizarre. I just opened yesterday, and I got a lot of strange customers. And none of them were even from our dimension, he said with a chuckle. Rias and Sona exchanged confused looks. Huh? Haru the girls took the idea that the restaurant connected to other dimensions surprisingly well. And by surprisingly well, I mean they didn't believe me at all. That was fine. They'd find out soon enough if another bizarre dimension-hopping customer showed up hungry for some good food. It was approaching lunchtime after all. In the meantime, I sent a message to Yasaka letting her know about the 4 visitors in my restaurant. They were here in Kyoto without permission, but they had been under the impression that they'd received it directly from her office. According to Sona, the stamp on the letter was official. It seemed we had some traitorous yokai to root out, just as the devils would have to deal with their own traitors. An obvious conspiracy was brewing now. I just had to wait for Yasaka's response. In the meantime, I still had a restaurant to run. The 2 queens were cleaning up nicely, while their companions enjoyed the meal I'd prepared. "This is so freaking good," Rias Gremory declared, practically inhaling her bowl of ramen. "We have a live-in maid who cooks for my family, but she never makes ramen. She says it's not a meal befitting a proper noble lady." Rias complained, though she didn't slow down. Sona was slurping her noodles thoughtfully. I didn't like seeing my customers looking troubled, even if they were devils. "Something wrong with the food?" I asked. Sona shook her head, a soft smile on her face. "No, it's very good, Haru-san. I was just trying to figure out what's going on. Things could have turned out badly if you hadn't been the first yokai to discover us," she said, glancing at her phone as she began typing a quick message. "I'm sure our class is freaking out. We've basically gone missing," Rias said, looking frustrated. "Too bad I have no way to contact them." She mentioned how Shed avoided giving her phone number to the girls in her class after it got leaked to all the boys at Kuo Academy. "I got so many inappropriate photos that week," she added with a shudder. I burst out laughing at that comment, which made Rias pout cutely at me. "I'm sure our classmates are fine. They probably think we snuck off to a love hotel for some sweet Yuri time," Aquino said with a giggle. Rias choked on her noodles and glared at Aquino. "Why would you say something like that, Aquino?" Aquino shrugged, still sweeping the floor. "Because it's true. Half the school thinks you and I are a couple. They also think the same about Sona and Tsubaki. We've all been confessed to by almost every boy in school and rejected them all." Tsubaki, who was wiping a table next to Aquino, paused as she blushed at the implication. "The only boy I'm interested in is Kiba-kun," she said softly, having said the least of the group so far. "If you're all finished gossiping, I have some news," Sona said, closing her flip phone. "I sent a message to my sister. She's trying to figure out what happened and is speaking with Yasaka now. She should be able to pick us up in a few hours if the yokai don't let us stay in Kyoto." "That's good," I told the 4 girls. "Feel free to order seconds while we wait Chapter 5. Haru, the atmosphere in my restaurant was awkward, to say the least." "Sotan, you're okay. Your big sister almost had a heart attack when I got your call. I was so upset I nearly attacked heaven," Seraphal Leviathan, the Mao, exclaimed, hugging her younger sister tightly. "Ine-san, this is so embarrassing." Sona looked absolutely mortified. As soon as Seraphal had entered my restaurant with my mother, she made a beeline for her sister, scooping Sona up and plopping her sister right on her lap in one of the booths. Sona tried to pry herself off of her older sister's lap, but the Mao apparently had an iron grip. Seraphal ignored her sister's struggles with a carefree grin as Yasaka sat down across from the Devil Sisters. "I'm so glad everything worked out," Seraphal exclaimed. "Those evil meanies who plotted against us will receive Leviathan's swift justice. Era, be sure to save some of them for me." Yasaka's smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "A war could have broken out between our races over this," she said quietly, making everyone wince. Even Seraphal's smile faltered at that dark thought. "What actually happened, Nasan?" Sona asked, still struggling to pull herself off of her sister's lap unsuccessfully. Yasaka answered, "Let's just say there were certain unsavory individuals high up in both of our factions' administrations that wanted to see our factions enter conflict. They chose to potentially sacrifice you for girls by sending you into yokai territory to do so. I've already captured a few conspirators for my side," she calmly explained, but I could tell she was fuming. "After the death of my human stepfather, Yasaka went on a massive traitor hunt in her anguish. I thought she had rooted out all the bad apples amongst our people, but clearly that wasn't the case." Rias spoke up, trying to lighten the heavy mood. "Lady Seraphal is right. Everything worked out in the end. Let's just be happy and move on." She then turned to me and flashed a grateful smile. "Thank you so much for covering for us and letting us hide in your restaurant, Haru. Ikinda here." "No problem," You girls have been great company. Feel free to come back anytime. I glanced over at Yasaka, realizing I shouldn't have made that offer without her approval. I might welcome all people into my restaurant, but politics were still an unfortunate thing. Is it all right for them to come back here? I asked her. Yasaka gave a small nod. The Gremari and Citri clans are now officially allied with the Kyoto yokai. They are welcome in our territory whenever they wish. As for other devil clans, we will decide on a case-by-case basis. For example, members of the Phoenix clan will never be welcome in Kyoto, she said coldly. We will dispose of them on site. Rias looked happy to hear that morbid declaration from Yasaka. Riser isn't ever allowed to come here. Perfect. He'll be teleporting here for lunch and dinner every day then. I have a feeling the asshole has been secretly spying on me lately, she added bitterly. If you got issues with a man following you around, the companions can help, girl. The door to my restaurant swung open, and in strolled Ela. She flashed me a softer smile than I expected from a hardened warrior. I'm back. How? Welcome back, Ela. I mumbled, feeling awkward as every girl in the restaurant suddenly locked their eyes on her. I suddenly realized I was the only man in a restaurant filled completely with beautiful women. Where the hell were all my male customers from last night? Era, who might you be? Yasaka asked with a raised eyebrow. Ela walked right up to Yasaka's booth. You must be Queen Yasaka. Haru mentioned you last night at the party. Wait, I did? I barely remembered anything from last night. Ela kept going. It's nice to meet you, mother-in-law. I believe little Kunu called me Haru's girlfriend, though that's a bit strange for my people. We're more than friends. We're courting each other. She nodded, satisfied with her explanation. Well, it's not every day you see my mom speechless, but Ela had left her completely gaping. I face-bombed. Leave it to a Nord to be so blunt. She was basically the female version of my new friend Agner W. What? Rias sputtered, snapping her head towards me. You're actually dating this cosplay Viking woman? She asked me, looking jealous. Was I reading that right? Era, I sensed some drama coming up. Akino grinned, teasing Rias. Indeed, Tsubaki added next to her. What's cosplay? Ela asked, looking genuinely confused. It's what you're wearing. Rias shot back with her arms crossed. You're dressed up like some kind of slutty Viking warrior. That armor barely covers any of your vital areas. Rias had a point. I remembered seeing other female companions at the party last night. And yeah, Ela's armor was the skimpiest. I had assumed it was because she was a werewolf and needed something easy to take off before transforming. Or maybe she just liked showing off her incredible body. Ela scowled at her fellow redhead. Oomph. They'll have you know, this is ancient Nord armor. It might be a bit dated by my people's standards, but it's still perfectly acceptable. If anything, the one who should be ashamed of her dress is you. That skirt you wear is far too short and quite scandalous. It's hardly proper attire. Rias sputtered again. This is my school uniform. It was officially approved by the faculty at Kuo Academy. Sona decided to cut in. Actually, Rias, you hypnotized the principal when he refused to change the official skirt lengths. I was fine with the standard knee-length uniforms, she added, still stuck on her sister's lap, of course. I think Sotan looks adorable in her school uniform. Rias did a good job. Nobody likes long skirts anyway. Sarah Fall chimed in, cheerful as ever. Yasaka finally snapped out of her stupor and stared at Ela up and down. You are my son's girlfriend? Since when? Last night, during the party when Haru drunkenly declared his love for me in front of all the companions. Ela explained. Drunkenly? Yasaka gave me a very disapproving look. Do I need to order the Kappa clan to stop supplying your restaurant with so much sake? No, that was just a one-time thing. I assured her with a nervous gulp. We were celebrating a successful first day and the fact that Agner and I became sworn friends. I can tell that everyone is clearly out of the loop here. You're not giving us enough backstory to work with, Haru-kun, Sarah Fall said passionately. People will stop watching your TV show if they don't know what's going on. What TV show? This is a restaurant, I pointed out with a sigh. Fine, this is what happened yesterday. I took a couple minutes to explain to Yasaka and my devil guests about everything that had happened the previous day, along with all of my customers and the fact that this restaurant connected to other dimensions for a reason we had yet to figure out. Yasaka obviously knew about that part, but she hadn't been present when Harry and Hermione returned after getting healed. Agner and Surana arrived after that, followed by all the other companions. Wait a minute. Are you telling me you weren't messing with us earlier? Rias asked, eyes wide in disbelief. She's actually from another dimension? She pointed at Ela. What does she even do there? Ela proudly placed her hands on her hips. I am a member of the Companions, the most honorable band of warriors in all of Skyrim. We travel across the land, slaying bandits and monsters alike to help the common folk. Our current harbinger is Agner the Dragonborn, she declared with unmistakable pride. Rias crossed her arms, a skeptical expression on her face. So you're basically just a mercenary. Is that the kind of woman who should be dating the prince of the yokai? She flicked her gaze over to me and added, I think Haru could do better, personally. Oh, shots have been fired. Ela let out a growl that was almost inhuman, causing Rias to take a few nervous steps back. You take that back. I am an honorable woman. Dozens of strong Nords have approached me with an amulet of Mara, and I turned them all down. Her hand hovered dangerously over the dagger on her thigh. Insult my honor again, and we'll have more than just words. Rias, clearly rattled, still began summoning her demonic power. A dark red aura flared up around her. So you're a werewolf, huh? I'm not afraid of you. You will be. Things were escalating fast, and I had to step in before my restaurant became a war zone. Aquino and Tsubaki had just cleaned the place. I wasn't about to let it get wrecked again. Enough, ladies. There will be no fighting in my restaurant, or I'll ban you both for a week. Ela huffed and sheathed her dagger, while the ominous red aura around Rias slowly faded. At least you're not a cowardly milk drinker too afraid to fight. Ela muttered begrudgingly. Thanks, and I'm sorry for insulting your honor, Rias replied stiffly. After a pause, she continued, What was that about the companions being able to help me? You mentioned that when you first walked in. Ela nodded, regaining her composure. Well, you weren't entirely wrong when you called us mercenaries. We do take jobs to help settle disputes between people from time to time, but we don't take assassination missions. Tell me about this man who's stalking you. You called him Riser? Rias sighed. I don't need Riser dead well. I wouldn't be upset if he was, but I'd settle for him getting a good beating. He's strong, and he's got this annoying ability to regenerate from any injury he receives. She went on, explaining everything she knew about Riser and his powers. Ela listened carefully, nodding along. We might be able to figure out a way around his regeneration, but you may need to request the Harbinger himself to take on this mission for you. Let's head over here to discuss the details and payment for our services. She led Rias to an empty table. The two suddenly deep in conversation about what sounded a lot like a hit job. Everyone in the restaurant watched as the two women, who were moments away from tearing each other apart, were now calmly negotiating some sort of hit job with smiles on both of their faces. Women could be very confusing sometimes. What just happened? Sona asked, finally managing to slip free from her dazed older sister's grasp. She darted over to the bar, clearly trying to avoid getting caught again. Give me some freaking alcohol. I don't care that I'm not old enough to drink. I just shrugged, grabbing one of the freshly stocked bottles and pouring her a small cup. Sona downed it in one go, muttering under her breath about the struggles of dealing with an overly clingy older sister. I've never seen Rias quite so interested in a man before, Aquino teased, sending a wink my way as she and Tsubaki joined Sona at the bar. Grateful for their help cleaning up earlier, I offered the two Devil Queens free meals. Aquino chose a classic Japanese bento, but Tsubaki's order caught me off guard. She asked for Italian spaghetti. Curious, I raised an eyebrow. Spaghetti? Tsubaki blushed slightly, glancing away. The boy I like is Italian. I figure I should get used to the food he likes for when we, eventually get married, she said with a blush. Aquino burst out laughing. Good luck with that, Tsubaki-chan. Rias and I are like 90 sure Kiba is gay at this point. He's seen both of us naked multiple times and never so much as bat an eye at either of us. A fufu, Aquino teased. I was listening in on their conversation as I started preparing the ingredients for their orders. Whoever this Kiba guy was, he was one lucky bastard. Tsubaki gaped at Akino in shock. That can't be true. Serafal, after recovering from that strange scene with Rias and Ila, Serafal and Yasaka continued a more private conversation in their booth. Serafal cast a simple spell that blocked out all noise so the girls at the bar wouldn't overhear them. Do you know how big of a deal this restaurant is, Yasaka? Other dimensions. That sounds completely absurd. We all know they exist, but no one has ever been able to safely pass the dimensional gap to access them. Great Red kills anyone who dares to try. She hissed out. Yasaka nodded thoughtfully at Serafal's words. I am well aware. We've already gathered plenty of evidence. This restaurant connects to 3 different dimensions already, and I feel that's just the beginning. So far, everything's been relatively peaceful, and Great Red hasn't made an appearance, so we must be flying under his radar for now. Serafal took a moment to let that sink in, then leaned forward, her tone shifting to something more calculated. If that's the case, your faction is sitting on a metaphorical gold mine. Other dimensions? That's a near-limitless opportunity. Resources, knowledge, alliances, all of it just opened up to your people. But if the other factions find out about this, especially the stronger ones in our world, they might try to bully their way into your territory, she warned, her eyes narrowing. Unless, of course, you had a strong partner to stand by your side. It was clear why Serafal was the Mao in charge of foreign relations. She saw not just the potential business benefits, but the opportunity to ease tensions between the yokai and the devils. Well, most devils. Some clans couldn't help themselves when it came to aggressively recruiting peerage members. Yasaka's eyes flickered with understanding. You're suggesting a true alliance? Serafal smiled. Between your faction and mine would be more than a match for anyone who tries to take advantage of us. And who knows? It could be the start of a real peace between our people. Maybe we could even seal the deal with a marriage or 2. Serafal offered. Rias seems to have taken an interest in your son. She pointed out the obvious. It wouldn't be too impossible to get her family to agree to this opportunity once they learn about the potential of this restaurant. She also seems to be getting along fine with his werewolf girlfriend now that they're not trying to kill each other. It could work, Serafal explained, glancing to the side and temporarily dropping the noise-canceling spell. Rias and Ila had finished up their actual business, and now Rias was explaining to Ila the finer details of actual cosplay. The werewolf girl seemed oddly fascinated with the concept. Serafal waited quietly, watching Yasaka tap her fingers on the table, lost in thought. She really hoped Yasaka would agree to the alliance. The peerage system had saved the devils from extinction, but hadn't stopped their culture from teetering on the edge of stagnation. They needed something to push them forward, to shake them out of the old ways that still clung to their society. Maybe, Serafal thought, the introduction of magic or technology from other dimensions could be the spark the devil world needed. It wasn't just about business, it was about evolution. The devils had survived, but they hadn't thrived. With access to new ideas, new tools, and new ways of thinking from beyond the dimensional gap, they could finally break free of their centuries-old traditions and start building something better. Yasaka's silence stretched on for a few more seconds before she finally spoke. You make a compelling argument, Serafal, she said slowly. An alliance with your faction would offer protection from those who would try to exploit Haru's restaurant. But more than that, it could open the door to something much bigger for both our people. Serafal's eyes lit up with excitement. Exactly. This could be the turning point we both need. Imagine the possibilities, Yasaka. Knowledge, power, and resources from entirely different worlds. It could change everything, she said happily. Yasaka smiled softly, but still with a hint of caution. Let's not rush into this too quickly. I need to ensure that whatever deal we strike is in the best interest of the yokai. But I agree this is an opportunity we can't afford to ignore. Serafal hated all the waiting that came with politics, but nodded. Of course, we'll take some time to figure out the best path forward for both of our factions. Haru Akino was happily enjoying her bento lunch, while Tsubaki was slowly picking at her spaghetti. She looked like she was still processing the fact that the boy she had been pursuing for years might be gay. No one really knew for sure, though, unless the guy himself said something. But honestly, that sounded like a whole lot of not my problem. My current problem was the little sister of the Mao Leviathan, Sona, who was trying to drown her embarrassment in sake. That definitely didn't seem healthy, so I cut her off. Sona whined at me when I refused to pour her more drinks. Aren't you still on a school trip? Your cheeks are already flushed. Your teachers are going to notice if you drink any more, I said, putting the bottle back under the counter for good measure. Sona slumped forward onto the bar, groaning dramatically. You don't know what it's like. Having an older sister like Seraphal, she complained. Every time she comes around, she always does something to embarrass me. I chuckled softly while wiping down the counter where some sake had sloshed. Just then, the door to my restaurant swung open and someone new walked inside. Welcome to the Foxhole. You can sit at the bar or wherever you like, I said to the little girl. A little girl who looked like she was cosplaying as an old Nazi, equipped with an actual wooden rifle hung over her shoulder. She looked around the restaurant incredulously before gaping at me. What the hell? Is this some kind of trick from being X Chapter 6? A child soldier? Tanya von de Geerchaff, the familiar scenery threw Tanya off, a weird sense of déjà vu creeping in. It was the kind of place she only saw in her dreams, not reality. After months of brutal battles on the front lines, she had just returned to the capital of the empire, craving nothing more than a decent cup of coffee. That's when she spotted at the Foxhole. With a dark sense of humor that came from too many years as a soldier, she figured it would be a small, grimy cafe. The name alone had her curious enough to check it out. What she didn't expect was to walk into a cozy, traditional Japanese family restaurant. The warm atmosphere was almost eerie after she had been around so much death and destruction. She thought that everyone inside looked too perfect and clean. And wait, were those girls at the bar actually wearing school uniforms? Tanya shook her head. Focus. What really mattered was the bartender and the customer in one of the booths, both of whom had clearly inhuman features. 9 large, fluffy tails and a pair of fox ears atop their heads? Yeah, that wasn't normal, even from her perspective as a mage. She marched right up to the counter and hopped up on an empty stool. Once seated, she glared at the inhuman bartender. What the hell is this place? And what the hell are you supposed to be? Another one of being XS lackeys. Here to mess with me? Is this some twisted attempt to make me feel sentimental by throwing a Japanese family restaurant at me? Tanya scoffed, crossing her arms. As if she'd break down over something like that, the bartender looked at her, utterly confused. I have no idea who being X is, he said. Tanya grimaced. Right, only she called it that. To everyone else, being X was known as I'm talking about that bastard who calls himself God, always flaunting his powers over poor mortals and acting like he's better than us, even though I know he's nothing more than a fraud. She snapped. The bartender's expression didn't change at all. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Japan has hundreds, thousands of gods. And honestly, a lot of them act like you describe, even though most of them aren't even that impressive or powerful, he added with a shrug. Hell, some people still consider 9-tailed kitsune like me and my family to be gods. Japan? Tanya asked, her eyebrows knitting together. Why are you talking about Japan? How do you even know about Japan? Was he from her old world as well? Was he another reincarnation? Her head started spinning with thoughts about all the potential plots and plans being X could come up with to try and screw her over. Tanya was snapped out of her stormy thoughts by one of the girls sitting nearby. Era, because that's where we are right now, little girl. We're in Japan. Tanya whipped around, ready to bite back with some snappy remark, but the words caught in her throat. The girl was drop-dead gorgeous like something out of her wildest fantasies. She was an amazing Japanese beauty with curves in all the right places, and her assets were nothing short of amazing. Tanya could feel the heat rising to her face, and she quickly fought off a blush. Sure, she was in a girl's body now, but deep down, she was still a healthy man. And who are you supposed to be? Tanya asked defensively. Being X hadn't tried to honeypot her yet, but she wouldn't put it past the bastard. Ara. Don't you know it's polite to introduce yourself first? The schoolgirl teased, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Tanya, unamused, slid her rifle off her back and set it on the stool beside her, its weight hitting the seat with a solid thud. "I'm Colonel Tanya von de Geerchaff," she said. The girl's eyes widened slightly when Tanya mentioned her rank, but then she giggled behind her hand. "What an adorable little soldier you are, Tanya-chan. I'm Akino Himejima," she teased again before turning back to the bartender. "Is she from another dimension, too?" "Haruko-kun, another dimension?" Tanya's ears perked up, her attention suddenly razor-sharp. She listened intently as they continued talking. Could this actually be real? Was it possible she had stumbled upon a way to escape the hellscape of war that being X had dumped her into? "Yeah, she's probably from another dimension," the fox-eared bartender, Haru, replied casually, his tails flicking behind him. "Child soldiers aren't exactly common these days, same with Nazis," he added, casting a brief glance at Tanya. Then he flashed her a smile that seemed designed to charm something Tanya was immune to, though she figured most women might fall for it. "As I said before, welcome to the Foxhole," Haru continued. "It's my restaurant, and for reasons I don't entirely understand, it has the ability to manifest itself in multiple dimensions." He paused, looking thoughtful. "Right, you might have no clue what I'm talking about," he muttered to himself. Tanya bristled, gripping the edge of the counter. "Of course I know about alternate dimensions. I was cursed to be reborn in one by that foul being X." She practically shouted, then clapped a hand over her mouth. She had never shared that secret with anyone, not even her closest ally Victoria. Wow. Reincarnation? You're like a real-life Ice Guy protagonist. You have to come on my TV show. Apparently, Tanya's outburst had caught the attention of everyone in the restaurant. One of the women who had been sitting in a booth dressed in what looked like magical girl cosplay, for some reason immediately rushed up to the counter, getting right in Tanya's face. "A show?" Tanya repeated skeptically. In her current world, TV barely existed, and what little did was just war propaganda. "What show are you talking about? And who the hell are you supposed to be?" The girl raised her hand, and in a flash of pink light, a heart-shaped magic wand materialized out of thin air. She took a few steps back before striking an exaggerated pose. "I am Miracle Magical Girl Leviathan, the magical girl who protects the hopes and dreams of children everywhere and defends them from evil," she declared enthusiastically. Tanya raised a skeptical eyebrow. She turned back to the bartender, hoping he could provide a better explanation. Haru chuckled. "This is Seraphal Leviathan. She's one of the top 4 strongest devils of Mao," he explained casually. "And yeah, she has her own Magical Girl TV show, but I wouldn't exactly call it child-friendly. There's a lot of nudity," he said with a small blush that had the other women in the bar cooing at him. Tanya's eyes widened. A Mao? She was standing in front of an actual devil. Her mind raced with the implications. If this woman was a devil, then she was an enemy of God, an enemy of being X. Could it be that she had finally found an ally against that self-righteous tyrant? For the first time, Tanya's cold, calculating mass cracked. A flicker of hope, tiny but real, crossed her features. Maybe, just maybe, this wasn't a trick after all. The fox woman with the most impressive assets Tanya had seen yet approached and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Maybe you should tell us your story, Tanya-chan. Tell us about your world. We might be able to help," she offered with a soft, reassuring smile. And so, Tanya did. She told them everything about how her first life had been cruelly cut short, almost certainly by being X himself. Then she described the living nightmare that had been her second life so far. 13 long years in a world where war was endless, a brutal, unrelenting conflict of guns and magic. Millions of lives lost every year in a senseless, violent struggle. All because that wretched being X wanted to cause enough death and despair to force an entire world to pray to him for salvation. By the time she finished her story, everyone in the restaurant had gathered around the bar, listening intently. This being X Ela, the Viking woman, growled, her fists clenched in anger. "He sounds worse than any of the Daedric princes. He needs to be stopped." The other redhead girl, next to Ela, said. Sarah Fall crossed her arms and leaned against the counter. I can tell you one thing, Tanya-chan, she said with a grim smile. Being X is definitely not God Owl. She paused, rubbing her aching head, and so did all the schoolgirls around her. Tanya was surprised to learn that they, too, were all devils, just like Sarah Fall. And saying the word God hurt them for some reason. In fact, no one in the restaurant besides her was fully human. She should have been more freaked out about that, but she found it oddly comforting for some reason. People had always compared her to a devil. I obviously know he's not God, Tanya replied. But I don't know what he is, or why he's so obsessed with me. The fox woman, Yasaka, frowned thoughtfully. I have a theory, though I hope I'm wrong. She said cautiously. I think being X might be an evil spirit. Maybe the most powerful one I've ever heard of. If he can cross dimensions at will and forcefully reincarnate souls that aren't bound to him, she trailed off. Hard shit, this might be a bit of a problem. Evil spirits had a natural advantage against yokai. And if one showed up here looking for Tanya, that could spell trouble. Especially one powerful enough to do everything she claimed. I'd never heard of an evil spirit transcending and becoming an actual god before. How much pain and misery did it have to cause for that to happen? Is there a way to deal with being X? Then, Tanya asked, he's been harassing me for so long, I just want to be done with him. Evil spirits are naturally weak to psychic powers, Yasaka explained. You need to find an incredibly powerful Esper to take on an evil spirit as powerful as being X sounds. The truth is, I don't know if such a powerful human has ever existed, she added, and then apologized to Tanya for not being able to help more. I could tell that Yasaka was hesitant to even offer shelter to Tanya in Kyoto, but I knew she would have asked. She wouldn't hesitate to help a child, and even if Tanya wasn't one mentally, she still was physically at only 13 years old. I would offer to help, but demonic power tends to actually make evil spirits even stronger, Seraphol admitted sheepishly. Tanya explained how she had discovered something similar when she tried to kill being X herself with her fairly impressive own magical abilities. She apparently fired what would amount to a mini magical nuke at him, and he wasn't even bothered by it or the explosion. That added magical immunity and physical immunity to his list of admittedly impressive abilities. As well, Tanya crossed her arms and let out a huff. It's okay. I always knew that taking down being X wouldn't be easy. It's not like the amazing Esper I'm looking for is just going to walk through the door. Hey guys, quite the crowd you've got here today, Haru-san. Arataka Reijin strode into the restaurant, followed by a plain-looking middle school boy in a black school uniform. Finally, I wasn't the only guy anymore. Come on in, Reigen-san. Is that your apprentice you mentioned yesterday? Yep. This here is Shigeo, but everyone just calls him Mob. Reijin introduced the boy, who looked incredibly nervous with so many eyes on him, especially from so many women, I suspected. Hello, Mob muttered, staring at the floor with a blush. The bar was quickly running out of available seats, but there were still 2 left for Reijin and Mob to join us. I can't stop thinking about that Katsudon from yesterday, Reijin exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. You gotta try it, Mob. Okay, Mob replied. His voice was barely above a whisper. Poor kid definitely needed to work on his confidence. 2 orders of Katsudon coming right up. I grabbed a large chunk of tender pork and started slicing it with precision. While I worked, Reijin made some small talk. You got a lot more customers today. Looks like your place is going to be pretty popular. You should have come by last night, I said with a chuckle. The place was packed. There was a whole party, and things got pretty wild, maybe a bit too wild. I wouldn't have been able to. Mob and I had to exorcise an evil spirit haunting an all-girls high school yesterday. Sounds easy, right? It wasn't. Men aren't allowed on campus. So we had to disguise ourselves as girls. Our disguises were flawless, but somehow I still ended up getting caught. Reijin lamented, shaking his head as he told me about running away from the security guards. Mob managed to sneak in just fine, though. He made a pretty convincing girl. He laughed and gave Mob a pat on the back. Mob's face turned beet red, and he looked like he wanted to disappear. I decided to give him an extra portion of Katsudon on the house. Hold on. Tanya suddenly snapped her head toward the pair. You guys are exorcists. You can take care of evil spirits. Her disbelief was palpable. What was that about someone waltzing in through the front door? Rei-jin flashed a grin at the little blonde girl. Oh, are you being haunted, Oju-chan? Never fear. For modest fee, Mob, and I will be more than happy to help you out. Raygon gave Tanya the same sales pitch he had given Yasaka yesterday. Really? Tanya's eyes narrowed as she stared intensely at Rei-jin and Mob. Neither of them looked particularly impressive on the surface, but I could sense something was off about Mob. Compared to Rei-jin, Mob seemed to have genuine Esper abilities, although it felt like he was suppressing his powers for some reason. Despite his blush, Mob managed to look Tanya straight in the eyes. Evil spirits are troublesome. I will get rid of it for you, he declared, surprising us all with his confidence. Oh, that's adorable. I think someone's got a little crush. The girls in the restaurant all cooed at Mob's sudden declaration. They all thought he was trying to impress her because he and Tanya were the same age. The lighthearted atmosphere of the restaurant abruptly shifted as the doors were flung open by a powerful gust of wind. And then it appeared. Describing it was difficult. It was a floating orb of shifting, multicolored lights, lacking any discernible physical form. So, this is where you've run off to, sinner? The voice of the entity echoed with a chilling resonance. You thought you could escape from me by traveling to another dimension? Tanya's face twisted into a fierce snarl as she spat out the name with barely contained hatred. Being X despite the lack of eyes. I felt its gaze pierce through every single person in the room. A shiver ran down my spine, my fur standing on end. I knew instinctively that a fight against this being would be incredibly difficult. It was powerful. I gritted my teeth as I saw Yasaka and Seraphal sharing similar looks of dread. Almost everyone was trembling, consorting with devils and demons. Are you, sinner? How low you have fallen, being X said with disdain. They're much better company than you are, being X. Tanya shot back defiantly. What are you doing here? Can't you see you're killing the mood in this restaurant? Begone, evil spirit. I know what you are now. Being X floated closer to us all, its malevolent aura making the very air thick and oppressive. If it usually pretended to be a god, it certainly wasn't doing so now. The aura it emitted made it hard to breathe and stand. I could already feel the negative energy seeping into my body, trying to corrupt me. I was genuinely relieved that Kunu wasn't here today. I know not what this place is, being X declared ominously, but I will not permit its existence in my world. I will also not permit anyone knowing the truth about what I am. You've overstepped too far, sinner. Our game must come to an unfortunate end. It declared it was going to kill Tanya, and probably everyone here as well. Weren't you supposed to be an all-knowing god? How can you not know what this place is? I couldn't help but speak up. This was my restaurant, and I wasn't about to let some random evil spirit waltz in and act like it owned the place. Blue fox fire crackled above my hand, ready to unleash if it came to a fight. Suddenly, I felt all of being excess attention snap to me. Your pitiful defiance is laughable, demon. I shall be rid of you, first Gra. An ear-splitting wail of agony erupted from being X. Its orb-like form began to distort wildly, clearly under assault from another force. That's enough. Mob's voice rang out as he strode toward the evil spirit. A shimmering aura of psychic energy surrounded him. I'd been right, he was an Esper, and an incredibly powerful one at that. His psychic presence was so immense that it overwhelmed my senses. You're going to leave Tanya-chan alone now and never come back, Mob declared as he blasted the evil spirit with a surge of psychic power. This power? Any Esper? Didami. This isn't over. Being X stuttered in pain before quickly retreating from my restaurant. The oppressive atmosphere lifted instantly, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Fuck yes. Tanya started jumping up and down with a wild look of glee in her eyes. She ran over to Mob and actually planted a kiss on his cheek. That was amazing. That really was amazing, kid. I thank Mob. You really saved us all, kid. He wasn't moving for some reason. Is he okay? Raygon walked over to Mob, and then started giggling when he looked at his face. Ha ha ha. He fainted after Tanya-chan kissed his cheek, poor mob. He's not good with girls, Chapter 7. A land deed? Harry Potter, 3 days later. Harry wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting as the magic buzzed through him. His new teacher, Sarana, had really put him through the ringer. The last time he had pushed himself this hard was last year, when he had to fend off 100 Dementors. Magic is like a muscle, my young apprentice, Sarana explained calmly. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. But if you neglect it, it becomes weak and unreliable. That's why so many adult mages struggle after they finish school. Is that why our Hogwarts professors are some of the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain? Hermione asked, wiping sweat from her own brow. Because they're always using magic? Sarana nodded. Exactly, my other apprentice. That's why I'm putting you both through this training to strengthen your reserves. You both just spent 3 months without casting a single spell outside of your school. You probably don't even realize how much of your magic reserves you lost from that inactivity, she pointed out, and Harry grimaced. He always hated summer because it meant he was going back to the Dursleys, but now he hated it even more because it apparently also weakened his magic. He noticed that he did always seem to struggle with spells he had previously mastered the first couple months back in the school. He thought it was just because he was out of practice, not his magical muscles literally atrophying on him. The task Sarana had them doing sounded simple, cast the spell Flames over and over again. It sounded easy enough, but was actually exhausting. Sarana explained that Flames was one of the most common destruction spells in Skyrim, mainly because having fire literally on hand was incredibly useful when half the region was a frozen wasteland. The fact that the spell was wandless left both Harry and Hermione amazed. In fact, all the magic Sarana had taught them so far was wandless. There were magical staves in Skyrim, but Harry had promised himself he would never use one. They were powered by human souls. Hermione was just as disgusted as he was at the practice. The vampire didn't seem to understand why they were so freaked out about the whole soul thing due to cultural differences, but they were slowly explaining it to her. It would take time, but they'd get there eventually. So, my apprentices, how have you both been enjoying Skyrim so far? Sarana asked with a knowing smirk. I'd like to say it's a lot more dangerous than the magical world, Harry said, but then again, we've both almost died many times at Hogwarts during our first 3 years. Hermione nodded in agreement. The walking skeletons are a bit different, though as part of their training, Sarana had taken them below the Whitron Temple of Arche to practice magic on the undead skeletons that kept rising there. The skeletons weren't actually that dangerous, since the priests didn't leave any weapons lying around for them to grab. The worst they could do was try to punch or grab at you. Without any muscles, they weren't even that strong. At first, both Harry and Hermione had been nervous, but after destroying a handful of skeletons each, they weren't afraid anymore. They didn't get too cocky, though. Sarana warned them that Skyrim was home to far more powerful undead ones that were heavily armed and could even use magic. Harry felt the magic inside him deplete once again as the flames sputtered out. The rock he had been casting on was glowing bright orange at this point. Hermione ran out of magic a few seconds later. Her reserves were slightly larger than Harry's. That whole spiel about Muggleborns having less magic than purebloods had turned out to be a load of rubbish. It was simply that pure-blood kids could cast spells at home during the summer, so they didn't have to spend time building their magic back up every year at Hogwarts. I think you've both reached the point where I can start teaching you real magic, Sarana said, examining the glowing rocks they had been scorching. You were both able to successfully cast for 5 minutes straight, and with a decent amount of power behind your flames as well. You've moved past the novice stage and become apprentices. Weren't we already your apprentices? Hermione asked, placing her hands on her knees to catch her breath. Sarana shook her head. That's not what I meant. In Tamriel, mages and spells are divided into ranks: novice, apprentice, adept, expert, and master. You were both novices until now. That didn't mean you couldn't cast higher-level spells. It just meant that you couldn't cast them in succession without quickly exhausting yourselves. Harry nodded, wondering what rank the Patronus charm would fall under by Skyrim standards. That spell always drained him quickly. So you can teach me destruction spells that'll work on dragons now? Serana shrugged before responding bluntly. Dragons from my world? Not a chance. Dragons in your world? Probably. The dragons in Skyrim are practically demigods. They're immune to almost anything below expert-level spells. But the ones in your world are much weaker and have the minds of beasts. I suspect they'll be particularly vulnerable to lightning spells. Harry's eyes widened a bit. Lightning? That sounded awesome. Serana nodded. Exactly. That's why I'll be teaching you 3 specific spells. First, the novice spell Sparks, then the apprentice spell Lightning Bolt, and finally the adept spell Lightning Cloak. The last one should only be used as a last resort because it will zap everything around you indiscriminately for a full minute, and ITLL Drain Your Magicka reserves like nothing else. Harry raised an eyebrow. So, basically a human lightning storm? Exactly, Serana smirked. But don't get too excited. If you use Lightning Cloak at the wrong time, it could be as dangerous to your allies as to your enemies. It should be fine to use it in your Triwizard tournament, but be careful when using it otherwise. When can we start? Harry asked excitedly. After lunch, Serana told him. I could go for some more of those delicious blood sausages. Come along, apprentices. Let's visit the foxhole. Haru, are you sure you both want to completely abandon your own dimension? Tanya-chan? I asked the little blonde girl, who was actually a reincarnator older than I was. You're damn right I do. I'm finally going to be free of being X. Tanya grinned, her expression almost maniacal with relief. A large sack, bigger than her entire body, sat on the floor next to her, stuffed with all her possessions and as many guns as she could sneak off with. Her mind was clearly made up. She had run away from the Empire and wanted to move to my world. What about your friends? I asked gently. Wasn't there a girl named Visha you were fond of? Tanya's grin faltered, just for a moment. Visha will get over my disappearance, I hope. I have to focus on myself first and foremost. I refuse to stay in that war-torn hell any longer. I want to live in your world, she declared while staring up at me. That doesn't mean I'll need a new job, though. There was a slight pause. You should hire me. I worked in management in my previous life. I'd be a good employee. I couldn't help but chuckle. So, you want to go from a ruthless war colonel to a restaurant employee? We had all heard Tanya's story. She was absolutely ruthless on the battlefield, and for her expression when she retold all of those events, I think she secretly loved the thrill of battle. She wouldn't have fun working in such a peaceful environment after a life like hers. I was on the lookout for a few extra hands and potential waitresses, but Tanya wasn't either of those. Anything's better than dealing with that disgusting evil spirit, Tanya muttered while crossing her arms. I might have a better idea, I told Tanya, watching her eyes light up with curiosity. There was a plot against Kyoto that we luckily managed to stop the same day we met you. Ever since, my mom's been nervous about letting Kunu wander around the city. You're pretty strong, and physically, you're not much older than my younger sister. How would you feel about acting as her bodyguard? Tanya's eyes widened with excitement. A bodyguard to the princess and future ruler of all the yokai? You just hand away such a lofty position like that? Tanya's voice was brimming with disbelief. I do have to talk to my mother first, but I don't think she'd say no. She already seems to like you well enough, I replied. I knew Yasaka felt bad for Tanya. Even though Tanya was a reincarnator with the mind of a ruthless strategist, it was hard to look at her and not just see a little girl. And Yasaka had a soft spot for children, especially ones like Tanya who had been through so much. I accept. Tanya gave me an adorable little salute. I informed her that Yasaka had gotten some time off later today and would stop by with Kunu in a couple hours for dinner. I shall wait here then. Tanya sat up on a bar stool and ordered a cup of coffee. While I was preparing it for her, she attempted to make some small talk. It was frankly adorable how bad she was at it. So how has stuff been? Tanya asked, barely holding back her own cringe. I just laughed. Stuff has been fine. I haven't had a lot of customers the past 3 days, as everyone has been pretty busy, but I have a feeling that will be changing soon. You'll be happy to know that your crush mob has been doing a great job clearing Kyoto of all our evil spirits. I said teasingly, knowing that Tanya was still embarrassed that her first reaction to seeing Being X suffer was to run up and kiss Mob on the cheek. He's not my crush, Tanya grumbled, while shooting me a quick glare. But I'm glad he's been doing well. You can pass the message along that I owe him one. Hi. Hadu, Harry called out as the door swung open. Harry, Hermione, and Serena walked in, most likely for lunch. It was getting to that time of day, and ID noticed something interesting a few days ago. The general time of day seemed to sync up across all the dimensions my restaurant connected to. Hey, everyone, you all want your usuals? How's training been going? I asked as I fired up the grill and deep fryers. Harry and Hermione always ordered the same thing, fish and chips, and Serena, well, there's only one thing she could really order, blood, or anything I could make out of blood. ID been experimenting with new recipes, but so far, ID pretty much perfected blood sausages. I still couldn't stomach them, but Serena absolutely loved them. Thanks, Haru, Serena said as she slid into one of the booths with Harry and Hermione. Training's been going well so far. Both Harry and Hermione are excellent students. She added proudly before her eyes caught sight of Tanya, sitting at the bar. Hello, I don't believe we've met. Imzerana. I am former Colonel Tanya von de Gurchaff. She introduced herself proudly. Then, with her usual bluntness, she asked, "Were you supposed to be?" It was pretty obvious Serena wasn't human, with her glowing reddish-yellow eyes and pale skin. "I'm a vampire, little mage," Serena responded calmly. Tanya looked over at me in surprise. Vampires are real, too? Yep, although she's from another dimension, like Harry and Hermione. I explained, but yeah, we have vampires in my world, too. Though they tend to have red eyes and immediately burst into flames if they're exposed to sunlight. Serena nodded at my explanation. Thankfully, in Skyrim, sunlight only weakens vampires. Although, I've heard of other vampires across Nirn who can't go into direct sunlight. My line received our blessing directly from the Daedric Lord Molagbal. Hence, we are far more powerful than other vampires. Tanya raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Daedric Lord? Sounds like a fancy demon lord title or something. You're not far off, Serena replied with a wry smile. You called yourself a colonel? Hermione asked, staring at Tanya. How is that possible? You look even younger than we are. Tanya scowled bitterly. Let's just say the Dimension M from doesn't care about things like child protection laws or basic human rights. She quickly changed the subject, glancing between Hermione and Harry. I could sense a decent amount of magic coming from both of you. The vampire mentioned something about you two learning magic? Hermione nodded eagerly. Yeah, Serena's an amazing teacher. All the spells she teaches are wandless, and they're not even that hard to learn once you get the hang of it. She's going to start teaching us lightning magic next. She paused, casting a worried glance at Harry. He got entered into this really dangerous tournament, and he has to fight a dragon in a couple of days. Tanya's eyes narrowed. A dragon, huh? You gotta be kidding me. Are they trying to get you killed? Harry shrugged, looking a little uncomfortable. Kind of am pretty sure my headmaster has been trying to get me killed every single year, so he can claim my inheritance. This is just his latest attempt. Tanya shook her head in disbelief. I finished up everyone's orders while they were chatting and brought the meals over to their booth. Harry, Hermione, and Serena dug into their food happily while I turned back to cleaning up my station, just in case anyone else showed up for lunch. Honestly, I was a little surprised that Rias hadn't made good on her promise to stop by for lunch and dinner every day. Apparently, her family had temporarily forbidden her from leaving Kuo town after she finished her school trip. Yasaka told me she was busy with some important talks with the Gremory clan, though she didn't share the details. I had a feeling those details were the reason. It had been a pretty boring few days. I wanted to spend more time with my new girlfriend, Ela, to get to know each other better, but some problem popped up in Skyrim that she and Agner had to deal with. She mentioned something about a group of werewolf hunters trying to reorganize after she had crushed them the first time along with Agner. The front door swung open again just as I finished cleaning up. Welcome to the Foxhole, for fuck's sake. You're not welcome here, brat. Harry and Hermione's former ginger friend was back. He looked unusually smug for someone who had their magic stick destroyed and got tossed out on there as the last time they were here. But I quickly figured out the reason for his newfound confidence when a group of elite-looking witches and wizards rushed in behind him. They were followed by an old man who seemed like a poor imitation of Gandalf, a woman who genuinely resembled a toad, and an attractive older woman wearing a monocle for some reason. Seriously, had no one told her those went out of style over 100 years ago? What do you all want? I asked, knowing full well this was going to be annoying. The woman with the monocle stepped forward first. She had an air of authority about her and looked like she was leading the group of other witches and wizards. Maybe magical cops? I am Madam Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she announced. You are under suspicion of operating an illegal business and kidnapping the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Before I could respond, the toad woman cleared her throat with an obnoxious hem-hem and stepped forward. You are also under arrest for being a dark creature and for failing to register your bestial status with the Ministry of Magic. Ah, so that's where this was going. Great. I didn't kidnap Harry Potter. I started off. This is a restaurant. He's literally right over enjoying some fish and chips. I pointed to his booth. Harry was currently mid-bite and waved to them with his mouth full. The old man finally spoke up. Harry, my boy, where have you been? You've been skipping all of your classes? I was worried about you. I had to hand it to the guy. He sounded really sincere. No wonder he was able to con his way to the top of Harry's wizarding world. I've just been training for the tournament, Professor Dumbledore. Hermione went over the rules for me. I'm not allowed to receive help from any teachers, but I can hire a private tutor or other students to help me prepare. Hermione and I could technically skip all our classes for the rest of the year if we wanna, Harry explained calmly, clearly ready for this confrontation. Madam Bones shot Dumbledore a sharp glare. You told me the boy who lived had been kidnapped. That obviously isn't the case. Dumbledore sputtered for a moment. Well, I suppose I may have overreacted about his disappearance a bit, he admitted, but his gaze quickly turned to Sir Anna. But that's not important. Can't you see what's happening here? Harry is clearly being charmed by that vampire sitting next to him. She's obviously trying to seduce him and claim his inheritance or something. What? Sir Anna slammed her hands on the table in indignation. What the hell are you accusing me of? You old fart. He'll have you know I'm happily married. You're lucky my husband isn't here, or he would snap you in half for that comment. Dumbledore glared back at Sir Anna. Is it a threat? Vampire? He reached into his sleeve, probably going for his magic stick. It's a promise, she declared, her hands starting to ice over with frost magic. Please do not fight in my restaurant, I tried to interject. Enough, Dumbledore. Madam Bones. There's no law saying a vampire cannot be hired to tutor a student. You cannot draw your wand on her without just cause. Dumbledore pulled his empty hand out of his sleeve and started grumbling to himself. There are no laws about that yet. The toad woman grumbled bitterly. Who cares about the Potter brat anyway? She shifted her focus back to me. This filthy creature is operating an illegal restaurant on British soil. This cannot stand. ID half expected something like this to come up eventually. My restaurant popping up in random locations had made me wonder who actually owned the land. He also assaulted me. He needs to go to Azkaban. The ginger whined, but everyone pretty much ignored him. ID actually forgotten he was there for a moment. Madam Bones turned back to me. Unfortunately, Undersecretary Umbridge is correct. Do you have any paperwork that says you're allowed to operate this restaurant in Hogsmeade? I did not pop. My ears twitched as I glanced up. A rolled-up scroll suddenly popped into existence and landed on the counter. I hesitantly picked it up. My eyes widened when I unrolled and read what was on it. Yes, I do have the proper paperwork. It was even signed by the Ministry of Magic. I said, try to keep my voice steady after whatever the hell just happened. What? Dumbledore and Umbridge exclaimed simultaneously, disbelief written all over their faces. I shrugged and handed the scroll over to Madam Bones. It was the deed to the property my restaurant occupied, signed by the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge himself. The deed stated that he had even officially ceded the small plot of land to the Kyoto yokai, effectively making my restaurant an embassy for a foreign nation. This meant that none of the British magical laws applied to me. Where did such an amazing scroll come from? I had no idea, but I assumed it was from whoever or whatever was responsible for my restaurant's connections to all these dimensions. Madam Bones read over the scroll a few times, even scanning it with her wand. This is real, she said, her expression shifting to apologetic. She turned to me and bowed slightly. My apologies for this misunderstanding, Prince Haru. My orders, and I will leave you alone now. I smiled her. Anon corrupt magical cop. Who would have thought? Feel free to stop by my restaurant anytime. Madam Bones. I casually waved as she exited with the other orders. Fuck. Umbridge cursed, her face turning red with anger and embarrassment. I don't know how you managed to forge the minister's signature, but this isn't over, creature. She spat on the floor before storming out after them. That was rude. Dumbledore and the ginger were the last two left in my restaurant. I crossed my arms. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you both to leave now. The ginger is permanently banned from this establishment, and so are you, Professor Dumbledore. I shot a smirk at Harry, who was grinning even wider. Of course, it wasn't that easy. Once Dumbledore recovered from the shock of the earlier commotion, he pulled out his wand and pointed it straight at me. I think not, the old man declared. Yeah, get him, Dumbledore. The ginger brat cheered, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Dumbledore's wand glowed sickly green. I don't know what kind of bewitching dark magic you just used on Madam Bones, but this has gone on long enough. I have no choice but to stop you myself, bang. Dumbledore was abruptly cut off, his wand clattering to the floor as he clutched his bleeding hand in shock. Get the hell out of here. You old fool. You heard Madam Bones. This is officially sovereign territory, and you're trespassing, Tanya shouted, her eyes gleaming with a wild intensity. Yep, she really did love violence. That was a warning shot. She was calmly holding a smoking pistol. You shot me? Dumbledore's eyes widened in fear as he fumbled to reach down for his fallen wand with his other hand. Bang! Ow! He cried out in pain a second time, now with bullet holes decorating both of his hands. Leave the wand. That's mine now, Tanya said with a dark chuckle. Maybe you'll use it as firewood, but that's the elder why he stammered, stopping short at Tanya's fierce glare. And never mind, he'll go, he mumbled, scrambling out of my restaurant, the ginger-haired companion dashing right behind him. That was awesome, Tanya, Harry exclaimed, a wide grin spreading across his face. Tanya shrugged, holstering her pistol with a casual flick. Meh, just doing my job, she said before grinning at me. Her eyes were basically asking me if she did a good job. She did indeed. I think you'll make a fine bodyguard for Kunu, I told her. Chapter 8. Crab Haru cooking has always been my passion, but sometimes you just need a break. This morning, I finally got to spend some time with my girlfriend, Ela, which made it all the better. So, how fared your hunt against the Silver Fist? I asked as we walked across the grassy plains of Whiterun. She was taking me to a nearby pond where, apparently, there were baby giant crabs. Even as babies, they were bigger than anything I'd seen on Earth. I was curious to try them before thinking about adding them to my menu. Silver hand, Ela corrected, her eyes scanning the horizon. Whiterun's wilds were filled with dangerous wolves, saber cats, and worse. Only the most experienced warriors or hunters dared venture out with so few numbers. And it went well, she continued. Agner and I thought we'd broken their back after they killed the last harbinger of the companions. But it seems they've been trying to reorganize in secret, hiding nearby in Falkreath. We showed them that was unacceptable. In our werewolf forms, the two of us laid siege to their little hideout and feasted on their flesh. She grinned darkly as she shared more grisly details. I winced. The Silver Hand had been responsible for Jor's death, Ela's brother and all, but blood, so I understood her thirst for revenge. Still, the idea of werewolves needing to eat human hearts to grow stronger was hard to stomach. Then again, my mother, Yasaka, had grown up in an era when many yokai fed on humans. Thankfully, that was mostly a thing of the past. Glad to hear it, I said, trying to change the subject as I looked up at the clear blue sky. The weather's really nice today. Is it always like this in Skyrim? Ela snorted. Gods? No. Skyrim's got the worst weather in all of Tamriel. Whenever we get a hailstorm, at least one person ends up dead or maimed. The ice comes down sharp as blades and the size of fists. That sounds awful, I muttered, trying to picture it. I suppose it does sound horrible to someone not born here, but it's home, Hila said, chuckling darkly as she told me about an elf who got unlucky and took a chunk of hail straight through the eye just last week. Well, at least we picked a good day for our first date. I'm really glad we're finally spending time together, I said, smiling at her. A faint pink flushed Hila's cheeks, her tough exterior cracking just a little. Aegis, I'm glad to be out here with you too. Haru, she replied. Since this was a date, I would have reached out to hold her hand, but in Skyrim, you always had to stay alert whenever you were outside the safe walls of the city. You never know what bad thing was nearby, just waiting to ambush you. Case in point, a massive fucking spider was creeping through the grass toward us. It probably thought it was being sneaky, but apparently forgot it was the size of a small pony. I try not to visibly shudder. Spiders should not get that big. I don't care if I'm an ultimate class yokai, a giant spider creeping up on me is still terrifying. In one swift motion, Hila grabbed a glass-tipped arrow from her quiver, knocked it, and fired with deadly precision. The arrow buried itself in the spider's cluster of eyes, and the creature let out an awful screech as it lost its sight. I didn't know spiders had vocal cords, I said as blue foxfire flared to life in my offhand. With a flick of my wrist, I sent the flames spiraling toward the writhing creature. Blinded by an arrow and then set on fire, it was not having a good day. If it had been screeching before, now it was wailing. The spider thrashed around, desperate to put out the fire, but my flames, powered by my Yuki, couldn't be extinguished by something as simple as rolling on the ground. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, and after a few moments, the spider went still. I wrinkled my nose at the scent, then blinked. Doesn't smell too bad, actually. Can we eat those? It had been scary alive, but now it smelled kind of delicious. Hila shook her head, to my disappointment. No, every giant spider in Skyrim is deadly poisonous. They're just pests. Luckily for us, we wanted to clean up the corpse. They're cannibals, other spiders will come along and eat it soon enough. That's hardcore, I muttered while shaking my head. Hila smirked playfully. That's Skyrim. A short while later, we arrived at a pond a few miles from Whiterun's walls. Hila and I crouched in the brush, keeping low to avoid being spotted by our prey. Hunting might seem like an odd choice for a first date, but for a werewolf and a kitsune, it felt oddly fitting. We were both natural predators, and I had to admit I was enjoying it. At the water's edge, I spotted 3 baby giant crabs, their shells glinting in the afternoon sun as they chittered. I called them babies, but each was over a foot tall. Their claws were busy tearing apart a fully grown doe, its blood staining the rocks beneath them. The poor creature must have wandered down for a drink and met an unfortunate end. These crabs aren't poisonous, are they? I asked, realizing I probably should have checked that before we started hunting. No, aelariplaith. Giant crabs in Skyrim are perfectly edible. In fact, they're a delicacy mostly because of how hard they are to catch. Their shells are tougher than iron. Most arrows just bounce off. And those claws, she paused. They're quicker than most hunters think. Every year, a few unlucky souls get sliced up and eaten by these little beasts. I watched the crabs for a moment, noting how efficiently they tore apart the doe. Charming creatures, I muttered. None of that was a problem for us, though. Hila, being a werewolf, was far stronger than any ordinary Nord. Her bow had a much higher draw weight, and her glass-tipped arrows, somehow stronger than steel in this world, were more than capable of piercing their armored shells. As for me, I had options. I could transform my hands into claws that could easily slice through steel, depending on how much Yuki I channeled. But that would get messy. Normally, I'd use my foxfire, but since these crabs were meant to be dinner, the last thing I wanted was to overcook them before we even got back to the kitchen. Claws it was then the doors to my restaurant suddenly flew open, and a blonde blur rushed to the counter. Ni-tan, why are you covered in blue monster blood? Kanu asked, hopping onto a bar stool just in time for lunch. A few seconds later, the doors burst open again. Tanya de Gearchaff, now officially assigned as Kuna's primary bodyguard by Yasaka, climbed onto the seat next to her with a weary sigh. She looked exhausted, and I couldn't blame her keeping up with a hyperactive 10-year-old kitsune was no small feat. She nodded her thanks when I slid a steaming cup of coffee across the counter toward her. From the look on her face, she needed it. I had to kill some crabs with my claws, I explained to Kunu, glancing down at my ruined white outfit, now splattered with blue crab blood. In hindsight, I should have worn darker colors for hunting. Kuna's eyes lit up, her tails swishing eagerly behind her. Crabs, is that what we're having for lunch? I love crabs, she exclaimed, practically bouncing in her seat. Tanya, after gulping down her coffee in a few swift sips, set the empty cup down with a contented sigh. That sounds good. I haven't had decent seafood in a while, she added. But her cheerful tone quickly shifted as she turned to Kunu, looking weary. Please don't run off like that, Kunu-sama. I'm not used to these streets yet, and almost got lost trying to keep up. I really don't want to fail my job as your guard. Kunu just gave Tanya a mischievous, foxy grin in return. She had a bad habit of ditching her own guards, and we were hoping to break her of that habit by assigning Tanya to her, since they were close to the same age. Ayla, Kunu said cheerfully, finally noticing I wasn't alone in the kitchen. How was your date with Nichan? Did you two have fun? We did indeed, Ayla said with a soft chuckle. Haru was quite savage when he fought those crabs with his bare claws. I loved watching him hunt. I flinched as I suddenly felt her gentle hand at the base of my tails, her fingers lightly stroking the fur. I could sense her smirk without even looking. Apparently, watching me tear into those crabs had been entertaining for her. My werewolf girlfriend continued to playfully tease the base of my tails while chatting with my little sister, making it difficult to focus on cooking. What did you do today, Kunu? Ayla asked, helping stir one of the bubbling pots on the stove with her other hand to not make it so obvious. I had boring classes with my private tutor, Kunu huffed, crossing her arms in frustration. School is dumb. I wish I could go to magic school like Harry and Hermione. Considering everything I've heard about that place, I would strongly advise against it, Tanya chimed in with a wry smile. I nodded in agreement. Honestly, who thought it was a good idea to host a death tournament for students? It's not like Hogwarts is even trying to attract more students. They're literally the only magic school in Britain. Kunu pouted at us for shutting down her idea, but she was soon distracted by the mouth-watering smell filling the kitchen. What made quite the haul from our hunt. After taking down the 3 baby crabs, their much larger parents had burst from the pond, seeking revenge. Each over 3 feet tall, they were packed with more meat than I expected. Now, 5 large pots were boiling on the stove, filled with succulent crab legs. In the oven, over 24 crab cakes were baking to perfection, their scent mixing with the savory aromas from the stove. We were definitely going to have leftovers. Kunu and Tanya wolfed down their meals quickly. Kunu had to get back to tutoring much to her dismay, while Tanya needed a breather after chasing Kunu all day. Once they left, I had a different problem. I'd been trying to keep a straight face the entire time, but Ayla had been idly stroking my tails, sending tingles up my spine. When we were finally alone, I turned to her, locking eyes with the playful smirk on her lips. As a werewolf, you must know how sensitive that spot is, I muttered, barely hiding my frustration. Keeping my cool in front of Kunu and Tanya had been seriously tough. Ayla's eyes glinted mischievously. She licked her lips playfully before leaning in just enough to leave a teasing kiss on my own lips before pulling back with a chuckle. Oh, I know, she said, her voice low and suggestive. Then, with a wink, she turned and sauntered over to the stove. I'm starving. I think I'll have some crab myself, she said while scooping herself a plate, leaving me standing there, half annoyed, fully aroused. I had definitely learned something new about Ayla today. She was a tease. I let out a quiet sigh of mild disappointment, but settled into one of the booths with Ayla. It was essentially a continuation of our date. And with the restaurant all to ourselves, we could relax and talk. We swapped stories about our childhoods, learning more about each other with every tale. Ayla came from a long line of warrior women, all members of the Companions. However, her mother had been born sickly and never fulfilled that legacy, passing away when Ayla was still young. Her father raised her in the wilderness, honing her archery skills during countless hunts. She became such a skilled shot that when she finally joined the companions, she quickly earned the name Ela the Huntress. Not long after, she joined the inner circle and became a werewolf. Living in the city after spending years in the wilds was a big adjustment, Ela said thoughtfully. The first time one of my roommates tried to wake me up, I punched her in the throat, thinking she was a wolf sneaking up on me while I slept. Nearly collapsed her windpipe, she added, shaking her head. Luckily, the Temple of Kinnereth was nearby, so they managed to heal her before any permanent damage. Still, she left a few weeks later. Too much of a milk drinker to live a proper Nord life. I chuckled at the bluntness. Harsh, maybe, but it took a certain mindset to survive in a world where monsters and death lurked at every corner. Ela had grown up in that world, and I couldn't fault her for having a tough mindset. In return, I shared a bit about my own childhood. My stories weren't nearly as wild. My second life had only been in danger a few times, and most of those came later. Are you ashamed of your boyfriend for being so boring? I teased. Ela shook her head with a smile. Not at all. You're a prince. I'm not surprised your mother kept you safe. The Jarl does the same with his sons. The difference is you ventured into the wilderness with me today. Most noble fops wouldn't have the guts. Even growing up, it's rare for any of the Jarl's sons to leave the Cloud District. She snorted. Can you believe one of those fools even tried to court me once? I laughed when she went on to tell me how she had spent a couple of nights in prison for beating up the eldest son of Whiterun's Jarl, who had thought he was man enough to win her over despite being a sissy little milk drinker. We spent the next hour swapping more stories and laughing over our food, enjoying the quiet moments together. It wasn't until the door to the restaurant creaked open that we realized we had a visitor. Hello, a girl stammered, peeking her head inside nervously. She had sandy blonde hair and looked about my age. Though clearly malnourished, with shabby, worn clothes like something from a European period drama. Given that she was a European girl speaking fluent Japanese, it was hard not to assume she was from another dimension. Welcome to the Foxhole, I said, standing up from the booth with Ela beside me. The girl's eyes widened in shock when she saw me. A beastman? She yelped, taking a few fearful steps back. Do not insult my man. He is no beast, girl. Ela snapped before I could respond. His name is Haru, and he's the owner of this establishment. He is a yokai prince. She added proudly. A pea prince? The girl's face went pale, and she started trembling. I'm so sorry, my lord. It's really not a big deal, I said with a wave, trying to calm her down. Her reaction was intense, but I couldn't blame her. In her world, beastmen probably weren't seen in a positive light. As Ela said, I'm Haru, and this is my restaurant, the Foxhole. You're welcome to sit wherever you like. A restaurant? Her eyes grew even wider, this time with amazement. I've never been to one before, she murmured, sounding awestruck. Given her shabby appearance, it was clear she wasn't used to luxuries like this. How did your restaurant suddenly appear in our small village? Everyone's really scared because of it. Sorry about that. My restaurant does that sometimes, I said with a sheepish shrug. She gave me a confused look, clearly puzzled by my poor explanation. I decided to switch topics. What's your name? And are you hungry? We got fresh crab today. Crab? Her eyes lit up again. That sounds like something only nobles eat. I don't have any money. You don't need to worry about that here, I reassured her, heading behind the counter. After putting our plates in the dishwasher and washing my hands, I prepared a generous portion of crab for her. I only ask customers to pay if they can. The girl hesitated for a moment, but eventually took a seat at the counter beside Ela. My name is Henry, she said softly. How come your magic restaurant appeared in Carne Village? Chapter 9. A new hire and a dragon. This is Shugud. Henry, the village girl, exclaimed between bites. She was much calmer now that she had some proper food in her. She looked like she needed it. I wouldn't say she was suffering from malnourishment, but I would say she was on the border. I had a feeling the rest of the villagers would probably be in a similar situation as well. Sorry for scaring you and the rest of your village. Miss Amat, I apologized. I can't control where my restaurant shows up. It just does. Still, it was strange that my restaurant appeared in the middle of a random medieval village. I asked her if there was anything special about the place. Henry paused, her fork halfway to her face, then shook her head. I don't think so. We're just a normal village. Simple farmers and foragers trying to live on the frontier. Technically, we're part of the Riestai's kingdom, but other than paying taxes, we don't deal with them much. Also, please just call me Henry, she added. Will do, Henry. Pop. Henry yelped as a scroll appeared out of nowhere, floating above the bar counter. It's okay. This happens sometimes, I told her as I snatched the rolled-up scroll out of the air. Another deed from your patron? Ela asked knowingly. She wasn't too bothered by the idea of some higher power influencing my restaurant. Then again, she had sold her soul to a Daedric prince to become a werewolf, so it didn't seem like a big deal to her. At first, I thought Amy-chan was behind all this. But since she still hadn't shown up to mooch some free food off of me, I was starting to have doubts. I unrolled the scroll and skimmed through it, my eyes widening as I realized how much land ID just been gifted compared to the last time in Hogsmeade. Well, I guess your village doesn't have to worry about paying taxes anymore. Henry, I said casually. Henry stared at me blankly from across the bar counter. Huh, why is that? I flipped the scroll around so she could see for herself. Thankfully, she wasn't illiterate, because I apparently own your entire village now. And all the surrounding lands, too. My man is a Jarl now. Ela shouted, her voice a mix of pride and shock. Henry squealed in disbelief. Is this real? You are the ruler of our lands now. Is that really the king's signature? She pointed to the name at the bottom of the scroll. A name was signed there, Ramposa III, who I figured was the king. According to the papers, he had sold this territory to me in return for 10 million gold coins to bail his country out of debt. I wasn't sure how these scrolls worked, or where my patron got 10 million gold coins. But considering the wizard police didn't come back after I showed them the last deed, I figured these scrolls were legit. I nodded at Henry. Yeah, that's probably your former king's signature. Henry's eyes rolled back, and she fainted thankfully. Ela rushed towards the girl and caught her before she could fall off the stool and hurt herself. Yasaka rushed over to Haru's restaurant the moment she received his message, telling her something very important had popped up. When she arrived, he handed her a scroll, identical to the one he had shown her last time. As she unrolled it, her eyes widened in disbelief. 300,000 hectares, she muttered under her breath, struggling to wrap her mind around the amount of land her son had just been gifted. Of course, Haru probably had no idea what that actually meant, having grown up in modern times. He had no idea what a hectare even was. Is that a lot? Haru asked while wiping down a glass with a rag. He had an industrial dishwasher, but he liked to keep his hands busy when things were slow. That's half the size of Whitron, Haru. Ela chimed in as she tried to put things into perspective for him. I have no idea how big Whitron's territory is, Haru said dryly. That's bigger than all of Kyoto, Yasaka added, watching as the realization finally hit him. His eyes widened, and he let out a low whistle of appreciation. Wow, is my patron secretly in love with me or something? Haru asked jokingly. Yasaka found herself pausing at that question, genuinely considering that possibility. Her son was incredibly handsome, and he was also an amazing cook. Many yokai girls considered him to be the perfect catch, and Haru had no idea how many marriage requests for her son made it to her desk every single day. She wondered, could he have unintentionally charmed some kind of eldritch deity at some point? She wanted to dismiss the idea as absurd. But in a world as strange as theirs, she had heard far weirder stories. It's possible Yasaka trailed off. Yasaka found it ironic how Haru had willingly given up his status as the future ruler of Kyoto, and then somehow ended up with an even larger territory. Ela growled possessively, crossing her arms with a huff. Oomph. Well, if that's the case, she'll have to get in line. I was with you first, and now that you're a Jarl, you're entitled to have mistresses, but they'll need my approval, Ela declared to Haru. And mine as well, Yasaka added, locking eyes with Ela. They both nodded in agreement. Yasaka wasn't going to let any random women get close to her son. She was already annoyed about having to accept the Gremory clan's proposal, even if the benefits were clear. Rias seemed nice enough, but Yasaka hadn't forgiven the devils for what they did to the Nekashu. At least if Haru ended up with Rias. She could keep an eye on Chiron, Rias Rook, and one of the last surviving Nekashu. Yasaka's ears twitched as she heard a yawn from one of the booths, followed by an eep. A cute human girl, about her son's age, suddenly sat up. What happened? She asked, looking around in confusion until her eyes landed on Yasaka. The girl's mouth dropped open. Hello, dear. I'm Haru's mother, Yasaka, she said with a smile. Hello, the girl stammered, her eyes darting between Yasaka's fox ears and 9 fluffy tails. You look a lot like him. Are you okay, Henry? You fainted, Haru asked, walking over with a concerned look. He placed a steaming cup of tea in front of her. Hey, raise some green tea to help calm your nerves. Tea, thank you, Lord Haru. You're so kind. I don't know how I could ever repay you, Henry said softly. Haru smiled at her, and Yasaka had to stop herself from sighing. She noticed the obvious blush on the girl's face. How did her son keep attracting partners without even trying? He must have gotten that from me, she thought with a quiet chuckle. You don't have to repay me, Haru said. I'm still new to this whole lord thing. You are a Jarl, Ila corrected firmly. Haru nodded. Right, Jarl. I wasn't expecting any of this, but since it happened, I'll do my best. I don't know much about running a village, but making sure my people don't go hungry or thirsty is a good start, he said, once again telling Henry she didn't need to repay him. That wouldn't do. Yasaka wasn't about to let anyone take advantage of her son, no matter how harmless they seemed. I think there's one way this girl can repay you, Yasaka teased, giving Henry a sly look. Henry's face turned bright red. If Jarl Haru wants me by his side, I wouldn't mind, she stammered while covering her red face with her hands. Haru nearly choked, turning to Yasaka in shock. Mother, you can't force Henry to do that. Yasaka laughed mischievously and rolled her eyes. I wasn't talking about that. Well, she actually was, but they could table that topic for now. I meant that Henry here could work in your restaurant. You've been needing extra help, haven't you? Haru mumbled, blushing a little. That could work. If Henry doesn't already have a job, that is. Henry quickly shook her head. I mostly just do odd jobs around the village. Sometimes I gather mushrooms or plants. But I don't have a real job. I'd be happy to work for you. Haru, she said, her blush deepening again. Okay then. Welcome to the Foxhole, Henry. Henry left the restaurant to update her village on everything that had happened. She'd been inside for over an hour, and her fellow villagers were probably starting to worry. I was going to have to meet them all myself within the next few days at the very least. Once she was gone, Yasaka spoke up. You're going to need help managing such a large territory. But I'm guessing you don't want people who aren't customers constantly walking through your front door. I realized she was right. I didn't even think about that part. The benefits of all this new land will be huge for our people. We haven't fought with humans in over 100 years, and our population has been growing. Kyoto isn't exactly crowded yet, but Yasaka trailed off. I knew what she was getting at. We could only expand the yokai dimension inside Kyoto so much, and we were already dedicating half of it to farmland. Compared to other supernatural factions, the yokai had the smallest territory, despite our growing population. Expanding any further meant risking exposure to humans, and no one wanted to deal with the fallout. They'd probably try to nuke us and end up destroying themselves in the process, but all that could change if some of our people moved into a new dimension. A lot of yokai weren't suited for city life and would love to settle in the frontiers, as Henry described, especially since there was a huge, empty forest right next to my new territories. I get it, but yeah, I don't want people coming and going from my restaurant all the time, using the door for transport instead of as customers, I said. That would essentially kill my restaurant. Yasaka tapped her chin, trying to think of a solution. What if we renovate your restaurant? We could expand the back and add a larger storage area and a second pair of larger doors. Our people could use those new doors to pass between dimensions without entering the main dining area and interrupting your business here, she suggested. We could try that. If it doesn't work, we'll figure something else out. I agreed that we might as well try it. The timing actually worked out perfectly. Tomorrow, I was going to be out of the restaurant all day anyway, along with most of my regular customers. Or acquaintances. Or friends. Honestly, I like to think we were friends by now. We were all going to the first event of the Triwizard Tournament to cheer on Harry. I bought tickets for everyone, using all the fake gold Harry had been paying me with. I should really talk to him about that at some point anyway. Yasaka had arranged for some yokai contractors to remodel the back while we were gone. It shouldn't take more than a few hours. Magical construction was bullshit like that. Harry Potter Harry sat nervously on the edge of a cot inside the champion tent. Outside, the roar of the crowd echoed as Victor Crumb faced the third dragon. The loud cheers only made Harry's heart pound faster. Victor must be putting on quite a show. Harry hoped he would be able to measure up. In just a few moments, he would face one of the most dangerous creatures known to wizards, the Hungarian horntail dragon. Harry, he looked up to see Serena, his mentor, strolling into the tent like she owned the place. "How did you get in here?" Harry asked. "Only champions and teachers are allowed in the tent." The ministry had stationed actual Aurors outside to keep others away. Even Hermione hadn't been allowed to talk to him before the first task. Harry suspected that Dumbledore had pulled some strings to make this happen. Maybe the old man thought Harry would panic and fail if he felt completely alone on such an important day. Serena scoffed, "As if those so-called Aurors could keep me out. They're barely novice-level mages. A single glance, and I had them hypnotized. But let's not waste time on them. I'm here for you. Why do you look so nervous?" Harry gulped. "I drew the most dangerous dragon, the Hungarian horntail. It's killed more wizards than any other dragon species in history." Serena raised an eyebrow, her glowing eyes fixed on him. "And? What does that matter? Joden nordinari wizard anymore. You're my apprentice, the first one I ever willingly accepted. I wouldn't have let you compete today if I thought some overgrown lizard would kill you." She said it with a hint of pride in her voice. "I would have forced you to stay in Skyrim for the year. I doubt even the Goblet of Fire could strip your magic across dimensions." Harry couldn't deny that that made a lot of sense. Even with all the craziness and danger in Skyrim, he actually found that he liked it over there better than Hogwarts this past year, especially with the whole school turning against him despite the fact that had saved the whole school multiple times now, huh? Why was he even competing in this dumb tournament again? Harry shook his head. He supposed his previous reasons didn't matter. He was here now, and he was going to prove what he could do. Harry smirked as he stood up. "I can do this." Serena slapped him on the back, almost knocking the wind out of him. It was easy to forget that, despite being a centuries-old vampire, she was still a Nord. "Of course you can. Now go out there and kill that bloody lizard. Everyone's in the stands cheering for you. Hara got us front row tickets." He did. Harry was surprised to hear that. Everyone from the foxhole is going to be watching me? They had all done so much for him. Harry was determined to go out there and put on the best damn show possible to repay them. "Good, Harry." Harry saw Kanu, Haru's adorable little sister, cheering excitedly as he entered the arena. Serena was correct. They had the best seats in the house, right in the front row. "Kill that stupid lizard." She cheered louder. Harry waved at the exuberant little fox girl before his instincts kicked in and he dove behind a boulder. The crowd gasped collectively as a stream of red-hot fire shot over the spot where Harry had just been standing. The Hungarian horntail wasn't going to give him any time to prepare, not that he needed it. As the dragon loomed closer, Harry realized it was even bigger than he had expected. Its body was covered in deadly sharp barbs, and its eyes glared at him with pure hatred. The stone arena shook beneath him as the dragon lunged forward, aiming to take a bite out of him. Luckily, it was stuck on its side of the arena, its massive neck chained to the wall by a thick steel chain. For now, at least. Creak crash. With a furious roar, the horntail yanked at the chain with all its might. To Harry's horror, the chains tore free from the wall. Weren't those supposed to be heavily enchanted? Harry thought, panic rising in his chest. The crowd erupted in cheers and gasps, excitement and shock mingling in the air. He could hear a few students yelling for someone to save him now that the dragon was free. At least not everyone at Hogwarts hated him. For a brief moment, Harry's eyes darted over to the judge's booth. There sat Dumbledore in his high chair, a smirk playing on his lips. Harry cursed under his breath. That old fool is the reason the chains broke. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. The dragon lunged at him again, and this time there was nothing holding it back. "Sparks!" Harry shouted in his mind, thrusting both of his hands toward the beast. He cast twin streams of electricity that arced into the dragon's open jaws. The horntail let out a shriek of pain and staggered back. Harry felt a surge of triumph. He had burned the inside of its mouth, which was ironic, but unfortunately, all it did was make the beast angrier. With a furious spin, the dragon whipped its spiked tail at him, moving faster than any bludgerhead ever had batted in his direction. "Shit!" Harry dropped to the ground, hitting the ground hard and quickly laying prone. The dragon's tail barely missed him. The sharp barbs sliced through the air just inches above his body. He would have died for sure had he been a half-second slower. He immediately scrambled to his feet. It was time for a more powerful spell. "Lightning bolt!" Harry shouted, channeling Magicka into his right hand. A loud crack of thunder erupted in the arena as Harry's lightning bolt struck true, blasting away a patch of scales on the horntail's chest. The dragon's roar of rage and pain reverberated through the entire arena, causing Harry's eardrums to ring painfully. He clenched his teeth as he felt them pop. "I need to use even more power," Harry thought frantically. The lightning bolt had hurt the beast more than sparks, but it still wasn't enough. In a moment of desperation, he made the risky decision to tap into more of his Magicka. He began casting a spell above his current level. Lightning Cloak. Half of his remaining Magicka vanished in an instant. Electricity crackled around Harry as he rushed toward the beast. This spell would shock anything that got too close to him. If he could just get near the dragon, it would be devastating. Ignoring the cheers of the crowd, Harry dove toward the horntail. The dragon opened its scorched jaws, trying to bite him as he closed in. At the last second, he slid underneath it, positioning himself directly beneath the beast. Almost instantly, the spell began to work. Lightning arced off his body, dealing severe damage to the dragon's underbelly. But Harry wasn't satisfied with just that. "Lightning bolt! Lightning bolt! Lightning bolt! Lightning bolt!" He poured every last ounce of energy into his attacks, rapidly firing spells right under the dragon. By the time it finally managed to recover from its failed attempt to eat him for the third time, its entire stomach and torso were covered in horrific burns and scorch marks. Then came its death wail. Harry scrambled out of the way just in time as the horntail slumped onto the rocky ground, its tongue lolling out of its mouth, its eyes wide open and lifeless. He did it. He killed a dragon. His lightning cloak vanished off of him a second later. All of his Magicka was spent. Exhausted but elated, Harry couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. He thrust one arm into the air triumphantly as the crowd erupted in cheers. Once he lowered his arm, he took a few calming breaths before making his way over to his friends from the restaurant that had changed his life. Hermione was sitting next to them, looking like a nervous wreck, understandable, but she was still smiling at him in relief. "That was amazing, Harry. You did it!" Hermione exclaimed, hopping down from the stands to give him a big hug. There were plenty of whoops and jeers from the crowd from her bold move. "That was well fought, lad," Agner shouted from beside Serena, who nodded at him with pride. "That was awesome, Harry." Kunu cheered from the stands. "And you want to know what's going to be even better?" "What's that?" Harry asked the little girl. "Haru Oni-chan is going to cook us dragon steaks tonight." Chapter 10. Zombies and a Warrior Haru. I was in the middle of experimenting with a new soy sauce recipe, carefully adjusting the balance between salty and sweet when the door to my restaurant burst open. Rias Gremory, in all her fiery-haired glory, stormed in with an exuberant grin plastered across her face. "I'm finally allowed to come back here again, Haru," she announced. "Did you miss me?" she asked, fluttering her eyelashes dramatically. I couldn't help but smile as I wiped my hands on a nearby towel. "Welcome back, Rias," I replied warmly. "And yes, I did miss your company. Are you the only one coming today?" Rias nodded. "Sona is dealing with some random stray devil with her peerage, and Akino is busy with a contract. So that means," she leaned forward on the counter with a sly smirk, "I have you all to myself today." Before I could respond, a soft voice spoke up from behind Rias, the words barely escaping in a stutter. "Why you don't have Master Haru all to yourself? Am H here too?" Rias turned around with an arched brow, eyeing the girl standing awkwardly behind her. "Who are you?" Rias asked. The girl, Inri Amat, shifted nervously but managed to stand her ground. "Em Enli Emot," she stammered. "Am Haru's waitress, and also technically his vassal, since he owns my entire village." Rias spun back to face me, her blue eyes wide with shock. "What?" She gaped at me, her hands on her hips, clearly demanding an explanation. "You own a village? When did that happen?" I chuckled, motioning for her to take a seat at the bar while I cleaned up a bit. "It's a long story," I began. "Whatever entity is responsible for connecting my restaurant to multiple dimensions also decided to start handing me deeds to those places. I guess it was easier than dealing with people freaking out over my restaurant popping up randomly in their worlds," I explained. "So now you're a landlord now, huh? What next?" "Ruler of an entire dimension," she asked playfully. I hope not. That sounded like way too much responsibility. Ria's grin widened as I told her about one of my recent encounters with the unpleasant toad-looking witch named Madame Umbridge. The way she fumed when she found out that a creature like me had acquired land in Hogsmeade was still priceless. Nothing beats putting racists in their place. Rias threw her head back and laughed. "Who would have thought a witch could be racist?" she said, shaking her head in disbelief. "That's so strange considering they were literally being burned at the stake not too long ago by religious nut jobs for being different. Right?" I agreed. "You'd think they'd know better." Henry, still sitting quietly, raised a hand timidly. "That sounds ironic." Rias turned back to her and nodded. "It really is, isn't it? Witches and wizards can be just as bad as humans sometimes." Enris' eyes widened at our casual mention of witches and wizards. She was still adjusting to the craziness that was the existence of other dimensions. Although her own dimension was just as crazy, I was finding out. Yasaka's plan had worked. A back door had been added to my restaurant that allowed yokai scouts to start exploring the other dimensions my restaurant connected to. What we found in Enris' world was frankly shocking. The dead did not stay dead. There was an entire area, known as the Katsa Plains, that was filled with seemingly never-ending hordes of undead. Every year, Enris' former kingdom went to war with a neighboring empire, and thousands of people died, only to mysteriously rise up as zombies a few weeks later. "So," Rias said, turning her attention back to me mischievously, "since it's just the two of us today, what's on the menu? I've missed your cooking." I chuckled. "Well, since you're here, how about I whip up something special? Maybe you'd like to try out something with this new soy sauce I've been experimenting with?" I suggested. Rias leaned in closer, resting her chin on her hand. "Sounds delicious," she purred. "I can't wait." Rias as Haru stirred the sizzling fried rice in the wok. The savory aroma of garlic and soy sauce filling the air. Rias sat at the counter, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She had intentionally skipped lunch, knowing full well that Haru's cooking was worth the wait, and now her stomach was growling loudly. She couldn't help but marvel at everything that had transpired in the past few days. Her family had finally approved the contract with Haru's mother, Yasaka, and Rias was finally free to visit him and his restaurant again. It had been so frustrating to be kept away while everything was being finalized. Her parents and older brother didn't want any distractions during such an important agreement, but now that the deal had gone through, Rias couldn't be happier. She was no longer engaged to that pompous asshat, Riser Phoenix. No, she was engaged to Haru now. Her smile grew wider as she watched the handsome Kitsune cook for her. Haru had greeted her warmly when she came in, but there hadn't been a hint that he knew about their engagement yet. She figured he was still in the dark, probably because Yasaka hadn't had the time to talk to him about it yet. Rias could barely contain her excitement. It wasn't just because she was marrying someone as handsome, kind, and talented as Haru. His restaurant connected to multiple dimensions, each offering new experiences and surprises. With him, Rias wouldn't just be tied down to the underworld politics and devil society. She'd be able to explore worlds beyond her wildest imagination. I can already imagine the possibilities. Rias thought, grinning like she was a little girl again. One of those dimensions might even be an anime world. Not one of the horrible ones, of course, but one of the cool ones like the ones with ninjas or pirates. She rested her chin on her hand and let her mind wander. What if Haru's restaurant connected to a world filled with real kunoichi? Rias had always been fascinated by the idea of recruiting a skilled ninja into her peerage, or what if they ended up in a pirate world? She could already picture herself standing on the deck of a magical ship, wind in her hair, sailing across the seas in search of treasure and adventure. With Haru's cooking, they'd have the best meals on the high seas, and with a little magic, turning the foxhole into a ship wouldn't even be difficult. Rias giggled at the thought, Captain Rias Gremory, sailing alongside her dashing fiancé. Something funny? Haru asked, pulling her out of her daydream. Rias blinked, realizing she had been giggling out loud for the past few minutes. Oh, nothing, she said with her cheeks turning a bit pink. Just thinking about the future is all the future. Huh? Haru raised an eyebrow, dishing out the fried rice onto a plate and sliding it in front of her, along with a steaming bowl of ramen. Well, considering where this restaurant tends to end up, the future is going to be interesting, if nothing else. Rias smiled and took a deep breath, inhaling the rich scents of the meal. Thanks, Haru. She picked up her chopsticks and dug in, savoring the first bite. You have no idea how much I missed your cooking. Haru smiled warmly. Glad you like it. So what's new with you? Anything exciting happened while you were away? He asked her curiously. Rias paused, her heart skipping a beat. This was as she could hardly wait to see his reaction. Well, she began, trying to keep her tone casual despite the butterflies in her stomach. There is one thing. Haru looked at her curiously, waiting for her to continue. Rias leaned forward, a mischievous glint in her eyes. You and I are engaged, Haru, she told him. For a moment, there was silence. Haru blinked, clearly trying to process what she had just said. Wait, what? Rias grinned, enjoying the look of surprise on his face. It's true. The contract between my parents and Yasaka has been finalized. You and I are officially engaged, she said happily. Haru stared at her, his mouth slightly open as he struggled to find the right words. Engaged? As in we're getting married? Rias nodded, unable to hide her excitement. Yep. Isn't it great? Haru leaned back, running a hand through his hair. Rias loved the way his fox ears twitched as he did so. She wondered if she was allowed to pet them now that they were an item. While Haru trailed off, Rias laughed, reaching across the counter to take his hand. Don't worry. It's a good thing. You're so much better than my last fiancé. There's so many things we can do together, she said and added a slight purr to her voice. There's also so many things that he'll let you do to me, too. The blush that spread across Haru's face made her giggle. Sometimes she forgot how innocent non-devils could be when it came to stuff like that. Rias was still inexperienced, of course, but that didn't mean she hadn't ever experimented or spent time exploring things with Akino. Rias wondered if Haru realized she and her queen were technically a package deal. They were like sisters after all, sisters who kissed sometimes, and both of them agreed to marry the same man so that they'd always be together. Meh, she'd tell him about that later. She didn't want to blow his mind quite yet. He'd have to get used to two girlfriends first before Rias threw a third at him. And speaking of his first girlfriend, Rias knew she was going to need to talk to Ila pretty soon to sort everything out properly. She didn't want a vengeful werewolf coming after her, thinking she was trying to steal her man. All right, then. Of course, Haru said with a small stutter. It was cute. Rias finished her meal and rubbed her slightly bloated belly, feeling content. She smiled, glad that devils couldn't gain weight unless they wanted to. When Henry came over to clear the plates, Rias thanked her. But the young girl just gave a cute little huff. Rias suspected Henry was upset because she was now engaged to Enris Master or Jarl. As Haru said, that's what Ila called him. It was still a bit wild to Rias how casually Haru's patron had been gifted so much land. Glancing around the empty shop, Rias asked, Can we go out and explore this other dimension now? No one else is here right now. Sure, I'm fine with that, Haru said while stretching his arms over his head. There was a big party here last night after Harry finished the first task in the Triwizard Tournament. Serana taught him some crazy Skyrim spells, and he ended up killing a dragon. At one point, the whole arena was filled with lightning. You should have seen it. Rias pouted. Harry Potter killed a dragon. And I missed it. And in front of a crowd who thought he was going to die and were booing him the whole time. That sounds like a real-life, epic anime moment. She complained and was very upset she missed it. Haru chuckled and patted her head. Don't worry, you'll see the next 2 challenges. Although, he shrugged, they're spaced out months apart. I don't get why they're dragging a 3-day tournament out over a whole year. Witches and wizards are weird, Rias agreed. Henry led them out the front door. Welcome to Carne Village, she said brightly. Rias scratched her cheek, feeling awkward. It's nice, she said, though it was far for what she meant. The village was a mess, run-down houses, dirt paths, and withered crops. It was nothing like the grandeur she was used to. She expected Haru's new land to be a lot nicer. Haru noticed her expression and chuckled. Yeah, it's a bit rough, but the people are really nice and humble. Rias noticed what Haru meant as they walked through the village. The villagers smiled and waved warmly, their friendliness evident despite the obvious hardships they faced in their daily lives. A few even approached Haru, offering him free crops, but he politely declined, urging them to keep the food for themselves. Rias kept quiet, though she couldn't help but think they definitely needed that extra food more than anyone else. We're working on bringing in some extra food for all the villagers, Haru explained to her as they continued walking. ITLL take a few days, though. You don't have to do that. Master Haru, our village has always been self-sufficient, Henry said earnestly, though her voice wavered a bit at the end. Haru smiled gently and shook his head at the village girl turned waitress. Your villagers are my people now, and my people don't go hungry. Henry's eyes welled up with tears. After a brief, emotional moment, she ran off, likely overwhelmed by the kindness Haru had shown her people. Rias smiled, touched by the scene. She was reminded again of how lucky she was to be marrying someone as kind-hearted as Haru, especially compared to someone like Riser Phoenix, who only thought of power and status. So, Rias said, shifting the subject, tell me a little about this world. What should I expect? Haru, I gave Rias a quick rundown of everything I knew about this dimension so far. Admittedly, it wasn't much yet, despite the limited information. Her eyes lit up with excitement when I mentioned the plains nearby that were full of actual zombies. Oh my Mao, you have to take me there right now, Haru, Rias exclaimed. I've always wanted to fight hordes of zombies. This is like an otaku's dream come true. Please, she begged, fluttering her eyelashes at me once again. I really must have a thing for redheads because there was no way I could say no to her. All right, I agreed, but it's a couple dozen kilometers away, so ITLL be faster if you ride on my back. Her eyes practically sparkled with excitement. You're going to transform, she exclaimed, almost bouncing in place with glee. I smirked at her reaction. Yeah, it's good to stretch my forelegs once in a while. I've been indoors too much lately, and I don't want to get rusty. With a quick goodbye wave to the villagers, we headed out through the front gates of the village. We walked for about half a kilometer before I felt it was safe enough to transform without freaking out the villagers. Truth be told, I had a feeling most of them already thought I was some sort of god after whatever Henry had told them about me. Still, I didn't want to encourage any open worship, which probably would have happened if they saw my full Ninetales form. Rias took a few steps back as I took a deep breath, focusing on my transformation. It was always an odd experience going from a regular guy with fox ears and tails to a towering, 30-foot-tall fox monster with massive fangs and claws. The ground trembled beneath me as I completed the transformation. I could feel the surge of power flowing through me. This was the form where I could truly release all of my power if I desired, where I was a true ultimate class being. Rias squealed in delight. Oh my goodness, you're so adorable and fluffy. You're like a mini Kurama, but 10 times cuter. Her wings sprang out, and she flew up onto my back, immediately snuggling into my fur with an ecstatic grin. Mafu mafu, she said happily, rubbing herself all over my back, her face practically buried in my fur. I was glad I couldn't blush in my fox form. "Glad you're enjoying yourself," I said, feeling slightly embarrassed at her enthusiasm. She was rubbing herself all over me. Rias giggled, wrapping her arms around as much of my giant fluffy neck as she could. "This is the best. Now let's go fight some zombies." "Hadu!" She cheered. I took off, my massive paws thudding against the earth as we raced toward the zombie plains. Rias held onto my fur the whole way as she rode on my back and cheered. Could this be considered a first date? It was a very strange one if it was. Then again, Ela and I went out and hunted giant crabs for our first date. Maybe this was just how things go if you're a supernatural being. It took me about 30 minutes of sprinting to reach the Katsa Plains. The area was technically just outside of my official territory, but it didn't belong to either the kingdom or the empire either. I doubted either nation wanted a zombie-infested wasteland as part of their domain. These undead creatures didn't seem particularly bright, despite the fact that I was a towering fox monster. Dozens of them limped toward me, their rotten, slow bodies seemingly unaware of the danger they were in. They probably thought or didn't think that they could take me on real zombies. Rias exclaimed, flying down off my back and hovering next to my face. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. "Wow, they look even creepier in real life. Let's kill them all." Without any hesitation, she raised her hand and summoned the crimson energy of her power of destruction. An orb of magic materialized in her palm and shot toward the nearest zombie. Rias' orb of destruction hit the closest zombie and detonated, unleashing a desensitized explosion. For more zombies were instantly incinerated along with it. Killing spree. She cheered gleefully. With a wide grin, Rias summoned 2 more orbs, one in each hand, and began launching them across the battlefield. She zipped through the air, obliterating every undead that crossed her path, her demonic magic leaving destruction in its wake. Not wanting her to outshine me completely, I decided to join in. Taking a deep breath, I opened my jaws wide and exhaled a massive plume of blue foxfire. The searing flames roared across the plains, stretching at least a kilometer, reducing everything in their path to ash. Rias paused midair and shot me an adorable pout. "You're too overpowered, Haru, but I'm not going to let you kill more zombies than me." Her competitive side kicked in as she lifted both hands above her head. I could feel her demonic energy gathering, concentrating into a single point. An enormous orb of destruction, bigger than her entire body, formed above her head. Rias smirked mischievously. "Say hello to my little friend," she declared. The orb hurtled toward the center of the plains, not particularly aiming at anything specific. Not that she needed to. The resulting explosion shook the ground and sent a massive shockwave through the area, eradicating everything within a huge radius. Zombies, trees, and even the earth itself were consumed by the blast. I had to admit, ID underestimated Rias' true power when she was giving it her all. The crater she created with that single attack was enough to swallow entire city blocks, leaving behind only a gaping hole. Rias descended back toward me, hovering at eye level, a triumphant grin plastered on her face. "I think that's a win for me," she declared, brushing some dust off her shoulders. I chuckled, shaking my massive head. "You really don't hold back, do you?" She winked at me. "Now I'm having fun. Come on, let's find more zombies to kill." Aquino is going to be so jealous when I tell her later what I did today. With that, we continued our rampage through the plains, decimating any undead that we came across. Now we had become death. The destroyers of zombie worlds the fun Rias and I were having came to an abrupt halt when she pointed toward the horizon. "Haru, what's that dust cloud?" she asked. With my enhanced eyesight, I could easily make out the approaching group, about 100 humans on horseback, galloping at full speed toward us. They would be here in a few minutes. It seemed the explosions and massive plumes of foxfire had caught the attention of the local forces. I figured they were from the Rias kingdom, though I hoped we could talk our way out of whatever was about to happen. A few minutes later, the riders arrived. It was hard to miss me, After all, I was a 30-foot-tall, nine-tailed fox. As they approached, I could hear gasps and shouts of terror from more than a few of the riders. Up close, I realized that none of these men were proper knights. They were armed with swords and bows, but none wore armor. Just simple clothes fit for regular soldiers or peasants. The lead rider, however, stood out. He approached cautiously, his eyes darting between me and Rias, who was still hovering next to my head in the air. He looked like he was trying to make sense of the situation. "Hail, my name is Gazef Stronov, warrior captain of the Rias kingdom," he announced proudly, though I could hear some tension in his voice. "May I ask what you are doing in Katsa Plains?" The explosions and plumes of strange blue fire can be seen from kilometers away. My voice boomed enough to make his horse shuffle nervously. "Apologies if we frightened you," I said, watching Gazef's eyes widen in surprise. I guess he wasn't expecting the giant fox to be sentient. We were just having a little fun killing the undead that roam around here. Rias floated a little closer to the ground, nodding enthusiastically. "Yeah, I've never seen real zombies before, and blowing them up was awesome," she added excitedly. Gazef blinked, clearly trying to process our casual responses. I see he trailed off, unsure of how to respond at first. I assume, by the fact that we are peacefully talking, that neither of you hold any negative connotations toward humanity? Rias pouted, placing her hands on her hips. "Of course not. I love humans. They create the best art, stories, and food after all. I've never hurt a human in my life." Gazef visibly relaxed, a sigh of relief escaping him as he turned his attention back to me. I shifted slightly, my tail swaying lazily behind me. "I don't have any issues with humans either," I admitted. "Although, I can't say I've never harmed one. I've broken a few bones before, mostly in defense. A group once harassed my little sister, and I couldn't let that slide." Gazef nodded, his expression softening with understanding. "That sounds perfectly reasonable. I've done the same in defense of my daughter," he said, a little more relaxed now. Rias floated closer, her curiosity getting the better of her. "So, what brings you out here to the Katsa Plains? Is it the zombies?" "There's not that many of them left at this point," Rias said, while gesturing to the completely scorched landscape around us. "We may have gone a tad bit overboard." Gazef's expression darkened as he explained that was not why he was here. "The undead are always a problem for the kingdom, and I sincerely thank you both for your help here. But that's not the reason we're out on the plains today. We're searching for some horrible fiends." "Horrible fiends?" Rias echoed. Gazef nodded solemnly. "Two villages on the outskirts of the Rias kingdom were recently razed to the ground. Men, women, and children none were spared." His voice was heavy with grief, and Rias gasped in horror. She turned towards me. "Haru, isn't your village on the outskirts too?" she asked urgently. My slitted eyes widened in realization. "You're right. We need to get back there now." A sense of urgency surged through me. "Hop on my back. They'll run us back there at full speed." "Wait," Gazef called out, just as Rias settled herself into my fur. "Please, allow me to come with you. Too many innocents have been slain by these monsters, and my heart demands justice." I paused, my gaze locking on Gazef's. There was something undeniably genuine in his words. All of my instincts told me this man was good, honest, and sincere. "All right," I said. "Hop on, but keep in mind, this village isn't technically part of the Rias kingdom any longer. I purchased it and the surrounding land from the king himself." Gazef blinked in surprise. "No wonder the king has been looking less stressed lately," he murmured. "Our kingdom was heavily in debt from the constant wars with the Baharuth Empire. Thank you for your generosity." He bowed his head towards me without any hesitation. I waved him off with one of my large paws. "It was no problem. Now let's get going. Time is of the essence." Gazef nodded and, to my surprise, leapt up the full height of my body with ease. He landed beside Rias on my back. "I'll go ahead with these two," he called out to his still nervous men below. "Take my horse and follow behind us as quickly as you can." With that, I took off at full speed, the ground blurring beneath us as we raced back toward Carne village. Chapter 11. An overlord and a succubus, we made it back to Carne village just in time. I could hear the villagers screaming everywhere in panic and running for cover. I was expecting to run into some ruthless bandits or possibly even monsters. What I wasn't expecting to find was an entire band of silver and blue knights. They all wore plate armor, and their weapons were high-quality steel. I couldn't imagine why knights would go around massacring innocent villages. Their reasons didn't matter, though. Their lives were forfeit when they decided to attack my village. My arrival didn't go unnoticed by the horde of knights. I was so large that my every step shook the very earth under my feet. Strangely, the murderous false knights seemed to be more intimidated by the sight of the warrior captain on my back. "It's Gazef Stronov." One of the knights cried out in alarm. "Fuck, he wasn't supposed to catch up to us this early. What do we do? He's riding a giant monster." Both Rias and Gazef quickly hopped off my back. "You monsters will pay for your crimes against the innocent." Gazef didn't waste a second once he hit the dirt. He was immediately moving again, surging forward into the ranks of knights. Martial art, six-fold flash of light. He swung his sword only a single time, but managed to cut down 6 knights at once. That was an impressive technique. Gazef quickly became a storm of blades as he moved onto more and more opponents. There were so many of them, at least 200 people all together. The whole village didn't even have that many people. Rias took to the sky, her devil wings flapping behind her. "You all are the worst of humanity. Dien oblivion," she yelled and started throwing down orbs of destruction. I'm not sure if Rias has ever taken human life before this moment, but she wasn't hesitating at all to defend the villagers. The steel armor the soldiers wore didn't seem to be enchanted in any way. It all quickly disintegrated under her bloodline magic. I knew I couldn't join the fight in my giant fox form, so I took a couple of seconds to shrink back down to my humanoid shape. It took a couple more seconds for me to properly adjust to only having 2 legs again. Transforming between my 2 forms was always very strange. The giant monster is just a normal beast man. "Kill him," one of the closest knights shouted as he charged at me, his sword raised high above his head. He couldn't have telegraphed his attack more if he tried as his blade came down. I casually caught in my hand. The force of his strike wasn't even enough to break my skin. I saw his eyes widen in shock beneath his helmet just before I punched forward. My fist smashed into his chest, leaving a massive dent in his plate armor as he was launched out of the village, flying through the air. He probably didn't survive the impact. The other knights froze. Their charges halted as they processed what had just happened. I was still holding his steel sword in my left hand. I raised it in front of all their eyes before snapping the sturdy metal like a twig. "I didn't sign up for this." One of them cried out in fear after my display. "This was supposed to be an easy mission," another knight added, his steel boots clattering as he shook in terror. "Mission?" Of course there was something more going on here. Something nefarious, no doubt. I locked onto them with my slitted pupils, my voice cold as ice. "This is going to be your last mission," I growled. My 9 tails bristled behind me, their fur standing on end with my fury. "You try to kill the people of my territory." Needless to say, the rest of the knights didn't live long, but they were just a small handful of the much larger total. I swiftly dealt with even more knights as I moved through the village, my fists crashing through their armor with ease, my claws sundering their shields, and those who didn't fall to my strikes were incinerated by my foxfire, the blue flames engulfing them in seconds. It was all a blur of violence, but my mind was barely on the battle. I needed to find Henry. It was kind of a shitty thing to admit to myself at the moment, but I cared more about her safety than the rest of the villagers. She was now a part of my restaurant, and therefore a part of my slowly growing family. I pounded on the door of her house, my fists slamming against the wood so hard I thought it might splinter. After a moment, her father answered, his face pale and filled with terror at everything that was happening. "Where's Henry?" I demanded. My voice might have come off a bit harsher than I intended. He swallowed hard, his hands trembling. She ran into the forest after Nemu," he stammered. "Nemu got scared when the knights showed up and ran for it. Henry went after her." I cursed under my breath. Of all the times for this to happen. The forest was huge, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, and with the battle still raging around us, there were too many scents in the air. Tracking them both down wouldn't be easy, especially with so many people moving around and the smell of blood thick in the air. I clenched my fists, trying to think. Which direction? I asked urgently. He pointed shakily toward the edge of the village, where the forest began. That way, I think. Please, you have to find them. I couldn't go after Enri, just yet not while the village was still under attack. There were about 150 knights left, and most of them had surrounded Gazef and Rias. I knew Rias was relatively safe. With her devil wings, she could take to the sky if things got too dangerous. But Gazef was different. He was strong, no doubt, but still just a man. I clenched my fists, feeling the weight of what I was about to do. I charged back into the fray, moving faster than the knights could react. Gazef was holding his own, but I could see he was starting to slow down. His constant use of martial arts was wearing him out, and Rias, though powerful, had already spent a lot of her demonic energy earlier during our zombie killing spree. "I've got this." I called up to Rias. Rias was hovering above, still firing blasts of destruction magic, but her attacks were fewer and weaker than before. She gave a quick nod. Gazef, in the thick of things, sliced down 2 more knights but was breathing heavily. He noticed me coming up behind him and shot me a quick, grateful glance. "Glad you're back," he muttered while parrying another sword away from himself. "These guys are tough, they weren't really not to me. But I couldn't go nuking them all with foxfire in the middle of the village. None of the villagers hiding in their houses would survive the intense flames. That meant I had to keep my attacks small. I slammed my fist into one knight's chest, crumpling his armor like paper. "You take a breather, Gazef. They'll finish this." He hesitated for a moment, but he knew he was nearing his physical limits. "It'll back you up," he finally said, stepping behind me to catch his breath. I stood in front of around 100 knights on my own now. "Don't give up, man. They're all tired. Kill them." Despite the heavy losses, these remaining knights were still coming at me furiously. As I fought them all, something gnawed at the back of my mind. ID never had to take a human life before today. Now, I was about to take over 100. It felt strange. Not wrong these knights were attacking innocent people. After all, but still one knight lunged at me, sword raised high, and I countered with a small concentrated blast of foxfire, the blue flames consuming him in an instant. I didn't even flinch as I moved on to the next enemy. "How are you holding up, Rias?" I shouted as I slammed another knight to the ground, his armor crunching under the force of my blow. "Running low on magic," she admitted, her voice a bit strained. "But I can keep going." I admired her resolve. Rias wasn't one to back down, even when she was running on fumes. But I could see she was nearing her limit, just like Gazef, who was occasionally still lashing out with his sword but was now mostly on the defensive. And then, once there were only 50 knights left, something strange happened. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement coming from the direction of the forest. At first, I thought it might be another group of knights, but then I realized it was just one figure. A massive fucking zombie. This wasn't like the other undead Wed fought earlier. This one was huge, easily towering over everyone else around it. It wore dark black armor that gleamed menacingly, and in its hands, it carried a towering shield and a massive black blade that looked like it could cleave through anything in its path. It came charging toward the horde of knights, moving faster than anything that big should have been able to. Before anyone could react, the zombie knight slammed into their ranks, swinging its blade with brutal precision. Armor crumpled, and shield were torn apart. The sound of metal crunching and the cries of men filled the air. What is that thing?" One of the knights screamed, backing away in fear. Others tried to rally, to form a defensive line, but it was hopeless. The zombie cut through them with no mercy, its sword carving a bloody path through their ranks. I braced myself, expecting it to turn on me, Rias, or Gazef next. But to my surprise, it ignored us completely. It didn't even glance in our direction. Instead, it kept its focus on the knights, cutting them down one after another with relentless brutality. Rias hovered nearby, watching the brutal scene unfold with wide eyes. "Why isn't it attacking us?" She was clearly just as confused as I was. I don't know, I kept my guard up just in case. But I'm not complaining. Even as the remaining knights broke ranks, fleeing in sheer terror, the undead knight showed no signs of stopping its attack. It chased them down, cutting them down even as they begged for mercy. Gazef, breathing heavily beside me, wiped the sweat from his brow. "I've never seen anything like it," he muttered. "That thing, it's a monster." We watched in a strange mix of horror and fascination as the zombie continued its rampage, its dark armor shining with the blood of the knights it was cutting to pieces. Whatever this thing was, it was obviously helping us. But the question remained, why? The undead in the Katsa plane seemed to hate all life in general and would attack anything and everything with a pulse. I didn't sense any real intelligence from the zombie knight, but it was clearly under someone's direction. The answer of who came swiftly. That's enough. Death Knight. A large man wearing a strange mask appeared above us, floating in the sky. Next to him was a woman clad in full black armor. She was equipped with a massive axe. The moment he spoke, the Death Knight stopped its rampage, halting just before cutting down the last of the remaining knights. There were only a handful left after the carnage it had caused. The knights who remained tried to flee the village, but I quickly moved, knocking each one unconscious before they could escape. I tied them up for good measure. Good thinking. Capturing a few of them. Sir Haru. We'll find out why they did this, Gazef said while wiping off the blood on his sword. I wasn't an expert in interrogation or torture, but I had no doubt that my mother, Yasaka, had people skilled enough to squeeze the answers out of these murderous knights. The large, robed man floated down, landing in the center of the village near us. He eyed me and Rias curiously as she walked over to stand by my side. "Thanks for the help," I said, eyeing the Death Knight that had obliterated the enemy forces. "I take it that the big guy is yours?" When the masked man spoke again, his voice was deep and powerful. "Indeed, the Death Knight was created by me and answers to all of my commands," he replied. I nodded at him before asking, "You didn't happen to see a human girl named Enri out there, did you?" "I saved 2 human girls who were being chased by a pair of these false knights. The older one was severely injured, but I gave her a potion to heal," he said. I immediately let out a sigh of relief, the tension leaving my body. "Thank you so much. The older girl is Enri, and she's the waitress in my restaurant. The Foxhole restaurant, you say?" The man sounded intrigued, but before we could continue, Rias excitedly flew over to the woman in black armor. "Your armor is so cool looking. How strong is it? Is it heavy? You must be really strong. What's your name?" Rias asked rapidly, her inner otaku temporarily taking back over. "Oh, I'm Rias Gremory, and that's Haru, my fiancé," she added. The woman stared at Rias for a moment with her gaze specifically lingering on Rias' wings. "My name is Albedo," she said softly. "And yes, my armor is very heavy, but it makes me the perfect tank." "A tank? That's so cool," Rias exclaimed. I couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Rias' excitement was helping diffuse the tense situation. "If I may ask, what race are you and Haru?" Albedo inquired after a moment. Rias responded with a little smile. "Oh, I'm a pure-blood devil, and Haru is a yokai kitsune. The most powerful version with 9 tails," she added, clearly bragging on my behalf. The armored woman nodded. "Ah, so neither of you are lower life forms," then she trailed off. I tilted my head in confusion. Lower life forms? What did she mean by that? Before I could inquire further, the masked man awkwardly cleared his throat and spoke to me again. "I'm surprised you have a restaurant in a tiny village like this," he said, steering the conversation back on track. I shook my head. "The restaurant isn't actually located in this village. Well, it is, but it's also not. It's hard to explain, but I'm actually from a place called Kyoto." "Mamanga Kyoto?" Mamanga asked in genuine confusion. That was a city in Japan. A city that had been completely destroyed in nuclear hellfire in the year 2055, never being rebuilt afterwards. The kitsune, Haru, nodded at him. Mamanga wasn't sure what to think. So he did what he'd done ever since arriving in this strange new world, where all his guild's NPCs had suddenly come to life. He simply nodded and went along with it. "The kitsune yokai, who registered as very powerful to his subtle detection spells, ran a restaurant of all things? Sure, why not? The kitsune was also engaged to a smoking hot pure-blood devil, for some reason. Of course, why wouldn't he be? Momonga rolled with all of it. He even rolled with it when one of Haru's tails seemed to split off from himself and created an actual clone. Whoa, I didn't know you can make clones, Haru. Rias said, how come you don't use them to fight? Creating a clone splits off one of my tails, which actually severely weakens me, the kitsune said. Momonga did notice that Haru suddenly felt a lot weaker. His clone quickly sprinted out of the village and headed into the forest, presumably to find Haru's missing human waitress that Momonga had saved earlier. The now eight-tailed Haru invited Momonga and Albedo over to a building that stood out sharply from the others. While the surrounding structures looked like they were made of sticks and rough wood, this place looked like an actual well-constructed building. This is the Foxhole, my restaurant that connects to other dimensions, Haru said casually, opening the door and gesturing for them to enter. If Momonga still had eyebrows, he was sure they would have shot up at that comment. Other dimensions? Was such a thing possible? Then again, he was a literal Ice-Sky character now, so of course it was possible. As they stepped inside, Momonga couldn't help but marvel at the interior. It was a cozy family restaurant, the kind he had only seen in old photographs. On his Earth, pollution made it so that most restaurants simply couldn't operate, except in the bubbled-off districts for the wealthy elite, places he was never allowed to go as a member of the lower caste workers. This was all a very novel experience for him. Haru motioned for them to sit wherever they liked. Momonga eyed one of the booths, but realized his new body was far too large for it, so he settled for sitting across from Albedo at a sturdy wooden table. In a sudden flash of light, Albedo unequipped her armor, revealing her flushed face and a wide, gleeful smile. I'm sitting in a restaurant with my beloved Momonga-sama. Is this a date? She squealed, her voice filled with delight. Momonga internally cringed, but kept his calm exterior. It's just a meal, Albedo, he said. Haru chuckled, placing 2 glasses of water in front of them, followed by menus. Take your time in deciding. Everything here is made fresh, he said with a smile. Momonga glanced down at the menu, and if he had a stomach, it would have rumbled with anticipation. The pictures on the menu were of real, actual food dishes with ingredients he had only dreamed of in his past life. Back then, the world's food supply had mostly been reduced to synthetic paste, mass-produced for survival rather than pleasure. But here was real meat, real vegetables, real flavors. Albedo was already eagerly browsing the menu, her eyes sparkling as she scanned the selections. Momonga-sama, what shall we have? Anything you desire. You'll have 2, she said, almost bouncing in her seat. Wow, Albedo, I didn't think you'd be so pretty outside of your armor. I love your wings and horns. Rias called out from where she sat at the bar, next to a human man they'd been fighting with earlier. Her tone was light and friendly, a playful smile on her face. A small pink blush crept across Albedo's cheeks at the compliment. Momonga watched, once again feeling his undead trait forcefully suppress his emotions. Seeing Albedo's flustered reaction would have stirred something in him, if not for his trait. It annoyed him every time. Why'd he thought it was a good idea to role-play as an undead in the first place? He should have picked a dragon. Like Touch Me, Haru spoke up again, breaking Momonga's silent frustration. If I might make a recommendation, I've got some dragon meat left over from yesterday. It's perfectly preserved, and I can make some amazing steaks from it. Dragon meat? Albedo's excitement was immediate. Oh, I want that, she declared, instantly making her decision. Momonga turned towards Haru. What does dragon steak taste like exactly? He had never imagined eating something like that. After years of subsisting on synthetic chicken paste, it was hard to imagine anything else. Haru scratched his chin thoughtfully. It's hard to describe, but IDs say it's kind of like a Wagyu steak mixed with alligator meat. Except it's even more tender and juicy. Momonga blinked well. You would have if he could. He didn't understand a word of that comparison, but Haru sounded confident, so that was enough for him. Well, have that then, he said, ordering it for both himself and Albedo. Just because he didn't have a stomach didn't mean he couldn't eat. He had consumed healing items and elixirs in the game without issue. So why not food? Albedo was still glowing from Ria's compliment and the anticipation of trying dragon steak. Mamanga could feel the weight of her adoring gaze, and it made him feel very awkward all of a sudden. Shit, was this considered a date now? Judging by the look Albedo was giving him. The answer in her mind was yes. Haru smiled and moved back toward the kitchen. They'll get that started right away. You two are in for a real treat. Mamanga leaned back in his chair, glancing at Albedo. Seeing her so happy was nice in a way. Finally, he cleared his throat, more out of habit than necessity. Albedo, how have things been in Nazarick since we arrived in this new world? I assume managing everything must be challenging? Managing the guild when it had been a mere video game had been difficult for him. He couldn't imagine properly running the place with all the NPCs being alive. Albedo's smile softened. Oh, Mamanga-sama, managing Nazarick is my greatest honor. Every day, I ensure that all the floors are in perfect order and that the guardians are fulfilling their duties. It's busy, yes, but also incredibly rewarding. I get to serve you and ensure the great tomb of Nazarick thrives in this new world. Mamanga nodded, though his mind wandered. He had always viewed the NPCs in Nazarick as part of the game, nothing more than scripted characters with limited responses. But here, seeing Albedo speak so passionately, he realized she wasn't just spouting pre-programmed lines anymore. She really was alive. And what else do you do during the day? Mamanga asked curiously. Albedo's golden eyes gleamed at him. Well, there's always something to oversee. Shaltir is a bit stupid, so I often need to remind her about how to properly perform her duties. Demiurge, on the other hand, is always plotting something intricate, and I help him ensure his plans align with your grand vision. And then, I make sure that the maids and staff are performing their tasks to perfection. She paused, smiling warmly. But my favorite part is reporting to you, Mamanga-sama. Knowing that I'm supporting your rule makes everything worthwhile. She does all that every single day. Why, you've done well, Albedo, he said after a hesitant pause. I appreciate everything you've done for Nazarick, he said dryly, realizing that without her he would genuinely be screwed. Her cheeks flushed again, and she lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Your praise is all I desire, Mamanga-sama. Haru approached the table, carrying 2 steaming plates of perfectly cooked dragon steaks. The rich, savory aroma filled the air, causing even Albedo to lean forward with eager anticipation. Haru set the plates down in front of them, grinning as he placed the final touches on the presentation. Enjoy, he said. Mamanga hesitated for a moment. Slowly, he reached up and removed his mask, revealing his bare skull and glowing red eyes. He glanced first at Haru, expecting some form of reaction, fear, perhaps, or at least surprise. But Haru didn't even blink. He gave Mamanga a friendly nod, as if seeing an undead lich was just another part of his day. Mamanga blinked in surprise, well, metaphorically, of course. He wasn't expecting such a nonchalant reaction to his appearance. Before he could dwell on it, though, he heard a small squeak from the bar area. Your glowing red eyes are so cool. Rias practically squealed from where she sat next to Gazef. She looked like she might bolt over any second to take a closer look. Gazef, on the other hand, shifted nervously in his seat, clearly uneasy with Mamanga's undead nature, but trying to maintain composure. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, though he made no overt move to draw it. Albedo, of course, was practically glowing with pride as she smugly glanced over at the red-headed devil. Of course, Mamanga-sama is the most powerful and magnificent being in existence. Rias just giggled back in response. Mamanga turned his attention back to the steak in front of him. The rich, juicy meat looked more appetizing than anything he had ever seen before. With careful precision, he cut into the steak and took a bite with his bony mouth. Mamanga paused for a moment, savoring the sensation of real food. It's excellent, he said simply. That was an understatement. This was the single greatest thing Head ever tasted. Real food was amazing. Albedo was practically swooning over her own steak, cutting bite after bite with a look of sheer delight on her face. "It's amazing, Mamanga-sama," she said between bites. "And these mashed potatoes are also fantastic." Haru walked back into the kitchen as Mamanga and Albedo continued their date or meal in peace. Haru, after they finished their meal, Mamanga approached me, gesturing for a more private conversation. I led him into the back, far enough from the others that no one could overhear us. "That meal was delicious," Mamanga said. He thanked me for the experience. I waved it off with a grin. I should be the one thanking you. After all, you helped save the village I own. His glowing red eyes focused on me. I wanted to ask more about that. "This seems to be a human village. How'd you come to own it?" he asked. "And what is the deal with this strange restaurant of yours?" I chuckled and started explaining how my restaurant randomly started connecting to other dimensions a couple of weeks ago. Since then, I've had some pretty interesting customers. Many of them have become close friends, and, well, a few became something even more. I couldn't help but smirk a bit at that. Mamanga lightly punched my shoulder when I casually mentioned that I had two fiancés, Rias and Ela the werewolf. "You lucky bastard." I tapped him right back with a grin of my own. "You're one to talk with a gorgeous succubus like Albedo literally throwing herself at you. You can't pass up something like that." Mamanga hesitated a bit when I pointed that out. "I would like to be with her, but I can't exactly be in a relationship as a literal skeleton," he muttered, sounding self-conscious for a moment. I tilted my head at him. "Then why not learn some transformation magic? You could just assume a humanoid form and your problems would be solved." Mamanga's red eyes glowed brighter, clearly surprised by my statement. "Transformation magic? Is such a thing possible?" he asked. I couldn't help but laugh a little, pointing at myself. "Dude, my yokai form is a 30-foot-tall, nine-tailed fox. Of course it's possible." "You are?" he asked in surprise. "Oh, right. You got here after I transformed back into my humanoid form." I shrugged and added, "Yeah. Yokai are pretty much the masters of transformation magic, especially kitsune like me." Mamanga stood there, processing the information. "If you want," I offered, "I can ask one of my cousins to teach you. It wouldn't be hard to arrange. Trust me, a human form could change a lot of things for you, especially in the bedroom," I said while wiggling my eyebrows. "Oh, do you have a lot of experience there, Mr. I have two fiancés?" Mamanga asked me. "No," I admitted, and he chuckled at me. There was a moment of silence before Mamanga nodded. "I appreciate that offer, Haru. It's something for me to consider. Well, if you make a decision, you know where to find my restaurant. Feel free to stop by any time you want. I have a feeling we could be pretty good friends. And just wait until you meet my other buddy, Agner," I added. After that, our conversation naturally turned back towards the attack we fought off. I honestly have no idea why these knights were massacring villages, but I'm sure my mother will squeeze the answers out of them. They'll also ask her to station a few yokai guards in the village from now on. There were a couple of yokai in this world, but they were all out exploring the surrounding forest for resources. Mamanga wasn't aware that this was the third village to be attacked. This is no coincidence, and those knights were not poor bandits. All of their equipment was shiny and new. I sensed some kind of conspiracy is behind these attacks. He pointed out, and I nodded in agreement. The two of us walked back into the main area of my restaurant where we spotted Rias happily chatting with Albedo. With my enhanced hearing, I could hear that they were both talking about how amazing their boyfriends were with each other. Yep, I wasn't getting involved in that conversation. Mamanga and I both steered ourselves to the bar, where Gazef was sitting by himself. He apologized to Mamanga for initially being distrustful of his undead nature, but Mamanga waved him off. "Even if this village is no longer part of the Riestei's kingdom, I still thank you for saving its former citizens." Gazef bowed to Mamanga deeply. "Oh, of course," the skeleton replied awkwardly. It was at that moment that the doors to my restaurant were thrown open. Henry ran inside with tears in her eyes. She was accompanied by my clone, which quickly faded away and returned my missing power to me. I was so scared. Henry hugged me tightly as I patted her back comfortingly. "It's all right. Everything is fine now," I said. At least, I thought it was until the doors banged open again. Henry's father stormed inside, with a look of panic. "Lord Haru, more of those blue knights have surrounded our village. he exclaimed fearfully. Mamanga, Gazef, and I all exchanged glances with each other. More of them are showing up after we wiped out almost 200 of them? Fucking really? I grumbled. Mamanga chuckled darkly and pat me on the shoulder. You don't have to worry, Haru. Let me and Albedo handle all of these foes for you. Albedo perked up upon hearing Mamanga mention her name and immediately made her way over to us. Come along, Albedo. We have some enemies to deal with. Thank you for the wonderful meal, Lord Haru. Albedo gave me a slight bow. Till next time, I can't wait to come back here with Lord Mamanga. I watched the two of them leave and shrugged. They were both very strong, easily ultimate class. I'm sure they will be fine. Chapter 12. Aliens and Neats. My restaurant was closed for the night, so I decided to head over to the Yokai Palace and report everything that had happened to my mother, Yasaka. I knew she wouldn't be pleased about the situation. Sure enough, when I told her about the attack on my new territory in another dimension, her eyes narrowed and her frown deepened. Random knights attacking your village? Yasaka's voice was sharp. Her 9 golden tails swayed slowly behind her, a sign she was trying to stay calm, but I could tell she was still very upset. Yes, I captured 9 of them, I replied, leaning against a nearby wall. I decided to not keep them together and split them up 3 ways. Gazef took 3 back to the Re-Estai's kingdom. 3 are being held in the village, in case Mamanga is interested in questioning them whenever he returns. And the last 3, I pointed down, are in the dungeons here. Yasaka sighed, rubbing her temples. Clearly, we'll need to keep some permanent yokai guards in that village from now on, she said thoughtfully. At least until we decide if we want to set up a colony in that dimension. I nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. I don't want hostile people breaking into my restaurant or scaring my customers. Yasaka let out a small laugh, breaking the tension. Do you even have any customers that would actually get scared, Haru? I smirked. Reijin? She giggled again. That's true, I suppose. Although Mob is usually there to protect his teacher. It wasn't exactly hard for us to find out Arataka Reijin didn't actually have any psychic powers whatsoever, but that didn't stop Yasaka from constantly hiring the guy. His apprentice Mob was the most powerful psychic anyone had ever heard of, and would still not seen the full extent of his powers. Even that terrifying evil spirit being X that had haunted Tanya through 2 lifetimes was nothing in the face of Mob's power. Yasaka chuckled when I brought those 2 up in the same sentence. You know, the last time I saw Mob, he asked how Tanya-chan was doing, she said, and I snorted. I couldn't help but chuckle as well. I guess he really did develop a little crush after she kissed him. No one had told him that Tanya used to be a man yet. We all just found it too funny to say anything. I spent the next half hour generally chatting with Yasaka about everything going on in Kyoto. Kunu was doing well with her tutors, and we were able to set up an official identity for Tanya-chan. The girl had taken a couple of tests that doubled as her high school exams. And last I heard, she was doing the same for her college courses. There was no reason for her to rush, considering she was in the body of a 13-year-old girl and already had a high-paying job, but obviously no one told her that. The little blonde ex-soldier had a more efficient work ethic than anyone I'd ever known. I didn't feel like returning to the restaurant, so I decided to spend the night in my bedroom of the palace. It had been a long day, and the comfort of my old bed was nice. The next morning, I woke up early, feeling well-rested, and headed to the kitchen to make breakfast for Kunu, Yasaka, and Tanya-chan. It wasn't long before the smell of eggs and miso soup filled the palace halls. As I set the plates down, I noticed Tanya sitting at the table, looking half awake. She barely acknowledged the food. It wasn't until I brought over a fresh pot of coffee and poured her a cup that her eyes started to focus. Morning, Tanya-chan, I said with a grin as she sipped her first cup. How are you holding up? She grunted, clearly still half asleep, and waved me off with a lazy hand. It wasn't until she had finished her 3rd cup that she finally perked up, her eyes sharper and more alert. Much better. Thanks, she said, looking at the breakfast spread with more interest. I don't know how people function without coffee. Kunu, on the other hand, was already digging into her food. Oniai-chan, this is so good. You always make the best breakfasts. Thanks, Kanu, I smiled, watching her eat with enthusiasm. I then turned to Yasaka. I wanted to talk to you, Mother, about something I forgot to bring up last night. Yasaka, sitting across from me with her usual serene grace, raised an eyebrow. Ada, what is it? My dear son, thanks for telling me that I'm now officially engaged to Rias now, I said with a bit of playful sarcasm. Yasaka grinned, giving me a mischievous look. I figured it would be a pleasant little surprise, she teased. You told me that she was with you during the attack yesterday. Were you two doing anything before that? I chuckled, shaking my head. We were actually on a date in the new dimension, killing zombies. Kuna's ears perked up, and she immediately interrupted, her eyes wide with excitement. Wait, you went and killed a bunch of zombies without me. Oni-chan, that's not fair. She pouted, crossing her arms, clearly feeling left out. I laughed at her reaction. Sorry, Kuna, it was kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing. Next time, we'll make sure to invite you along. Even Tanya looked intrigued by the mention of zombies. She set her coffee down and leaned forward slightly. Zombies, huh? They would have made decent target practice to keep me in good form. She paused, tapping her chin thoughtfully. I've upgraded my arsenal since returning to a modern world. My guns and even my computation orb are much more powerful now. Could have been a fun way to test them out. Kuna looked even more excited at the idea of fighting zombies with her, and I could only imagine the chaos the two of them would cause together. Kuna wasn't particularly powerful yet, due to her young age, but the girl's head was full of mischief, and she always found the strangest ways to utilize her limited yuki. Like the one time I watched her slap an explosive talisman onto her yo-yo to turn it into a deadly magical weapon. Yasaka's garden did not survive the destruction that day, and that was one of the few times Kunu ever got some well-deserved spankings from our mother. I returned to the foxhole in a good mood. Spending the morning with Kunu, Yasaka, and Tanya-chan had been exactly what I needed. As I stepped through the doors of the restaurant, I noticed Enri wasn't in yet, which wasn't all that surprising. After everything she'd been through yesterday, she was probably spending some much-needed time with her little sister. I didn't mind. It was quiet enough that I could handle things on my own for now. I walked behind the counter, checking to make sure all my cooking equipment was clean and ready to go. The kitchen was pristine, as always, my knives gleaming, and the scent of fresh ingredients lingered in the air. I turned on the stove and prepared some basic ingredients for breakfast, ready for anyone who might wander in. After about 10 minutes of peaceful silence, the door creaked open, and I looked up smiling. Welcome to the foxhole. You can sit anywhere you like, I called out cheerfully, waving a hand toward the empty tables. But instead of heading to a seat, the the woman, paused in the doorway, staring at me with wide eyes. At least, I assumed she was a woman. She was stunning. Her beauty was striking in a way that was otherworldly. Her skin, however, was dark blue, and instead of hair, she had these tentacle-like appendages that flowed down from the top of her head. I blinked, not entirely sure what I was looking at, but I smiled, trying to keep things casual. Is everything all right? I asked her as she stood in the entrance. The woman hesitated, her eyes darting around the restaurant before they settled back on me. There was something in her expression, confusion, maybe even caution. She seemed unsure of what to make of the place. Or perhaps me. Yes, sorry, she finally said, her voice soft with a slight melodic tone. I didn't expect to find a place like this here. Her gaze lingered on me for a moment longer, and I could sense she was trying to figure me out. Well, I like to think the foxhole is full of surprises, I said knowingly. I gestured again to the tables or the bar. Go ahead, make yourself comfortable. The woman nodded slowly, still looking a little uncertain, but she made her way to one of the empty booths close to the bar. She sat down carefully, her posture poised and elegant, as if she was used to being in control of herself, despite the unfamiliar setting. As I watched her, I couldn't help but wonder where she was from. The blue skin, the tentacle-like hair, this wasn't something you saw every day, even in my restaurant, which had been connecting to some rather strange places recently. Tevos, it wasn't often that Counselor Tevos found herself completely blindsided, but that was exactly how she felt as she stood in the doorway of this strange restaurant. The foxhole, she wouldn't call herself reckless, but every once in a while. She enjoyed slipping away from the rigid structure of the citadel and blending in among the civilians. Walking incognito gave her a different perspective, a better understanding of the people she helped govern alongside the other council members. And that's how she found herself discovering this new establishment that she didn't remember seeing the last time she walked the Presidium. She felt she had a firm grasp on the current state of affairs in the galaxy. That sense of control shattered the moment she walked into this establishment and was confronted with a being she had never seen before. She did her best to maintain her calm facade, but it took every ounce of her will to keep her face neutral. At first glance, she had thought the restaurant owner was just a human with an unusual choice in fashion. His outfit looked a bit dated to modern standards, but it was the golden ears and 9 swishing tails that really caught her attention. She had initially dismissed them as some kind of elaborate, perhaps cultural, costume. However, when she subtly reached out with her biotics, intending to get a faint sense of his aura, she felt something shocking. This man, if she could call him, that was no mere human. The sheer power that radiated from him was unlike anything she had ever encountered, more potent than any biotic presence she had sensed. Even from the strongest Justicars, he exuded an energy so intense, so otherworldly, that Tevos instinctively knew this being could easily surpass any opponent the galaxy had to offer. She kept her breathing steady, her expression composed, but her mind raced as she tried to understand just what or who this being was. His golden ears twitched slightly, and those 9 large, fluffy tails swayed behind him as he stood there with a welcoming smile. "If you don't mind me asking, what exactly are you?" Tevos finally managed to say, her voice steady despite the absurdity of the situation. She hoped the question didn't come off as rude. She knew many species across the galaxy could be sensitive when it came to direct inquiries, especially those concerning their nature. To her surprise, the man chuckled softly and let out a sigh of relief, as if she had eased some invisible tension. "I was just about to ask you the same thing," he said. His casual tone, combined with that easy smile, made her heart skip a beat. Tevos blinked. Well, that was unexpected. She hadn't been in her maiden years for quite some time, and yet something about him was undeniably disarming. Still, his response confused her. How could he be running a restaurant on the Citadel and not know what an Asari was? It was perplexing. She smiled politely, her confusion momentarily masked. "I see well. I am an Asari," she explained. "My name is Tevos." She gave him her real name and noticed there was no recognition in his eyes. He smiled again, that same charming grin that seemed to glow with warmth. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Tevos. I'm Haru, and this is my restaurant, the Foxhole. Ima kitsune yoke, specifically a 9-tailed fox." Tevos blinked, her curiosity now fully piqued. A 9-tailed fox? She put her finger to her chin, thinking. The name sounded vaguely familiar. She vaguely recalled that the island nation of Japan on Earth had ancient lore and myths about such creatures. But that's all they were supposed to be, myths, and now a myth was staring her in the face, and Tevos couldn't help but be a bit nervous. Especially considering the human myths sometimes portrayed 9-tailed foxes as literal gods. Tevos would have laughed at such an absurd concept if it was staring her in the face. "You own this restaurant?" she asked, keeping her practiced calm facade from years of being a politician. "I don't remember authorizing a new restaurant to open in the Presidium, especially directly across from the Citadel Tower itself." "Huh." Tevos let out a small yelp as a data slab of all things randomly materialized from thin air with a soft pop. The metallic device floated for a split second before gravity took hold. But before it could hit the floor, Haru, with reflexes faster than anything she had ever seen, snatched it cleanly out of the air. His eyes darted over the slab's glowing screen as he casually skimmed through the information displayed. For a moment, Tevos just stood there, still processing the sudden appearance of the object. She hadn't even had time to question where it had come from when Haru turned around and, with a small, amused smile, handed it over to her. "What is HUH?" Tevos nearly choked on her words as her eyes darted across the data displayed on the screen. Disbelief quickly washed over her as she processed what she was seeing. The slab contained a contract one that authorized the sale of the very plot of Citadel land on which the foxhole was sitting. Not just any contract, though. This one was unbelievable. The terms were beyond generous. The new owner, Haru, apparently owned the plot outright, free and clear of any Citadel taxes ever. And if that wasn't enough, it explicitly stated that he was allowed to operate any business he wanted from this plot, without needing any further approval from Citadel authorities. Her heart raced as her gaze landed on the bottom of the slab, where the electronic signatures of all 3 Citadel council members were neatly displayed, including her own. Her fingers shook as she tapped on her name, and her Omni tool scanned and verified the signature. It was real. Tevos blinked, her mind reeling. Her Omni tool had the best security in the galaxy. It was designed to be unhackable. Did she actually sign this? There were so many forms, so many documents that were sent to her on a daily basis that, admittedly, she hadn't always been the most careful about what she approved. The bureaucracy of running the Citadel was immense, and not every document was scrutinized as it should be. But this? Haru tilted his head slightly, still watching her with that same calm, amused expression, as if this entire situation wasn't completely surreal. "Everything okay there, counselor?" he asked. There was a glint of mischief in his eyes that made her pout at him. Tevos stared at the data slab in stunned silence for a moment longer before finally looking up at him. How did this happen?" she asked, her voice softer now, more bewildered than accusatory. Haru shrugged, his tails swishing lazily behind him, as if the situation was no more serious than a casual conversation. "I think you signed it, right?" His grin widened slightly, and he gestured toward her signature on the slab. "Looks like everything's in order." Tevos rubbed her temples, trying to push through the growing headache. "I don't remember signing this," she admitted, her pride taking a hit. I shrugged at the pretty blue woman. It was obvious by now that my restaurant had appeared in yet another dimension, but something felt a bit different this time. What exactly was an Asari, and what was the Citadel that Tevos was a council member of? From the way she talked about it, it sounded like it was a big deal in this dimension. Tevos gave me a strange look after I asked her my questions. "The Citadel isn't on Earth, Haru," she explained with a touch of bewilderment. "It's located far away in the middle of the Milky Way galaxy. I'm not from Earth either. I've never set foot on the planet." I was completely thrown by those responses. My jaw might have dropped a little as the realization dawned on me. Whoa, this Asari woman standing in front of me wasn't an offshoot of humanity or any other supernatural species like I had suspected. She was an actual freaking alien. My restaurant connected to a sci-fi universe with actual aliens and space travel. Kick-ass. Rias was going to lose her mind when she heard about this. Ila was probably going to wonder if any aliens could put up a decent fight. I was still processing the shock of it all when Tevos spoke again. "You seem awfully surprised to find all this out, Haru. Why is this all so shocking to you?" "Your restaurant is literally on the Citadel." I opened my mouth to explain, because of course this was shocking. The existence of aliens was pure speculation in both my lifetimes. But before I could, the front door swung open again. I turned toward the entrance, and my eyes lit up with recognition as a beautiful, lithe Japanese girl stepped inside. She was wearing an elegant kimono along with a few pieces of radiant jewelry. Her long black hair fell halfway down her back. "Amy-chan," I called out, grinning from ear to ear. "I've been wondering when you were going to show up. You missed my restaurant's grand opening," I said while creating a small illusion of tears forming in my eyes. "Don't even start with the fake tears." Amy pouted. "Yasaka has used that trick on me dozens of times already, and I'm not falling for them anymore." Amy-chan blushed at me cutely. "Sorry for missing your opening, Haru-kun. I lost track of time," she admitted while suddenly averting her eyes. I was rewatching One Piece from start to finish and couldn't pull myself away from the TV until now. That sounded like something she would do. Amaterasu rarely took the spotlight anymore. Most other factions assumed she was taking a step back from politics and allowing some of the other gods in Takamagara to take charge. Nope. She was just an NET who kept losing track of time whenever she would start a new anime or video game. I did some quick math in my head. One Piece has over 1,100 episodes, and each episode is around 24 minutes. I stared at Amy-chan in disbelief. Have you been staring at a TV screen for 18 days straight? I asked her. And no, Amy-chan didn't sound very convincing when she said that. Tevo stood up from her table with wide eyes. 18 days. We need to get this girl to a medical clinic immediately. How is she even alive? That's when Amy-chan finally noticed there was someone else in the restaurant with us. Her eyes went wide when she spotted Counselor Tevis' very unique features. Hello? Amy-chan said to the other woman. Not to be rude, but what are you? Tevis' face scrunched up, probably over the fact that she was being asked that question 2 times in succession. She's an alien from another planet. Her species is known as a Seri, I said with a smirk. Nanny? Amy-chan sputtered at me in disbelief. Her cool, elegant demeanor immediately slipped away. I cut off communication with the outside world for 18 days, and there are aliens now. So you did stare at a TV for 18 days straight. I gazed at her judgmentally. Even for a goddess that technically doesn't need sleep, that can't be healthy, purely for her own sanity. I felt a tiny bit of pain when Amy-chan kicked me in the shin. Forget about that. I just want to know what is going on here. I would also like to know, Tevos added. I am very confused. Lord Voldemort had suffered some humiliating defeats in the past, but nothing compared to his current situation. He had been reduced to inhabiting the body of an actual baby. The Dark Lord, who once inspired fear in all who heard his name, now had to rely on that pathetic excuse for a servant, Wormtail, for his every need. Whether it was being fed mush or most degrading of all being cleaned up after soiling himself, Voldemort endured it all in silence, his rage festering deep within. Once he regained his body, he would obliviate every single memory of these humiliating months. My lord, I need to speak with you right away. I have urgent news. The voice of Barty Crouch Jr. echoed through the small, dimly lit room. Barty slipped inside, looking nervous. Nagini, coiled by Voldemort's crib, hissed at the intruder, her tongue flicking as if ready to strike. But she held back, knowing better than to attack without her master's orders. Voldemort's blood-red eyes fixed on Barty. Even as a baby, his gaze was enough to make most men tremble. Why are you here, Barty? Voldemort asked in a high-pitched, squeaky voice he despised. The sound grated on him every time he spoke. Don't you know how risky visiting me is at this stage in our plans? Barty flinched under Voldemort's gaze, and despite his current state, the Dark Lord found a small bit of amusement in the fear he still commanded. I'm sorry, my lord, Barty stammered, bowing low, but this is important. Something incredibly strange has happened to Hogwarts, and it concerns the Potter boy. At the mention of Harry Potter, Voldemort's small, frail body stiffened. His hatred for the boy was the one thing that kept him going through this indignity. Speak, Barty, Voldemort commanded. What news do you bring me? Barty swallowed hard before continuing. My lord, a strange restaurant has appeared in Hogsmeade. It's run by a magical beast of some kind. But that's not all. The restaurant has attracted even more powerful, strange beings to it. One of them, a vampire woman, has taken an interest in Potter and his mudblood friend. She's offered to take them on as magical apprentices. Voldemort's tiny hands gripped the sides of his crib, his small fingers tightening into fists. A vampire? He hissed. And Potter accepted? Barty nodded quickly. Yes, my lord. But it gets worse. Potter has shown remarkable growth in power under her tutelage. During the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, Potter used wandless lightning magic to kill the dragon. Voldemort's breath caught in his throat, and if his infant body were capable of sweating, he might have felt it trickle down his forehead. He could scarcely believe what he was hearing. Harry Potter had managed to kill one of the most dangerous magical creatures in existence, and didn't even need a wand to do it? What the fuck? Voldemort muttered under his breath. When he was Potter's age, he was powerful, yes, but not even close to that powerful. And this had happened after only a few weeks of training under that vampire? What kind of ancient and terrifying being was she? Worse, what would Potter be capable of by the time the third task arrived? Voldemort's mind raced. If Potter's growth continued unchecked, would Voldemort even be able to survive another duel with the teenager? We might need a new plan, Voldemort admitted. But before that, we need to know more about this mysterious restaurant. He turned his gaze back to Barty. Barty swallowed nervously, avoiding Voldemort's gaze. Apologies, my lord, but my persona as Mad-Eye Moody has been permanently banned from the restaurant. I can't return to investigate further for a moment. The room was deadly silent. A scowl broke out on Voldemort's tiny face as his infant body shook with rage. He fumbled in his crib, desperately reaching for his wand, but it was just out of reach. A few bloody inches too far from his stubby fingers. Barty, sensing the imminent danger, flinched back, waiting for the inevitable curse. "You incompetent fool," Voldemort spat, his high-pitched voice filled with venom. "You failed me." His eyes burned with fury, but without his wand, Barty was safe from the Cruciatus for now. "Contact Lucius," Voldemort finally hissed. "Bring him before me. We'll need to craft a new plan. And this time, Barty, do not fail me." Barty bowed low, trembling as he backed out of the room. "Yes, my lord. Right away." As Barty disappeared, Voldemort seethed in his crib. "This restaurant and a magical beast have ruined my plans. This will not stand. I will have vengeance," he declared. The Dark Lord vowed he would learn everything he could about this place, and when the time came, he would crush it, along with anyone who dared to stand in his way. But first, he needed his body back. "Wormtail, I made a messy. Come and change me," Voldemort yelled furiously. Chapter 13. An average day at the Foxhole. "Haru, hey, race your tea." "Mamanga," I said, placing the steaming cup in front of the living skeleton. According to him, he was an undead known as an overlord, which was basically the magical king of skeletons. Yeah, his world was weird, but weird was the new normal around here. "Thank you, Haru," the skeleton replied, elegantly picking up the teacup with two bony fingers. He brought it to his lips, where his mouth should have been, and somehow managed to make sipping noises. I didn't even bother questioning it at this point. "I'd like to thank you for saving some of those prisoners for us," Mamanga said after a slight pause. "In my zeal the other day, I ended up killing all the magic casters that invaded your territory." "Haru," he admitted with a slightly embarrassed tone. Albedo, who sat next to him, frowned deeply. Her golden eyes glinted with disdain as she crossed her arms. "Humph. Those pathetic worms should have considered themselves honored to die by your divine hand, my love." Her voice dripped with fervent adoration and pride. "All right," Mamanga stuttered slightly, shifting awkwardly in his seat. He cleared his throat, or at least made a sound resembling it. "That reminds me, Haru. I've decided to change my name. From now on, I'm no longer Mamanga. I am Ainsul Gown. At least you picked a cool-sounding new name," I said with a chuckle. "Have you given more thought to my offer, Ains?" I added. Ere Ains glanced at me, then at Albedo, who was sitting next to him. "What offer is that, my love?" Albedo asked curiously. Ains hesitated for a moment before explaining. "Haru offered to find someone who could teach me transformation magic," he said, his voice carrying a hint of awkwardness. "It would allow me to take on a humanoid, fleshy form." Albedo's eyes lit up with pure, unbridled excitement, her cheeks flushing as her breathing became heavier. "Such a thing is truly possible," she exclaimed. She turned toward me, almost trembling. "You will have my eternal gratitude if you make this happen, Lord Haru. I cannot wait to be able to lie with my beloved Ains for real." She clasped her hands together, her golden eyes practically sparkling with desire. The sounds of our passionate celebration will echo throughout the halls of Nazarick for hours upon hours. Shaltir will be so incredibly jealous when I share the wonderful news that we are starting a family. Albedo turned back to Ains. "What should we name it if it's a boy? Or maybe it will be a girl?" She blinked up at him, waiting eagerly for his response. I just stared from where I stood behind the counter. Albedo really wanted that D somehow despite being a skeleton, Ains managed to look utterly horrified, or at least as close to horrified as a skull could get. His red eyes flickered in panic. Please, calm yourself. Albedo, he said, his voice faltering slightly. I haven't even started learning transformation magic, yet Albedo pouted, her excitement faltering for just a moment, and she let out an adorable little huff, crossing her arms. Oof, but you'll learn it, right, Ains-sama? She pressed, her voice laced with impatience. Ains shifted awkwardly, looking like he regretted everything. WLC. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, of course, my beloved. Albedo's mood shifted back in an instant. Her eyes filled with renewed determination. He'll wait for as long as it takes. Our love knows no bounds. The conversation shifted as Ains leaned forward, his glowing red eyes focused intently on me. Haru, he began, what's the strangest thing you've seen in the other dimensions your restaurant has connected to? I paused, thinking it over. Well, I haven't seen it yet, but yesterday my restaurant connected to a place called the Citadel. It's located in deep space and is run by a bunch of aliens. Ains had just taken another sip of his tea when he spat it all out of his bony mouth in shock. The tea splashed all over Albedo. Instead of looking upset, Albedo's eyes lit up and she giggled, wiping the tea from her face while panting with that mischievous expression. Ainsama, she said brightly, her voice full of delight. If you wanted to surprise me, all you had to do was ask. Succubi were weird, or maybe it was just Ains's girl that was special. Ains, ignoring Albedo's reaction, looked at me in disbelief. Aliens? Such things actually exist? Yeah, I replied with a chuckle. And they're pretty hot, too. The Aseri, which is the alien species I met, are all beautiful blue women. They're also monogendered, which is pretty interesting. Ains tilted his skull curiously. Then how did he trailed off awkwardly, his bony fingers tapping lightly against the table? How do they make more Aseri? I grinned. I have no idea yet. That would have been a pretty awkward thing to ask during first contact. I laughed, shaking my head at the memory. What made it even funnier was that the goddess Amaterasu decided to pay my restaurant a visit while I was talking to them. It freaked the alien out even more. Ains's red eyes flared with interest. A goddess visited your restaurant during first contact with an alien race? What even is your life? Albedo. Now, I'm mostly dry after using the towel I handed her, perked up as well. There are gods in your world, Lord Haru? She asked. Do you hunt them for sport like the supreme beings did back in Yggdrasil? I blinkte her. No. Albedo pouted slightly. I see. That's disappointing. It would have been quite thrilling. I imagine. I turned to Ains, wanting to ask what the whole hunting gods thing was about, but he just told me that he would explain later. More customers were entering the foxhole anyways. Haru, my friend, 'tis good to see you again. Agner's booming voice filled the restaurant as he walked in with his vampire wife. Sarana, close behind. He glanced around the room, noticing the unfamiliar faces of Ains and Albedo seated nearby. I see you have some new and unusual customers, Agner added with a grin, casually plopping himself down at the bar counter next to them. The Dragonborn was just a big friendly nod. 'Tis nice to make your acquaintance, Agner said with a wide smile. I am Agner, and the lovely woman behind me is my wife, Sarana. He gave Sarana a playful nudge as she sighed softly, taking her seat beside him. Charmed, Sarana said, exchanging nods with Albedo. The two women seemed to size each other up for a moment before settling into the strange atmosphere. It is nice to meet you as well, Albedo replied, eyeing Sarana with mild interest before returning her attention to Ains. What dimension do you come from? Ains asked curiously, his voice echoing slightly. And what is your armor made of, if I may ask? I've always thought black armor was the coolest looking myself. Agner's grin widened even more as he patted Ains on the shoulder. Thank you, my new undead friend. My armor is made from ebony, a very rare and expensive ore that can be mined in Skyrim, the home of the Nords, he said proudly. Ains's eyes glowed with fascination. Ebony? Interesting, I've never heard of such a metal. Agner turned to me next, leaning in a bit. Sarana, and I just got back from another dragon subjugation quest. Falkreath was being threatened by a dragon that demanded human sacrifices every week, or would burn the village to the ground. Thankfully, we took care of it before it came to that. Ains and Albedo were both lost, so I explained to them a bit about Agnar's dimension. The dragons in Skyrim used to rule over the world before they were overthrown and all killed. But a while back, one of those dragons managed to resurrect itself from the dead and brought the rest of them back to life as well. Now, they're causing havoc all over the place. Serana gave a slight nod. And if it's not a dragon causing trouble, then it's always something else equally insane, she added dryly. Ains's red eyes flared with interest. You must be quite strong to routinely slay dragons, he said, his voice carrying a hint of admiration as he looked at Agnar. Agnar chuckled deeply, flexing his arms. It takes strength, but it also takes strategy. Dragons are crafty beasts. You gotta hit them where they're weakest and make sure you've got a good weapon. He patted the hilt of his ebony sword. This bow tie's helped me slay more than my fair share of them. Agnar reached into the bag on his hip, which I only now realized was some kind of expanded storage pouch, much like the magical bags I'd seen before. He grinned widely at me, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Haru, my friend, I brought a treat for you to prepare for lunch, he exclaimed, his voice booming as he began pulling out several large cuts of meat from the seemingly endless bag. At first glance, I couldn't tell what kind of animal the meat came from, and I leaned in, inspecting it curiously. What is this? I asked, my tail swaying behind me in excitement from the smell alone. This, my friend, is Horker meat, the most succulent and delicious meat in all of Skyrim, he proclaimed proudly. Horker? I raised an eyebrow. What's a Horker? Agnar launched into a quick description, telling me that Horkers were large, tusked creatures that lived in the icy waters of Skyrim. They sounded a bit like walruses, only more aggressive and larger. Their meat's the best, rich, tender, and full of flavor, he assured me. I nodded, intrigued. How do you cook them? I asked eagerly, feeling my tail sway even faster. The thought of preparing something new always got me excited, especially when it came highly recommended like this. Agnar scratched his chin awkwardly, glancing at Serana. Oh well, you see, he began, clearly unsure. Serana let out a sigh and shot him a look of exasperation. Honestly, Agnar, how have you survived all these years as an adventurer without knowing how to cook? She grumbled, shaking her head. That's what you're here for, love, Agnar said with a sheepish smile, which earned him an eye roll from his vampire wife. Serana turned to me, crossing her arms. Horker meat is pretty much like cooking a steak, just thicker and more tender. Grill it a bit longer than your average T-bone, and it should turn out perfect, she explained, her tone more practical. Then, to my surprise, she added, it's one of the few meats I can actually ingest as a vampire, as long as it's extra. Extra rare. I blinked. Extra rare, huh? I smirked. That pretty much means I'm not going to be cooking it at all. Serana chuckled softly. Just wave it over the fire, Haru. Tatleudo. But no way was I just going to serve up raw meat. My pride as a chef was on the line here. They'll at least season it properly. I declared, no one's getting a bland cut of meat in my restaurant. I mentally ran through the list of spices I had on hand. Something earthy to complement the richness of the Horker, maybe a bit of sea salt to enhance the natural flavors. Ains and Albedo, who had been quietly enjoying their tea up until now, perked up at the mention of the steaks. Neither of them had ordered any food yet. Technically, Ains didn't even need to eat, and Albedo had a ring that stopped her from feeling hunger altogether. Did you say steaks? Ains asked, his glowing eyes locked on the cuts of Horker meat on the counter. Albedo leaned forward eagerly. I do like to try a cut as well. Even Nazarik's great chefs cannot compare to Lord Haru's cooking. Agnar chuckled heartily. No need to worry, friends. Horkers are very big creatures. I've brought more than enough for everyone. With that said, I immediately went to work. I fired up the grills and started seasoning all the meats. I filled a few pans with my homemade butter along with a few pinches of salt as well that I would sprinkle over the steaks to add that little bit of extra deliciousness. Agnar had been right. The Horker steaks were absolutely delicious, some of the juiciest. Most tender cuts I'd ever prepared. Everyone seemed satisfied with their meals, including me. I had made myself a steak too, and as I chewed the rich, flavorful meat, I could tell this was a new favorite. While I started cleaning up the kitchen, I could hear Ains and Agner chatting at the bar about weapons and minerals found in Skyrim. Serana had joined Albedo at a nearby table, and the two of them were deep in what could only be described as girl talk. What exactly do a female vampire and a succubus discuss when they think no one is listening? Well, judging by the things I heard, things that made my face flush red and my ears flop down in embarrassment, it wasn't exactly the kind of conversation I needed to overhear. I loved having enhanced senses as a kitsune, but sometimes super hearing was a curse. There were more than a few nights growing up where I could overhear my mother, Yasaka, in her private chambers late at night through the thin walls. I finished cleaning up the kitchen and packed the leftover Horker steaks neatly into the freezer, grateful for the distraction. The peace didn't last long, though. Just as I finished, the doors to my restaurant burst open with a loud bang. A woman with blue skin and long, pointed ears stormed in. She wasn't an Asari, though her features were sharper, and I recognized her as a dark elf from Skyrim. Her intense, red eyes locked onto Agner. "Dragonborn," she called out urgently. "Your assistance is immediately needed. 3 dragons are flying directly toward Whiterun." Agner and Ains's conversation halted as the large Nord stood up, his expression turning serious in an instant. "3 at once, Irileth?" he asked, his hand already reaching for the hilt of his sword. Irileth nodded grimly. "Yes, it's an emergency." Her attention briefly shifted to the rest of the room, her gaze flickering with surprise as it moved between me, Ains, and the others. When her eyes landed on me, a hint of recognition flashed in them. "Hello," she said with a curt nod. "My name is Irileth, and I am Jarl Balgruf's personal guard. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. Things have been so chaotic in Skyrim that the Jarl hasn't had a chance to welcome you personally." I blinked. "The Jarl knows who I am?" Irileth nodded. "Of course. All of Whiterun knows who you are, Lord Haru. The Dragonborn and Ela the Huntress both openly brag about you and your restaurant." "Well, that's flattering," I said, scratching the back of my head, feeling a bit embarrassed by the sudden praise. Ains, having listened quietly, spoke up, his voice calm but curious. 3 dragons at once, that sounds like quite the challenge. Do you plan to face them alone, Agner?" Agner looked at Ains, a determined smile on his face. "Not alone, my new undead friend. They'll have Serana, Irileth, and some of Whiterun's finest soldiers at my side. But if you're offering your assistance, I wouldn't mind the help." Ains's eyes glowed with interest. I believe this could be a valuable learning experience. I was tempted to join them. "Meh, what the hell," I said, stepping out from behind the counter. As I walked over to join the group, I noticed a flicker of relief in Irileth's eyes, though she still kept glancing at Ains with a wary expression. Ains noticed her discomfort. If my appearance is unsettling, I could wear a mask to hide my features. I wouldn't want to make the people of Whiterun uneasy. Before Irileth could respond, Albedo hissed sharply, her golden eyes narrowing in displeasure. "How dare you suggest that Ain Sama should hide himself?" she snapped, glaring at Irileth. Agner, however, laughed loudly, his booming voice cutting through the tension. "What kind of pansy milk drinkers do you take us north for?" he declared, slapping a hand against Ains's bony shoulder. "The true Nords won't be scared of you just because you're undead. We've seen worse." The Dragonborn wasn't biased against undead. After all, he had married one. Serana smirked and placed a light kiss on Agner's cheek. "My man might be a big dumb lug who only knows how to shout and swing around a greatsword, but his heart's always in the right place. The people of Whiterun learned to accept me, and I'm sure they'll accept you in time as well." Ains looked relieved to hear that. With that, we left my restaurant and stepped into the open streets of Whiterun. It was my second time seeing the city, the first being when I went out on my first date with Ela. Unlike that lively day, the streets were now deserted. Everyone had fled indoors, save for the soldiers and the brave members of the companions, who stood ready to defend the city. The distant sound of dragons roaring echoed over the mountains. But thanks to my enhanced hearing, I could tell those roars were getting closer fast. We got about 5 minutes tops before the dragons get here, I told everyone. Agner gave a sharp nod of acknowledgement, while Ains's red eyes glowed thoughtfully. How do we want to handle this? Ains asked. Shall each of us take on a single dragon? I shrugged, rolling my shoulders to loosen up. I'm fine with that. Just let me keep the dragon's bones and meat after I take it down. Dragon meat is a delicacy in my restaurant. It goes fast. The last batch I had from the dragon Harry killed had already sold out in just a few days. Agner smirked. This is Skyrim, Haru. You keep whatever you kill, obviously. As I stretched my arms, preparing for the impending battle, I overheard Irileth speaking in hushed tones with a few nearby guards. These people are insane, she muttered, her voice tinged with disbelief. They're discussing killing dragons so casually and eating them. One of the guards beside her nodded. I've never heard of anyone eating a dragon before. I couldn't help but grin, my ears twitching as I turned to them. Trust me, I said. Once you've had dragon steak, you'll understand. I tried to reassure them, but some of them still looked at me like I was insane. They'd catch on. Suddenly, a loud roar cut through the air, much closer than before. I could feel the vibrations through the ground as 3 massive shadows swept over the mountains, heading straight for Whiterun. The dragons were nearly here. Agner unsheathed his ebony greatsword, his eyes shining with the thrill of battle. Time to show these beasts why they fear the Dragonborn. He shouted. Ains raised a hand, dark magic crackling between his skeletal fingers. Let's see if these creatures are formidable enough to face Ains' Ulgown. I summoned a bit of foxfire, letting the blue flames flicker at my fingertips. All right, boys and girls, let's make this quick. I've got a restaurant to run, I said with a grin. Kuno-sama, please slow down. Your brother's restaurant isn't going anywhere. Tanya-chan called out. Kunu darted through the streets of Kyoto, her face lighting up with a big, happy smile. It was the best time of the day, lunchtime. That meant an hour away from her tutors and a chance to see her awesome big brother at his restaurant. She could hear Tanya, her bodyguard, panting behind her, try to keep up as she zigzagged through the crowded streets while barely avoiding colliding with startled yokai. Those who recognized her just chuckled and cheered her on as she ran. Finally, Kunu reached the foxhole, bursting through the doors with excitement. I'm here, Harunishan, she sing-songed, but as she looked around the empty restaurant, her smile faded into a pout. Huh, where is everyone? She sniffed the air, her keen senses picking up the lack of her brother's usual scent. She muttered, realizing that Haru was gone. A few seconds later, Tanya caught up, her blonde hair a bit disheveled. The 13-year-old leaned forward, planting her hands on her knees as she tried to catch her breath. You're so fast on the ground, Haru's not here, Kunu complained. Tanya straightened up, glancing around the quiet restaurant. Maybe he went to see one of his girlfriends? Tanya suggested with a shrug. Kunu pouted again, stamping her foot on the wooden floor. He can make kissy faces with his girlfriends later. I'm hungry now. As if on cue, her stomach growled loudly. Tanya smiled faintly. Maybe he's still nearby. If we check one of the dimensions, okay. Let's check Skyrim first, Kunu declared immediately. She closed the door, picturing Whiterun in her mind, and then flung the door back open. The moment the door opened, a deafening roar filled the air, followed by the ground-shaking boom of something heavy crashing nearby. Kuna's eyes lit up. I found Icon, she said happily, completely ignoring the chaos as she sprinted through the streets of Whiterun. Behind her, Tanya's panicked shouts followed, but Kunu was too focused. She could smell her brother now. He was just outside the city, and from the sounds of it, he was fighting a dragon. So cool, Kunu whispered to herself as she hopped up one of the ramps leading to the city's edge. There, she saw a group of soldiers watching the battle intently. A dark elf woman stood at the front, barking orders. Agner, Haru, and Ains look like they're winning, but keep those arrows ready in case one of the dragons tries to get past them and attack Whiterun itself. The dark elf commanded. Yes, ma'am. Several soldiers saluted, gripping their bows tightly. Kunu walked right up behind the dark elf and tapped her shoulder. "Hi there. Why is my brother fighting a dragon?" she asked. The dark elf jumped, startled, before quickly spinning around to face Kunu. She stared down at the small girl with a mixture of shock and concern, then quickly placed her hands on her hips. "What are you doing out here, child? This is no place for you." Kunu puffed out her cheeks, her tail swishing behind her in frustration. "I want to see Haru fight the dragon," she complained, not understanding why anyone would keep her from watching something so cool. Tanya finally caught up, her face flushed from running again, so soon after catching her breath. "Kunu-sama, please. You can't just run into battlefields." "I'm not on a battlefield." Kunu pointed fiercely outside the city walls. "The battlefield is out there." Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she watched her brother conjure a massive plume of blue foxfire and hurl it at the red dragon. The resulting explosion shook everything around them, and Kunu gasped in delight. But her joy quickly turned to anger when the dragon roared in a language she couldn't understand and struck Haru with a bolt of lightning that appeared out of nowhere. Kuna's fur bristled as she growled, her small fists clenched. "How dare you hurt my big brother? You stupid lizard. He'll kill you." She made a move to hop over the ledge, ready to charge into the fray, but Tanya swiftly grabbed her and pulled her back. Tanya sighed in exasperation. "Haru is fine, Kunu-sama. Look, see? All that lightning did was give him a little jolt. He's already retaliating." Kuna's angry expression shifted back into a grin as she watched Haru leap into the air, dozens of feet high, and punch the dragon square in the face. The massive beast struggled to stay airborne after the blow and crashed down into the dirt with a thunderous impact. "It looks like it's almost over," Irileth said with a sigh of relief. All three dragons have now been grounded. Kunu pouted as Tanya finally released her. She crossed her arms. "I wanted to help first. I miss out on fighting zombies, and now I don't get to fight any dragons either." Tanya chuckled and gave her a pat on the head. "It's not over yet," she said, glancing at Irileth. "My name is Tanya Degerchev. I'm Lady Kuna's bodyguard and playmate," she added with a hint of reluctance, earning a giggle from Kunu. Tanya always acted so serious, but she was fun to tease. Irileth smiled slightly. "It's fine. I've heard tales of Haru's family from Ela herself. I knew what to expect. Thankfully, the danger seems to have passed. Agner has slain his dragon, and the undead Ains has almost finished his as well." Tanya tilted her head curiously. Why were 3 dragons attacking this place in the first place? Irileth frowned, shaking her head. "I don't know. Maybe it's vengeance against the Dragonborn himself. Agner's known to live in Whiterun most of the time. Regardless, it is safe now, and I'm sure the streets will soon be full of Nords celebrating long into the night." Kuna's face brightened at the word celebrate. "I want to go to a party," she exclaimed. Tanya smiled indulgently. "I'm sure your mother will let you go, as long as you don't stay out too late." But just as they relaxed, a deafening roar echoed from the other side of the city. Irileth's eyes widened in panic as a 4th dragon appeared out of nowhere, soaring over the mountains toward Whiterun. "Shit, there's another one," Irileth shouted. Some of the guards nearby began to panic, but Irileth quickly barked orders to keep them calm. "Hold your ground." Kunu puffed out her chest and declared, "Don't worry, everyone. I'll slay this dragon, just like my brother." The guards stared at her in disbelief, but before Kunu could take another step, Tanya stepped in front of her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "No, Kunu-sama, you will not be fighting any dragons on my watch," she said firmly, unslinging the rifle from her back. "I will take care of this one." Irileth raised an eyebrow, glancing at Tanya doubtfully. "No offense, but aren't you a bit young to be fighting dragons? You're not much bigger than Lord Haru's sister." Kunu giggled at the mortified look that crossed Tanya's face. "He'll show you who's small," Tanya muttered under her breath. With a determined look, she took off into the sky, flying high above the city as magic circles formed in front of her rifle. Kunu watched in awe as Tanya began chanting that strange, math-based magic she always used. Then, with a sharp crack, Tanya pulled the trigger and Kunu had to cover her ears as a deafening boom split the air. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, and the dragon's roar was cut off mid-sound. Kunu, with her enhanced vision, spotted the dragon's body tumbling out of the cloud of smoke. Even from this distance, she could see it was missing most of its head. Wo Kunu whispered in admiration. Tanya had blown the dragon's head clean off. By the gods, Irileth breathed. I stand corrected. Kunu grinned proudly. See? Tanya-chan is the best. She looked up as Tanya floated back down toward them. Modern guns work so much better, Tanya muttered to herself as she landed on the ground. She then let out an adorable yelp when the nearby guards all picked her up and started cheering. They also decided to pick Kunu up as well, and she giggled as they started parading the little dragon slayer and her friend up and down the streets of Whiterun. Chapter 14. A party and a space hero. Harry Potter, Harry, and Hermione hadn't been at the foxhole for the past few days. After Harry had completed the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, they had been drowning in schoolwork. They had skipped weeks of classes while training with Serana in Skyrim, and now Hermione, ever the diligent student, was determined to catch up. Harry technically didn't need to. Triwizard champions were exempt from schoolwork, but he couldn't abandon his new girlfriend to the pile of essays and assignments they had missed out on all by her lonesome. The atmosphere at Hogwarts had been tense ever since Harry electrocuted a dragon to death during the task. Teachers and students alike seemed nervous around him, shooting wary glances his way whenever he passed through the corridors. Even Dumbledore had been acting strangely. The headmaster would stare at Harry during meals, and Harry found it more than a little creepy. The old man looked at him like he was already the next Dark Lord, waiting to seize the castle at the first opportunity and strike down Dumbledore. Well, half of that was true at least. Harry loathed Dumbledore after everything the headmaster had put him through, but he had no desire to be a Dark Lord or rule over magical Britain. After spending time in Skyrim, the idea of ruling over a place as small-minded as Britain seemed laughable. The witches and wizards, with all their potential, still somehow managed to limit themselves in almost every possible way. I mean, who spends 7 years learning magic only to end up at a desk job in the ministry? Harry muttered under his breath, flipping through his potions textbook and cursing Snape for assigning so many worthless essays. Hermione glanced up from her essay, frowning slightly. A lot of people. Not everyone has the option to be well. You exactly, Harry said, smirking a little. Why waste all that magical training just to push papers for the rest of your life? You should be out there doing something incredible with your magic. Remember when you used to think the ministry was the dream job? Hermione rolled her eyes, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. I was misguided. You mean Serana knocked some sense into you? Harry teased. She did not knock sense into me, Harry, Hermione protested, though her smile betrayed her. She just broadened my perspective. Harry chuckled. Broadened it, huh? How about we broaden it some more and get out of this stuffy castle? I need some good food. Harry complained as he stood up. Hermione thankfully agreed that they both needed a break from all the assignments, and the two of them left the castle. Well, and just glad you're not aiming for some boring job managing Cauldron Thickness or sending threatening letters to children for accidental magic anymore, Harry said as they walked, continuing their conversation. Hermione huffed, but her eyes sparkled with amusement. Cauldron Thickness is actually important, because scammers were selling thinner cauldrons to save money and potions across Britain were being sabotaged. Fair enough, Harry said, raising his hands in mock surrender. But that's never going to be my problem. I want magic to be my focus, not paperwork. He glanced up at the overcast sky as they made their way through Hogsmeade. After spending time in Skyrim, everything here just seems small. Wizards don't even know how much more there is out there. Magic can do so much more than what they teach us at Hogwarts. Hermione looked thoughtful, resting her chin on her hand. You're right. There's so much untapped potential. It's a bit frustrating, really. Frustrating? Harry grinned. It's downright depressing. But at least we're free of it. We got options. Hermione smiled softly. We do, and I'm grateful for that. It's just hard to believe sometimes. Isn't it? How much has changed? Harry nodded, his thoughts drifting. Everything had changed for him, from his understanding of magic to his relationships. Harry and Hermione arrived outside the doors of the foxhole. "I can't wait to try some of Haru's cooking again," she said. Harry nodded in agreement, his stomach growling at the thought. Haru's food was always incredible. When they opened the doors, however, they were met with a scene that neither of them had expected. The place was packed, filled with laughter, shouting, and the clink of mugs. The lively crowd was celebrating enthusiastically, their boisterous cheers almost drowning out the music playing in the background. It was clear that another party was in full swing. "Looks like Haru's throwing another party," Harry muttered, a bit of a pout forming on his lips. "Why didn't he invite us?" Hermione chuckled, nudging him playfully. "It's probably another spur-of-the-moment thing, like last time. Besides, remember what Professor McGonagall said after the last party? She doesn't want either of us getting drunk again." Harry grimaced at the memory. The stern look McGonagall had given them the morning after was enough to make sure they wouldn't be getting into the mead again anytime soon. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little left out. The restaurant was mostly filled with people from Skyrim, their hearty voices echoing off the walls as they knocked back cups of mead and cheered loudly about the 4 heroes who had slain dragons. Harry's ears perked up at that. Slain dragons? Harry raised an eyebrow, still unsure of what was going on. That's when he spotted someone familiar standing by the front door. Tanya, the 13-year-old girl they had gotten to know recently, whenever she stopped by with Canoe. She was standing there with her arms crossed, looking like she was pouting about something. "Hey, Tanya." Hermione greeted with a friendly wave as they approached her. Harry followed suit, giving her a small smile. "What's going on? Why is everyone celebrating?" Tanya huffed, her cheeks puffed out slightly in irritation. "They're all celebrating because 4 dragons were slain before they could burn Whiterun to the ground." "4 dragons at once?" Harry asked in surprise. "That explains the 4 heroes everyone's cheering about. Who killed the dragons?" "I'm guessing Agner and probably Haru. Who else?" Before Tanya could respond, a drunken Nord stumbled over to them, holding up his mug in a toast. "Hooray for the little dragon slayer." He bellowed jovially in Tanya's direction before staggering away, laughing. Tanya's pout deepened as she crossed her arms tighter, grumbling under her breath. "I'm not little," she muttered, clearly annoyed by the Nord's comment. "Wait," he said, putting 2 and 2 together. "You're one of the heroes, aren't you?" Tanya shot him a glare. "Of course I am. I want to test out my new modern gun and keep Canoe from running off and fighting the dragon herself." She gave them a rundown on everything that happened after she followed Canoe to Skyrim earlier. She eventually ended the story by grumbling about how the soldiers paraded her up and down Whiterun multiple times and wouldn't stop calling her anything except for the little dragon slayer. Harry and Hermione couldn't help but both chuckle at the nickname. Harry didn't think it was so bad compared to the other names students in Hogwarts had whispered behind his back over the years. "You mentioned Canoe earlier?" Hermione asked Tanya. "Where is she?" "She's sleeping off a sugar crash and a stomach ache in the back," Tanya explained while gesturing behind the bar. Haru made a giant chocolate cake in the shape of a dragon, and Canoe ended up eating almost her entire body weight in sugar. "I'm pretty sure if she was human, she would be in a hospital right now," Tanya said while shaking her head. "What's going on here?" Harry and Hermione both spun around when they heard a woman shout behind them. "Commander Shepard, how does it feel being an official Spectre now, Shepard?" Ashley asked as they rode the painfully slow elevator down to the Presidium. Commander Shepard shook her head, letting out a sigh. "It hasn't quite sunken yet. I'm not even sure if this new position is anything more than a fancy title. Not with what Saren's up to. Being a Spectre will definitely have its perks," Gurus chimed in, crossing his arms. "You'll get access to the best intel and equipment in the galaxy. Might come in handy. And you can break a bunch of laws without getting in any trouble," Rex added with a chuckle, his deep voice echoing in the cramped space. "Damn, this elevator is slow," he grumbled, glaring at the doors. "Do you think the Protheans got motion sickness or something?" Ashley asked, smirking. "Every elevator based on their tech moves like molasses." "That's as good a theory as any I've heard," Tali remarked, her voice muffled slightly by her helmet. You humans are always in such a hurry, Gurus said with a small laugh. I'm in a hurry to get a drink, Rex muttered, casting an impatient glance at the floor indicator as it finally hit their stop. The doors slid open slowly, revealing the gleaming walkway of the Presidium. Do you think I can get an actual decent drink around here? Shepard stepped out of the elevator, her thoughts trailing after Rex's comment. She could use a drink herself. Tracking down Saren was going to be a long, dangerous mission, and she wasn't sure how many chances they'd get to unwind along the way. As she scanned the familiar surroundings, something caught her eye. "Hey, what's that?" she asked, pointing across the artificial river that ran through the heart of the Presidium. Was that place always there? Across the bridge, nestled between sleek Presidium towers, stood a building that seemed out of place. It had a warm, inviting glow and a sign in both English and Japanese letters, the Foxhole. Shepard chuckled at the name. We might as well check it out. Plus, Rex is already halfway there, Ashley added with a smirk. Shepard blinked in surprise. Sure enough, Rex was already stomping his way across the bridge, his massive form surprisingly stealthy for a Krogan. Shaking her head in amusement, she motioned for the others to follow and hurried after him, her team trailing behind. As they approached the building, Tali tilted her head. It looks like some kind of restaurant or bar, but I can't see anything through the windows. Shepard tried peeking in, but Tali was right, there was something off about the glass. Shrugging, she pushed open the door. The moment the door swung open, a wave of noise hit them. Inside, the place was packed with people, all drinking and celebrating as though it were the wildest night of their lives. Music blared. Voices boomed in laughter and cheers, and the atmosphere felt utterly out of sync with the usual pristine calm of the Presidium. Rex's grin stretched wide as he looked around. Finally, a place on this stuck-up station that's not for pansies. I bet they've got some real drinks in here. Shepard stepped inside, her eyes scanning the room. The decor was warm, rustic, and inviting like a mix between an old Earth tavern and something out of a fantasy novel. But what stood out the most were the 3 human children standing right by the front door. She frowned. This was supposed to be a bar. There were people everywhere, and they were all clearly drinking alcohol. Kids shouldn't be anywhere near this. What the hell is going on here? Shepard demanded, her voice sharp as she addressed the children. 2 of them jumped in fright, but the third, a small blonde girl, barely glanced her way. Shepard stared in bewilderment. Isn't this a bar? She asked, turning to her team. Sure looks like one, Gurus said, eyeing the crowd. Tali tilted her head. Maybe they allow families? Kids in a bar? Shepard shook her head, stepping closer to the children. Hey, is there an adult here with any of you? She asked the human kids. No? The boy replied, his messy black hair falling into his bright green eyes behind round glasses. He sounded confused, as if sneaking into a bar wasn't what they were doing at all. Shepard let out a deep sigh. It wasn't exactly how she imagined her evening going dealing with kids, and a bar wasn't on the agenda. She had just wanted a drink, not to play cop. She glanced over at Gurus, the XCCC officer, and had an idea. She could leave it all up to him. She was the leader of the team, and she needed to start delegating anyway. Gurus caught her playful look inside. All right, you 3. Party's over. Gurus stepped forward, putting on his best authoritative tone. You're coming with me. At least, that's what he thought would happen. Just as he reached for the group, the cute blonde girl, who had been quiet up until now, calmly stood up. In one smooth motion, she pulled out an old-fashioned assault rifle and aimed it directly at Gurus' face. Touch us, and it'll blow your head off, the girl said, her voice cold and flat. Shepard's eyes widened in shock. This girl wasn't just some kid. There was something dangerous behind those blue eyes. This girl was a trained killer. Before Shepard could react, Rex burst into loud, booming laughter. Ha 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 ha. I didn't know human children were so awesome. What's your name, girl? I'm Erdnot Rex, mercenary and badass Krogan. The girl grinned, and for a second, her steely demeanor broke as she leaned her assault rifle against the wall. Gurus, still a little shaken, let out a small sigh of relief before giving Shepard a pleading look. Shepard waved him off, signaling for him to stand down. The girl gave a sharp, almost military salute. I am former Lieutenant Colonel Tanya de Gurchaff. Now, I'm simply Tanya de Gurchaff, bodyguard for Kunisama. Shepard blinked in disbelief. Former colonel? Bodyguard? What the hell is going on with this little girl? Before Shepard could process any of that, the boy with glasses snickered. Don't forget Little Dragon Slayer, he teased, earning him a swift kick to the shin from Tanya. Ow! The boy yelped, rubbing his leg. I'm Harry Potter, he said, introducing himself as if nothing had happened. And this is Hermione Granger. Shepard raised an eyebrow at that. It had been a while since she had been back to Earth, but she still recognized British accents. You know, Ashley said, arms crossed, kids aren't really supposed to hang out in bars. It's not usually a bar, Hermione explained, sounding a bit defensive. Well, it is, but it's mostly a restaurant. Sometimes Haru throws wild parties, but none of us have had any drinks ourselves. I don't even like alcohol, Tanya added, matter-of-factly. I only drink water and coffee. Shepard shook her head, still trying to make sense of it all. Is Haru the owner? The three kids nodded and pointed toward the bar. Shepard followed their gaze and had to do a double take. The man behind the bar was serving drinks and food to a rowdy group of partygoers. He was handsome, to say the least, but that wasn't what truly caught Shepard's attention. No, it was the fact that he looked like something straight out of an anime. With fox-like ears poking through his golden hair and multiple tails swishing behind him as he worked. Those ears and tails, they can't be real, Shepard muttered under her breath. They are, Harry said with a grin. He's a kitsune, a fox yokai. You'll all get used to it, he said with a shrug. I've never heard of kitsune, Tali said. What planet are they from? Shepard spared a glance with Ashley. They both knew the answer to that question and also knew it was impossible because yokai weren't real. She was going to get to the bottom of whatever was going on in this strange restaurant. She was supposed to leave the Citadel soon to chase after Saren, but she wasn't going anywhere until this was solved. Haru, I stood behind the bar, grinning as the lively crowd celebrated. The noise was deafening, but it was the good kind of loud, the sound of people letting loose and enjoying themselves. Albedo was standing on top of a table, swaying slightly as she raised a large wooden mug of mead in the air. A little bit of it splashed down her white dress, but she didn't seem to care. I just want to say, Albedo began, her speech slurred, her face bright red from all the mead she had consumed. I always thought humans were lower life forms. But you guys are all right. Especially since you all can see how glorious Mamanga, Ain-sama, is. Isn't he the best? A chorus of cheers erupted from the drunken Nords around her, their mugs raised high as they echoed her sentiment. I couldn't help but chuckle when I saw Ain's skeletal face, showing what I could only assume was embarrassment face-palming at the spectacle. He kept trying to get Albedo off the table, but the drunken succubus wasn't having any of it. She stayed up there and kept giving speeches about how great and magnificent her darling Ains was. I love you so much, Ain-sama. You look so cool when you kill that dragon. Kanpai, Albedo shouted before downing the rest of her drink, the Nords cheering louder. Agner had been right. Wytron's people had come to accept Ains and the undead, especially after he saved them from one of the dragons that had attacked the city. It didn't hurt that Albedo, in her own way, was charming them with her enthusiasm. I scanned the rest of the bar, wondering what other chaos was unfolding. It didn't take long for me to spot another commotion. How dare you steal the last piece of chocolate cake? Haru was saving that for me. Ila's voice rang out as she drunkenly dove forward, tackling Agner to the floor in a blur of movement. The two of them rolled around, wrestling like children, their laughter mixing with the shouts of those egging them on. Serana rushed over, exasperated, trying to pull them apart. Ila, Agner, seriously, get up. You're going to hurt yourselves. I couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, leaning against the bar. When in doubt, always cheer for your girlfriend. Kick his ass. Ila, I called out. Ila, who was clearly drunk but not as far gone as Agner, threw a triumphant fist into the air. I shall best the Dragonborn this night. Serana shot me an annoyed glare, clearly not amused that I wasn't helping her break it up. I shrugged back at her. I couldn't help anyway. There were more customers to deal with, and besides, Ila had things under control. Probably a striking redhead slid onto one of the few empty bar stools at the bar. Her very form-fitting armor was clearly futuristic, and she was absolutely armed to the teeth. I spotted at least 4 guns and even more grenades around that slender waist. I had kept my drinking under control tonight, but that didn't mean I hadn't had a few, and before I could stop myself, the words flew out of my mouth. Well, hello there, beautiful. Welcome to the Foxhole. I'm Haru, the owner. What do I get for you? The redhead pursed her lips, her sharp gaze scanning the room. Do you know there are children here? Kids aren't allowed in bars under Citadel law. Ah, she was from the space dimension then. I wondered if she was some kind of law enforcement, given how serious she sounded. I was about to respond when another woman, a pretty Hispanic girl, sat down next to her at the counter, eyeing me curiously. She had the air of someone who had seen her fair share of battles, much like the redhead. I gave her the same greeting, though with a little less flirtatiousness this time. Welcome to the Foxhole. What can I get you, The Hispanic woman nodded curtly. I'm Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams, Alliance Military. She introduced herself. The redhead gave me a measured look. Commander Shepard. Same deal, except I'm also a council specter. It looked like I was dealing with military types. I straightened up a bit, trying to take them more seriously. Nice to meet you both. And yes, I'm aware there are kids here. None of them will be getting alcohol this time. A trio of aliens soon joined the 2 systems Alliance soldiers at the bar, their presence unmistakable. One of them, the largest, grinned toothfully at me. Give me the strongest shit you have, furry human. The massive alien, who called himself Erdnot Rex, declared with a gravelly voice. I shrugged, hiding a grin as I reached for my special stash. Rex didn't know what he was getting himself into. I poured him a blend of Kappa sake, known for its potency, and some fire whiskey ID picked up in Hogmead. The glass I handed him was the size of a pitcher, sized appropriately for a Krogan, who claimed to have an iron stomach. But this would knock him flat. The name's Haru, not furry human, I said with a wink. Welcome to the Foxhole, Rex. Rex took the glass and started downing the drink like a man on a mission. After a few hefty gulps, he choked for a second, his eyes widening. Then he let out a booming laugh. Now that's some good shit right there. I like you, Haru. The other 2 aliens introduced themselves, clearly not wanting to be left out of the conversation. Tali, the Quarian in the containment suit, explained that she couldn't eat or drink due to her suit's strict filtration system, which was a shame. Meanwhile, Gurus, the Turian, didn't order anything at all. He simply sat at the bar, arms crossed, throwing me the occasional distrustful look. Once I finished handling the trio of aliens, I turned my attention back to the 2 women, Ashley and Shepard, who were watching everything unfold with growing confusion. What the hell is this place? Ashley asked, her voice rising with a mix of awe and suspicion. She gestured to the room, her eyes jumping from one oddity to another. Why does that woman over there have horns and wings? And is that a giant cat person? Also, holy shit, there's a guy who's just a straight-up skeleton. I could tell they were both overwhelmed, so I leaned in with a smile, ready to give them the same rundown ID given countless other new customers. This restaurant is technically located in another dimension. It's its own sovereign territory aboard the Citadel, approved by the Council, of course. Shepard looked at me like ID just told her the moon was made of cheese. You're saying the Council approved this? She gestured at the wild scene around us, clearly skeptical. It was understandable, most people needed some time to digest it. Yep, I replied, unfazed. Counselor Tevos is actually a regular here. She usually stops by for lunch when things are a bit quieter. Shepard blinked, staring at me like ID grown a second head. I don't fucking believe this. She rubbed her temple as I poured her a shot of whiskey. I thought the galaxy was already crazy enough. Ashley, on the other hand, seemed to be wrestling with a different kind of disbelief. As we got a few drinks in her, she loosened up and leaned across the bar, narrowing her eyes at me. You know, as some kind of pagan demon, I'm supposed to hate you, she mumbled, swirling her drink. If you're actually whatever you say you are. I chuckled, leaning casually against the bar. I've met Gabriel before, and she didn't seem to hate me. Why should you? That got Shepard's attention. She raised an eyebrow at me. Gabriel who? She asked, before knocking back another shot. The Archangel Gabriel, of course, I said casually. That's when Shepard immediately started choking on her whiskey, coughing and sputtering as she processed what ID just said. Ashley's eyes lit up like fireworks. Wait, the actual Archangel Gabriel? The one from the Bible? She asked, her tone a mix of excitement and disbelief. The very same, I confirmed, watching as they both stared at me. Isn't Gabriel supposed to be a man? Ashley asked. She then started fiddling with her Omni tool and pulled up an electronic copy of the Bible. Yeah, she was one of those people. Probably a mistranslation, I shrugged. Before I could explain anything further, a loud bang echoed from the entrance. The doors slammed open, and 5 men in black robes, wearing silver masks, stormed into the restaurant. I immediately recognized them as wizards because of their glowing wands. All right, you disgusting creature. We're here to teach you a lesson on behalf of Lucius Malfoy, the lead wizard declared, his voice full of arrogance. Before anyone could react, one of the masked men behind him smacked him on the back of the head. What the hell, you moron? You're not supposed to tell people that. He told us to be discreet when he hired us. Discreet? The leader spun around, clearly irritated, and the two began arguing. Then why the hell did that rich arse give us these Death Eater robes if we were supposed to be discreet? The second man groaned. He wanted us to send a message that freaks aren't allowed to open businesses in Hogsmeade. In fact, the freaks should just go and die. The others nodded in agreement. I could feel the anger simmering in the room as the masked men turned their attention back to us, ready to cause trouble. But what they didn't seem to notice right away was that they had just walked into a restaurant full of many very large, very drunk Nords, a powerful overlord with his drunken succubus mistress, and some very dangerous new customers. One of those customers being Rex, a Krogan. Rex growled, standing up slowly, his imposing frame casting a shadow over the wizards. I don't know who you chuckle fucks are, but you're not walking out of here in one piece. Shepard, who had been watching the scene unfold, raised an eyebrow and turned to me. Who are these idiots, Haru? I shrugged casually. Just some dumb, racist wizards. They're harmless as long as they don't have their magic sticks on them, I told her. Shepard smirked and waved her hand, glowing blue with biotic energy. With a quick flick, she ripped the wands out of the masked men's hands as if they were nothing more than twigs. The wands floated through the air and landed neatly in her grip before she tossed them onto the counter. Actual magic wands. Shepard snorted in amusement. Who would have thought this is how my first day as a Spectre would go? The masked men froze, their bravado immediately replaced by fear. They glanced around, suddenly realizing the very large, angry, and heavily armed crowd they had just insulted. The room fell silent for a moment as the wizards slowly started backing toward the door, trembling. Oh, we might have made a mistake, one of them muttered. It only took one drunken Nord to shout, "Get them," before the entire bar exploded into chaos. The Nords dogpiled onto the wizards, pummeling them to the ground without mercy. Even Rex joined in, laughing heartily as he sent one of the masked men flying across the room with a single punch. The wizards screamed, but it was drowned out by the laughter, shouts, and cheers of the crowd. The beating they received was so thorough, I was pretty sure their ancestors would be reconsidering their life choices. Chapter 15. Spaceships and Confessions. Haru. I woke up thankful the next morning that I didn't have a hangover. I didn't get as plastered as the first time I threw a party at the Foxhole, but I was definitely slurring my words by the end of last night. I tried to sit up, but something warm was weighing down both my arms. When I glanced to my sides, my heartbeat picked up fast. Rias Gremory was asleep on my right, completely naked, holding my arms snugly between her bare breasts and supple body. Hila was on my left, also fully naked for some reason, and one of her bare legs was draped over my own thigh. I couldn't remember how we all ended up like this. What happened last night, after I closed up the restaurant? Wait, did I even close up the place? Meh. Not like there's much worth stealing in there except for the hundreds of kilos of priceless dragon bones, scales, and meat. My focus quickly snapped back to the present. I had my two beautiful and very naked girlfriends snuggled up to me. Although, I don't think anything happened besides sleeping and some naked cuddling. I couldn't remember how they got into my bed. I'm pretty sure I would have remembered if we all had sex last night. Eventually, my stirring woke the girls. Rhea stretched, letting out a small yawn and raising her arms high above her head, treating me to a front-row view of her large breasts right in my face. "Good morning, Haru," Rhea said with a smile and a wink when she noticed my staring. "That was a fun party last night. Too bad I was only there for the last few hours." "It was definitely a party to remember," Elam muttered, sitting up and rubbing her head. I remembered she was throwing back her drinks without holding back, and, judging by her expression, she was feeling it this morning. Ela's eyes widened. Did I wrestle Agner to the floor last night?" Over a piece of cake, I chuckled, watching her cheeks flush pink. "Yup, and it was hilarious," I said with a chuckle. "Ah, I can't believe I missed that." Rhea pouted, reaching over to grab her phone. She let out a surprised yelp when she saw the time and bolted out of bed, giving Ela and I a perfect view of her as she hurried off. "Come on, you too," she called, already throwing on her school clothes. Commander Shepard said she'd show us her spaceship this morning before she leaves on her mission. "I can't miss this." I scratched my head and my ears. "She did? I don't really remember that. After the bar fight started last night, everything went a bit hazy. I barely even remember showing up at the end. But the chance to see an actual spaceship, that wasn't something I wanted to miss either." I got out of bed, shuffled over my dresser, and threw on some clothes. I had a small apartment in the back of my restaurant for the nights when I didn't want to go back to the palace. It's where I let Kunu last night after she put herself into a sugar coma. Ela groaned, ducking back under the covers. "You two go on ahead without me," she mumbled. "I don't think I'll be getting up for another couple hours. Her hangover must be pretty bad." I leaned over, giving Ela a kiss on the forehead, and turned back to see Rhea already at the door, tapping her foot impatiently. "So how did you two end up in my bed last night?" I asked as we walked down the hallway. Rhea chuckled, nudging me playfully. "You were dead tired last night, Haru. Ela and I could see you were about to keel over, and neither of us wanted you to go to sleep last night alone." "And how did you both end up naked?" I asked with a smirk. Rhea winked at me. "I always sleep naked," she told me. Ela was feeling competitive. We turned the corner and emerged from the kitchen into my restaurant. I cringed at the sight before me. The place was, once again, a mess after the night's festivities. Henry was there already sweeping the floor. She looked up with a bright smile when she saw me. "Good morning, Lord Haru," she greeted, then gave a small, apologetic bow. "I'm sorry I've been away for a few days. My sister Nemus been a little clingy since our village was attacked." I shook my head. "No worries, Henry. Family comes first. Besides, you don't have to worry about cleaning this all up. I'm hiring some pros to get the place back in shape once I'm back from visiting Commander Shepard with Rhea." Henry tilted her head. "Commander who?" "I'll tell you all about her when we're back," I promised. "Apparently, she's waiting for us right now." Rhea's eyes sparkled with excitement. I headed toward the door, motioning for her to follow. I paused and looked back at Henry. "We won't be gone long. Try to relax today, all right?" With a quick nod of understanding from Henry, I opened the door to not the bustling streets of Kyoto, but the vast citadel. As Rhea and I strolled the citadel, I couldn't help but notice the stairs everywhere we went. Eyes were glued to us. I figured it was partly because of my fox ears and tails, but maybe it was also the sight of Rhea, who had a supernatural beauty that people couldn't help but stare at. "Do we even know where we're going?" I asked, glancing at her as we stopped to get our bearings. We had just started walking in a random direction after stepping out of my restaurant. Rhea paused, a small blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Shepard's ship is docked directly above a place called CSCC," she said, looking a bit sheepish, though I'm not really sure what or where that is. I chuckled. "Well, that makes two of us. Do we know how long we have until she departs?" "We got a little over an hour," she said. "All right, let's see if we can ask for directions." "Tevos is probably up in that tower over there," I said, nodding toward the imposing structure in the distance. "But I'd hate to disturb her while she's working," I mumbled. Just then, I noticed a small business nearby that I'd somehow missed before. It was tucked right next to my restaurant. Rhea and I exchanged a glance, and decided to double back to check it out, hoping someone inside could give us directions. As we approached, an Asari woman standing in front of a kiosk looked up and smiled, her attention settling specifically on me and my unusual features. "Welcome," she greeted. Her voice was almost as smooth as silk. "Are you both here to see the consort?" Consort. I felt a blush creep up my face as I realized my restaurant was apparently located right next to an alien brothel. Rias snickered beside me, clearly amused at my reaction. "Actually, we're just looking for directions," I managed to say, regaining my composure. I peeked inside the place, relieved to see it was at least a clean high-end brothel. I suppose that there were worse things my restaurant could have been located next to. "We're trying to get to CSCC. We're friends with Commander Shepard, and she's leaving soon." The Asari introduced herself as Nailina and gave us a small nod. "Ah, Commander Shepard, she's certainly well known around here." She then proceeded to give us the directions we desperately needed. As we turned to leave, Nailina suddenly raised her hand, holding up a small communicator as she read something on the screen. "Oh," she exclaimed, looking up at me with a new sparkle of interest in her eyes. "It appears the consort is very interested in meeting both of you. You're a very unique visitor in this galaxy," she added, looking over my ears and tails with an almost curious fascination. "We're in a bit of a hurry." "The consort will have to wait," I replied, not really that interested in talking to some random alien prostitute. I wondered if space AIDS was a thing. Nailina let out a soft giggle, clearly amused by my immediate dismissal. "It's not every day that people say no to the consort," she replied, still chuckling. "Usually, others are forced to wait on her." Just then, her communicator buzzed again. She gave a quick glance. "You're both welcome to return anytime you like." "That's a rare honor, she added. Rias pouted slightly and tugged on my arm. As we stepped outside, Rias spun around to stick her tongue out at one of the alien security cameras. "Back off. Haru isn't interested in some space slut." She wasn't exactly wrong. "I'm sure she only wanted to talk seeing, as we're neighbors and all," I said. Rias shook her head and muttered about me underestimating my own handsomeness or something. We kept going and followed Nelina's directions through the winding corridors of the Citadel until we reached an elevator with a strange holographic panel. Alien symbols glowed across the display. We didn't have any idea what they meant. Rias gave me a questioning look. "Think one of these buttons says CSCC?" I shrugged. Only one way to find out. We took turns pressing random buttons, hoping for the best. After a moment, the elevator hummed to life as it began its slow ascent. Rias and I shared a relieved look guess who had hit the right button. As soon as Rias and I stepped out of the elevator, I knew Wed found the right place. The CCC headquarters was packed with humans and aliens in full tactical gear. We were looking for the Citadel's police force, and this was definitely the place. Of course, all eyes zeroed in on us the second we entered. My ears and tails tend to have that effect. Most of the people nearby exchanged curious or suspicious glances, but the most intense stare came from a woman with a floating drone camera hovering over her shoulder. She looked like a reporter, and her eyes practically sparkled when she spotted us. She was mid-conversation with two men in military uniforms when she left them behind and dashed over to Rias and I. "Hello there. I'm Khalisa bint Sinan Al-Jalani with Westerlund News." "Yep. I'm never going to remember that name," I nodded and waited for her to continue. Her eyes darted over my ears and tails. "Those are the most incredible and realistic augmentations I've ever seen." She barely paused before turning to Rias with a wide-eyed look. "And that cosmetic work you had done is absolutely stunning. Are you two promoting a movie or something?" I folded my arms, amused but a little irritated at the same time. "My ears and tails are natural," I said firmly. "I'm not human." Khaleesi's eyes widened as a wave of murmurs swept through CSCC. From the corner of my eye, I noticed a couple of agents glancing our way, whispering about whether or not they should quarantine us as unknown aliens. No one made any moves, thankfully. She stared at me for a moment, clearly processing this revelation. "Not human?" Her voice grew even more intrigued. "Then what exactly are you?" Before I could answer, Rhea stepped forward. Actually, we don't have time for this. She gave Kalisa a sharp look. And for the record, my appearance is perfectly natural too. I'm not human either. The reporter gave Rhys a skeptical look, clearly assuming she was lying. Rhys smirked, then let her bat-like wings unfurl briefly, causing a gasp to ripple through the surrounding crowd. Kalisa's jaw dropped, eyes wide with shock as she stared at Rhys, who simply tossed her hair over her shoulder and took my hand again. "Come on, Haru," Rhys said, her fingers lacing through mine. I grinned, following her as we walked past the reporter, Kalisa, who was still frozen in disbelief. We headed toward the large central elevator Nalina had told us would take us straight to Shepard's ship. Just as we were about to reach it, a voice called out behind us. "Hold up a second." We both turned to see one of the men Kalisa had been speaking to as he walked towards us. "I'm Captain Anderson." He introduced himself, extending a hand with a polite but curious smile. "Seems like you've stirred up quite a bit of attention here." He gestured to all the people nearby who were gaping at Rhys and I. "It wasn't our plan to make a scene. We're just here to see a friend before her mission." Captain Anderson raised an eyebrow when he heard we were here to see Commander Shepard. He shook his head with an exasperated huff, muttering to himself. Shepard conveniently forgot to mention that Shed invited two never-before-seen aliens for a meet and greet, especially aliens who could pass for humans. This is massive news. Rhys and I couldn't help but giggle at the irony that we were the aliens here. Before we could say much, the other man hurried over. "Now, wait just a minute." He introduced himself with a stiff nod. "I am Ambassador Udina, representing humanity and the Systems Alliance here on the Citadel." He eyed us with a look that could only be described as paranoid. "Why exactly are you trying to meet Commander Shepard? And if you're both really not human, which I'm still not convinced of, what are your intentions with humanity's First Spectre?" The ambassador then launched into a paranoid monologue, rambling on about security protocols, classified technologies, and the risk of exposing military assets to unknown entities. I let him go on for a solid 30 seconds before he finally paused, looking for an answer. "Commander, Shepard's a friend of ours," I said simply. "She offered to show us her ship. My girlfriend here is excited to see it before Shepard takes off on her mission. Something about tracking down an evil Turian?" I scratched my head, trying to remember what Shepard had mentioned last night. The details from last night's party began coming back to me, especially the part where Shepard had to practically drag half of her squad out of my restaurant. The drunken Krogan, Rex, had put up a ridiculous struggle, slurring on about how much he loved my drinks. A grin crept across my face as I remembered how Shepard had finally resorted to using her biotics to lift the big guy off the ground, floating him away like an overgrown, very inebriated child. Udina looked unimpressed by my answer, narrowing his eyes as he turned to Anderson. "Please remind Shepard that the Normandy is a top-of-the-line military secret. It's not meant to be shown off to random aliens, especially new species that we've never heard of before." "Don't worry," I cut in, trying not to laugh at his frustration. "The most complicated piece of technology one know how to use is my phone." Rhys laughed and nodded. "For me, it's my collection of gaming consoles," she added. "Besides, Haru runs a restaurant. He doesn't have time to play space, spy no matter how hot that would be." She glanced up at me with a mischievous glint in her eye. "But," she added thoughtfully, "now that I think about it, I'm definitely ordering some space-themed cosplay for you to try on," she said while licking her lips. Anderson coughed awkwardly, bringing Rhys and me back to the present moment. He gestured to the large elevator nearby and offered to take us up to the Normandy. Since neither of us had a clue how to work the controls and had probably just gotten lucky the first time, we gladly accepted his help. As we entered the elevator, I couldn't help but sigh. "Why are all the elevators here so slow?" I asked, leaning against the glass wall. Anderson shrugged, a small smile playing on his lips. "No one really knows. Every time we try to adjust the speeds, the keepers immediately come and fiddle with the settings, changing them right back. It's one of those Citadel mysteries you just learn to live with." I glanced at Rhys, who was barely containing her excitement, practically bouncing on her toes as we ascended toward the spaceship docks. After what felt like 2 painfully long minutes, the elevator finally came to a stop and the door slid open. We stepped out, and there she was, Commander Shepard, waiting for us with a knowing smile. Anderson must have contacted her on our ride up the slow elevator. She turned towards us, giving me a nod first and then a warm smile at Rias. It was obvious she remembered last night's events all too well. "Good to see you again, Haru. That was some party you threw last night." I rubbed the back of my head, chuckling. "I'm hoping it doesn't turn into a weekly thing. The place is kind of mess now. Maybe a monthly party," Shepard smirked. "They'll have to remember to stop by at least once a month then. At the very least, Rex will try his best." Rias, who was not in the mood for any more small talk, stepped forward eagerly. "Can we please have a tour of your spaceship now?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I can't wait." Shepard smiled. "Sure thing. Follow me." We stepped through the airlock doors, and a robotic voice echoed from the speakers surrounding us, equalizing interior pressure with external atmosphere. The process was brief, and once it was done, we followed Shepard into the main hallway of the ship. My eyes widened as I took in the polished metal walls and the rows of control panels and stations. "It was like something straight out of video game, this," Shepard said, her voice carrying a hint of pride. "Is the Normandy State Route 1. One of the most advanced ships in the Alliance fleet, Rias," and I returned to my restaurant about an hour later. Rias practically skipped through the door, grinning from ear to ear. "That ship was so awesome," she said, almost twirling in excitement. "I wish we could just go flying through space like that. It sucks that Jane has to go hunt down an evil alien bent on wiping out humanity. Though, when she put it like that, Shepard's mission did sound pretty intense." Also, we had finally learned that Jane was the commander's first name, but Shepard preferred to go by her last name. She was pretty adamant about that. Rias looked around my still messy restaurant and sighed, telling me that she wished she could stick around a bit longer, but after being out all night, she knew her peerage was probably wondering where she was, especially since she might have been skipping her classes at the moment. Not that it really mattered to her, when she pretty much went to Kuo Academy for fun. "Last night was a lot of fun, Haru." She flashed me a warm smile before leaning up on her toes to press a soft kiss to my cheek. "I'll see you later," she whispered, her eyes sparkling as she pulled back and gave a small wave before heading across the street to a building the Devils rented out to hide their teleportation circle. Once she was gone, I finally figured it was time to clean the place up. It seemed Henry had taken my advice and headed back home for the day. With a sigh, I pulled out my phone, scrolling through a list of local yokai cleaning companies. Just as I was about to hit call, the front door creaked open behind me, and I turned to see Mob walk in, glancing nervously around the disaster zone that was my restaurant. "Oh, what happened in here, Haru-san?" he asked, his eyes wide as he took in the mess. I let out a laugh, slipping my phone back into my pocket. "We had a party last night. I guess things got a little out of hand." Mob nodded slowly. "Looks like a lot of people were here. Was it fun?" "The party was a blast. I would have invited you and Ray Jin, but it got a bit wild." I scratched the back of my head sheepishly. Mob smiled. "It's fine, Haru-san. My parents wouldn't have let me go out that late anyway." He looked down, fidgeting a bit. "Can I get you anything to eat?" I offered. "I can whip something up real quick." He shook his head. "Actually, I was wondering if you could give me some advice." "Advice?" I raised an eyebrow. "Sure thing, kid. What's on your mind?" Mob glanced around, as if checking if anyone else was listening, then leaned forward. "It's about girls." Mob scratched his cheek, looking a bit embarrassed. "I just thought, well, you're cool, Haru-san. You're handsome, confident, and you already have 2 girlfriends," he mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. I couldn't stop the mischievous grin that spread across my face. Here was the shy, quiet Mob, asking me about girls. "Oh, girls, huh? You come to the right guy. Speaking of girls, Tanya-chan was here last night. She wouldn't happen to have anything to do with this, would she?" At the mention of her name, Mob turned as red as a tomato, nodding silently. Oh, this poor kid. What Mob still didn't know was that Tanya-chan was a reincarnator who had been a man in her past life, and was not in a guise at all as far as anyone knew. But was I about to tell this kid all that? Absolutely not. This was way too funny. "So, you're sweet on Tanya-chan, huh?" I teased, gently, crossing my arms. Mob hesitated, then gave me a determined nod. I want to confess to her. What should I do? I spent the next 10 minutes giving Mob advice and instructions. I then told him to come back to the restaurant in a couple hours and told him that Tanya would be here waiting for him. Was it kind of a bravado move, giving all that advice when I knew this would crash and burn? Kind of, but then again, I was a kid soon and I needed some mischief in my life. As soon as Mob slipped out the door, I couldn't hold it in. I whipped out my phone, fingers tapping on my Yasaka's contact faster than I thought possible. After a couple of rings, I heard her warm voice. Hello, son. Mom. Mob is going to confess to Tanya-chan. I practically shouted into the phone, unable to contain the excitement. There was a pause, a stillness on the other end, and then she spoke. I'm canceling my schedule for the rest of the day. When and where? Yep, she didn't want to miss out on this either. At my restaurant later today, I answered, grinning. But I have to get this place cleaned up first. I was just about to call some people to help clean up. She interrupted me. They might not get there fast enough. We can't miss out on this beautiful train wreck. They'll send all the palace maids over immediately to help clean up. Also, how many hidden cameras do you think we can place in your restaurant without it being too obvious? A couple hours later, Yasaka, Kunu, and Tanya-chan were all eating dinner at the bar counter. There was a closed sign hanging in the front door since we didn't want anyone to interrupt what was about to happen. Reijin was sitting nearby in a booth with a hidden camera. He flashed us a thumbs up, and Yasaka and I both gave him knowing grins in return. The door to the foxhole swung open, and in walked Mob, dressed in an oversized little suit, looking as if had raided his dad's closet for the occasion. His shoes clicked awkwardly on the floor, and in his hands he held a giant bouquet of flowers. All pink flowers. Of course, I might have slightly exaggerated when I told him Tanya-chan adored the color pink. I knew for a fact she didn't. Tanya and Kunu were sitting at a table near the back, busy eating and chatting. They didn't even notice Mob as he crossed the room until he stood right beside them. Tanya-chan, Mob said, his voice a little louder than normal, catching her attention. She turned, and the next second, Mob practically shoved the bouquet right in her face. Tanya froze, looking like she was stuck between utter shock and something dangerously close to horror. Slowly, she glanced around, her gaze meeting mine. I gave her my best knowing grin, which only made her narrow her ice blue eyes at me in a way that promised retribution. But was it worth it? Oh, absolutely. Tanya-chan, I have something important to tell you, Mob began, his voice filled with nervous excitement. Myself, Kunu, Yasaka, and Reijin all leaned in, grinning with anticipation. Tanya's expression softened a bit, and she looked as if she was trying to let Mob down easy. Listen, Mup, you're a nice kid and all, but not really. The door creaked open again, despite the close sign ID put up earlier. A teenage girl, probably a few years older than Mob, stood at the entrance. She had long brown hair, blue eyes, and was wearing a military-style uniform identical to the one Tanya had on when she had first walked in my restaurant. Tanya's eyes widened in shock. Victoria? She murmured quietly. Excuse me? The girl called out. I'm looking for a little girl who went missing in this area 3 weeks ago. Her name is Tanya, and she's a soldier like me. Before anyone could react, Mob, oblivious to the new arrival, clutched the bouquet tighter and blurted out, I love you, Tanya-chan. Please be my girlfriend. The entire room went silent. I watched Tanya, who, for a moment, looked like she was battling every internal demon she had ever faced at once. Her face went pale, her expression a mix of horror and disbelief. Then, without a word, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. I wasn't expecting that kind of reaction, I said mostly to myself. Mob's face fell, and he stared down at her. Confused. Did I say something wrong? Reijin walked over and pat Mob on the shoulder. She's probably just not ready for romance yet. Mob, he comforted the kid, but we could all see that internally he was doing his best not to immediately burst out laughing. We all were, oh, that's okay. Then Mob shrugged. He and Raygon then walked past the very confused soldier, still standing at the front door, and left the foxhole. She watched them leave before turning back to me and my sister and mother. What the hell is going on here? What have you done to Tanya? Chapter 16. Cooking Lessons. Ninjas in a Duel. Haru standing in my restaurant's kitchen. I watched Ela and Inri squinting at the stovetop like it was some kind of magical artifact, let alone all the other more complex kitchen appliances around them. Today, they had both asked me for cooking lessons. Of course, I was more than happy to say yes. The magic in your world is so amazing, Lord Haru, she said with genuine wonder. To think these objects can make cooking so much easier. Surely such marvels could only be made by the gods. I chuckled, shaking my head. Nah, Inri. All this, no magic. Just good old-fashioned human ingenuity. Humans made this. Her eyes sparkled with even more amazement, if that was possible. Ela wasn't as surprised since she already knew all that. But the most complicated thing she had figured out so far was my shower. We started our lesson. I was teaching them how to make basic vegetable fried rice. I showed them how to properly heat the pan, adjusting the stove to medium. You want it hot enough to get a good sizzle when you drop something in, I explained, demonstrating with a tiny piece of onion. It hit the pan and hissed perfectly, making both of them jump a little. Ela crossed her arms, nodding thoughtfully. It's like taming a fire, only without having to worry about logs or wind or the whole thing going out, she said, still a little suspicious of the stovetop. Exactly, I said, smiling. Now, once it's hot, you add your oil. But not too much, or everything will just float in grease. They both watched closely as I added the oil, letting it heat until it shimmered. Inri raised her hand slightly, as if she were back in school. So, what happens if I put the rice in too soon? Good question. If the oil's not hot enough, the rice will soak it up like a sponge. We want a light fry, not oily mush, I explained. Both nodded, and I could see Ela already mentally preparing to conquer this new cooking method. She threw me a determined look. All right, let me give it a try. I stepped back, giving her space, and she carefully followed my steps, adding her vegetables and rice to the pan. You're doing great, I encouraged her as she stirred everything with a bit of a scowl, her warrior's focus kicking in. Inri, meanwhile, looked nervous but stepped up to her own pan. Lord Haru, if I mess up, will the food still taste good? I grinned. That's the beauty of fried rice. It's pretty forgiving, just keep stirring and don't worry too much. The important part is getting comfortable with it. Ela, my fierce Viking werewolf girlfriend, eyed the pan in front of her like it was her latest enemy to be overcome. Her cooking experience mostly came from roasting wild game she'd hunted herself over open fires in Skyrim's forests. Their seasoning was usually just a pinch of salt if she could find any in the first place. She flashed me a quick, challenging grin. You better be ready to be impressed, Haru. Beside her, Inri focused hard on dicing a carrot, squinting a little as she carefully sliced. She was more of a beginner, mostly because her village relied on homegrown vegetables and only had meat on rare occasions. Since ID started shipping her village, now my village some better quality foods and ingredients, especially proteins. Inri wanted to learn how to cook them all. When I complimented her on her vegetable prep, Inri's face lit up. She blushed and smiled as she kept cooking, glancing over at me every now and then for a little reassurance. I kept an eye on both of them, offering tips as they went. How to stir without spilling everywhere, when to add soy sauce and spices, that sort of thing. Ela got a bit carried away with the soy sauce, pouring in a solid glug without bothering to taste. Inri, on the other hand, was overly cautious, adding just the tiniest dash. Her lips pressed together as she tried to get it right. Finally, they were done. Each brought their plate over and set it in front of me at one of the tables, watching closely for my reaction. I took my time, savoring each bite as I mentally went over all the flavors in my mouth. Ela, you did well. The rice is cooked perfectly and the vegetables are on point, but I paused, holding back a laugh. You went a little heavy on the soy sauce. You don't want your rice to be swimming in salt. I give this a B-. She scoffed. You'll do better next time, Haru. Don't get used to that be nonsense. Whatever that even means, she grumbled. Turning to Inri, I gave her a reassuring nod. You took a very careful approach, and the texture is great. But you need a bit more seasoning. This rice is almost as shy as you are. She blushed at that. I'd give a C+, but don't worry. You're on the right track. And hey, your vegetable prep was perfect. That's half the battle. Inra's eyes looked like they were on the verge of tears, but she still smiled and nodded. I won't give up. She cast a quick, slightly fierce glance at Ela, who just scoffed in response, rolling her own eyes at the younger girl. Women could be complicated. I had just wrapped up my cooking lesson with Ela and Inri, feeling pretty satisfied with their progress, when the doors to the foxhole swung open. I looked up, half expecting to see one of my regulars, or maybe Kunu rushing in for lunch. But when I saw who actually stepped through the doors, I froze. I muttered to myself, Rias is going to freak out when she hears about this. A lot of anime in my new world had been ruined by very trashy counterparts. I'm looking at you, Dragsoball. Go die in a fire. How dare you ruin Dragon Ball? But there were a couple anime that were unchained even across dimensions. One of those was One Piece, and the other was standing there in my restaurant, was Naruto Uzumaki, the most iconic anime ninja in the world. And not just any version of him. He looked a bit older, even though he was wearing his classic Shippuden outfit. An alternate universe Naruto, maybe? But it didn't stop there. He wasn't alone. Next to him stood a beautiful Kunoichi with long, flowing red hair, brilliant purple eyes, and a toned figure that most girls would kill for. She even had those trademark whisker marks on her cheeks. Naruto and his possible twin or sister scanned the room, their expressions shifting from curious to tense the moment their eyes landed on me. Naruto stiffened, his hand inching toward his pouch. Oi, what the hell are you supposed to be? He demanded defensively, eyes locked on my fox ears and nine tails. The redhead leaned forward, staring at me with suspicion. Fox ears nine tails, is he a demon too? She murmured, glancing at Naruto. Before I could answer, Ela took a step forward, crossing her arms and glaring at them. How dare you insult my boyfriend? She snapped, her voice filled with the kind of righteous fury only a Nord warrior could muster. Haru is a proud yokai prince and the best chef in the world. Show some respect. Naruto and his sister exchanged a quick, surprised glance, clearly taken aback by Ela's intensity. The redhead, who I guessed was some kind of a U version of Naruto's sister, blinked before looking back at me with a slightly less hostile gaze. Would sometimes hear rumors about yokai while traveling, Naruto's sister muttered, still staring at me in amazement. But I always thought they were just superstitions. She hesitated before adding, sorry, you just look like a human version of the nine-tailed fox, except, blonde and not orange. I smirked, unable to resist the chance to clear up her assumption. I'm a nine-tailed fox, I said, letting my tails give a little flick. Naruto and his sister both stared, eyes wide with shock. Naruto finally found his voice, though it came out a bit shaky. Well, I didn't know there were other nine-tailed foxes besides the QB. And you can take human form? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Old Lady Tsunade is going to lose her mind when she hears about this. Naruto's sister gave me a curious look, her suspicion easing into fascination. Speaking of that, she said, tilting her head, how did you manage to open a restaurant in Konoha, of all places? People here hate the nine-tailed fox. Wouldn't they be trying to vandalize the place constantly? Next to me, Ela's eyes narrowed, and her hand drifted to the dagger on her hip. Anyone who tries to damage Haru's property will answer to me. She growled, her voice filled with enough menace to make Naruto and his sister flinch. Before I could reassure them, there was a familiar pop in the air, and I turned just in time to snatch the elegant scroll that appeared in front of me. Naruto and his sister's eyes went even wider as they exchanged nervous glances, muttering about what just happened and where the scroll had come from. Unfurling the scroll, I glanced over the contents, relief washing over me as I saw everything written in basic kanji. The land my restaurant is on was granted by the daimyo himself, I explained, flipping the scroll around for them to see the official seal. It's under his protection, and anyone who intentionally tries to vandalize my restaurant will be sentenced to a minimum of 5 years in prison in the capital. Naruto and his sister gaped at me, clearly trying to process this information. She stepped forward cautiously, holding out her hands. May I? I handed her the scroll, and she read it intensely, her eyes widening with each line. Wow, Tsunade is going to lose her freaking mind when she reads this, she muttered, almost in awe. She pointed to the daimyo's seal. The seal looks completely official, and forging the daimyo's signature or seal is punishable by death. That sounded like a pretty harsh rule, but given the circumstances, I could understand why it was necessary. The daimyo was basically like an emperor in the world of Naruto, although he never really appeared in the story for more than a couple scenes. I had a feeling he was probably more important than a real-world scenario. Naruto's sister looked around, her expression a mix of curiosity and nerves. "So this is a restaurant, then?" she asked, her voice wavering slightly. I gave her my most reassuring smile and spread my arms wide. "Indeed, beautiful Kunoichi. Welcome to the Foxhole, interdimensional restaurant extraordinaire." "Be beautiful?" she stammered, eyes wide with what looked like genuine surprise. I blinked, confused by her reaction at being called beautiful. "Ow!" I yelped as a sudden, sharp pinch on one of my fox ears snapped me out of my thoughts. Ila was standing beside me, one eyebrow raised in clear disapproval. "Oof. Stop flirting with every pretty redhead that walks into your restaurant. First it was Rias, then Shepard, and now it's going to be this ninja girl." I scratched my head, chuckling a bit. What does Shepard have to do with anything? Ila let out a dramatic sigh. "Of course you don't remember. Last party? You spent over an hour drunkenly flirting with Shepard." I felt my cheeks go warm as flashes of the party came back. I didn't remember any specific details, but now that Ila mentioned it, I did recall a few moments where Shepard had given me some interesting looks during the tour of her spaceship with Rias. She had been particularly eager to point out that, as the captain of the Normandy, she had her own private quarters meanwhile. Naruto's sister had been watching this exchange, her face still full of disbelief. "What you think I'm pretty too?" she asked, glancing over at Ila, looking even more shocked. Ila shot her a look. "Were you dropped on your head or something?" she asked. "If you came to Whiterun, I have no doubt you'd have over a dozen Nord suitors by sunset, thank you," the girl said to Ila, a bit flustered but sincere. "Im Naruko Utsumaki." She gave a small bow. "So, I'd been right, she was Naruto's twin sister, and apparently my restaurant had connected to some kind of Naruto AU." Naruko went on, explaining that she and her brother had just returned from a 3-year training trip across the elemental nations. "But we've never heard of Skyrim before," she added, eyeing Ila's gear curiously. "And what does interdimensional mean?" I couldn't help but smirk at their looks of curiosity and wonder. "Well, you're in an interdimensional restaurant. The Foxhole connects to different worlds entirely. In fact, I, Ila, and Henry here, we're all from different dimensions. Like aliens?" Naruto exclaimed, eyes wide. I shrugged. "Sure, you could think of it that way if it makes sense to you." Naruko laughed.